Quest presents an unabridged recording of The Bad Sister by J.A. Corrigan, narrated by Helen Keeley. The man who lies to himself and listens to his own lie comes to such a pass that he cannot distinguish the truth within him or around him. Fyodor Dostoevsky, The Brothers Karamazov. Prologue. She is able to tilt her head back, not much, but enough to catch the rustle of leaves on the old oak's thick, gnarled branches. After only seconds, the wind dies down, disappearing as quickly as it had vanished earlier. Her eyes move away from the tree and towards the sky, which is now a startling azure blue, bright and cloudless. It is only the black shape of the bird circling above that spoils what she knows will be her end view of this world. The scene she now inhabits, a place of serenity, is the last place she will ever be, and she admits there will only be 3 people who she'll truly miss. The tears on her cheeks are warm. She closes her eyes. It had happened so quickly and taken her by surprise. The pain she'd felt in her chest, ribs and back was fleeting, almost as if it was happening to someone else. She manages to open her eyes again, looks up at the sky again and studies the raven's outline. Ravens are, oh, so very elegant. She tracks the bird's circling movements above, and it comes as a revelation that when death came, she would be so accepting of it. In the not-so-many years that she's been alive, she has always envisaged her own death as being painful, messy and tragic, but lying on her back and facing the beauty of the summer sky, hearing the gentle rush of the river, it isn't any of those things. Once she'd heard that drowning was one of the most euphoric ways to go, but she disagrees. Lying next to the old oak, the sun's rays on her skin, not being able to feel her body, takes the prize in the exhilarating death stakes. She wishes she could tell someone this. 17 is too young to die. But then again, she's been too young for a lot of the things she's done and experienced. She senses rather than sees one of those experiences standing close to her, watching her, doing nothing to help. And slowly, both confusion and incredulity fills her. It isn't supposed to be like this. A light pressure on her thighs, the fabric of her short skirt is smoothed, done as if with love. She isn't sure if it is the bird or a human touch. And the young girl will never know. Chapter 1. Then, March 1991. Natalie. It was Saturday, but Natalie had forgotten to turn off her alarm the night before, and so awoke bang on 6. Rolling out of bed, she drew the curtains, pushed the window open, and a rush of cold air belted at her face. It was still dark, but because her stepfather always kept the outside security lights on, she could see the river was dangerously high. She leaned out further, the outline of Raven Island and the trees coming into a blurry focus. She shivered and banged the window closed, just as her family slammed shut any mention of the island and what had happened there. Dom, her stepfather, planned to take them out on the motorboat later. It'd be fun, and her best friend was coming over too, so double fun. Fun was something in short supply at Raven House, and her friend's presence somehow deflected from the constant underlying strain. Putting on a thick sweatshirt and socks, she picked up a pile of books and notepad off her desk, planning to make a start on a practice O-level English lit essay that was due in on Monday. She was keen to do well in her exams, which kicked off in May. Natalie tried to be quiet as she made her way downstairs so that no one would hear her. Sometimes she just needed a bit of time alone, and it was only in the mornings that she could manage that. She made some tea and sat down at the huge kitchen table.
"Natalie?"
She jumped. The tea inside the mug that she'd just put to her lips was now all over her sweatshirt.
"Bloody hell, Jess, you startled me!" "Sorry. Can sit?"
Her youngest sister's usual staccato reply. No pronouns. It was as if she was saving superfluous words, a trait that had worsened in the last 5 years.
"You can sit with me, if you're quiet."
She didn't know why she said that, because Jess was always quiet. Jess nodded and plonked herself down, placing the book she had tucked underneath her arm on the enormous table. Natalie peered at it.
"That looks a bit heavy for a 12-year-old.
The nurture assumption. Why children turn out the way they do. Jess didn't respond, but she often didn't. Natalie would have been surprised if she had.
"Jess, answer me." "Said keep quiet."
"I didn't mean it literally. You have to stop taking everything literally. It's a bit wearing." Jess nodded. "Honestly, you are a bit young for that stuff." Natalie inclined her head at the book. Jess looked up and half smiled. Her little sister never took her the wrong way, and Natalie punched her playfully on the arm. She didn't mind her being there. Jess was a bit odd, but she loved her. And with that thought, Eva appeared. Eva was their mum, but all her children called her Eva. Natalie checked the huge designer clock ticking away on the wall, wondering if it had stopped sometime last night around 7 p.m. No one ever saw Eva this early. She was definitely looking the worse for wear. Despite the fortune she spent at the exclusive beauty clinic in the next town, her jowls sagged and her hair lay limply on her over-red cheeks. She looked as if she hadn't slept at all, and she probably hadn't much, because last night Natalie had spotted Eva's dealer standing at the side door that led into the double integrated garage. It had been her stepfather who'd gone to sort it out. She wondered if her older sister knew about Eva and Dom's ramping up of the drug usage. Natalie suspected she didn't. Her sister was smart, but things passed her by, too wrapped up in her own life at university and ambitions, and more so since Eva had stopped getting up early. Eva made her way straight to the sink, picked up a glass from the draining board, filled it and slugged it back. She then turned to survey her 2 youngest daughters. "Rough night?" Natalie said, and straight away wished she'd kept her mouth shut. Ignoring Natalie's comment, Eva walked over to Jess, who didn't even look up.
"Look up, Jess, please."
"What crap is this?" Eva asked. Jess didn't take her eyes away from the book.
"Reading."
Eva snatched it from her, turned it over and scanned the back cover. "You looking for answers? Maybe, young lady, if you learnt to talk properly and interact with the world, you wouldn't need to read this garbage." She threw the book onto the table.
"Eva,
let your sister answer for herself, Natalie." Jess looked up then, her expression set in a mask of... was it disdain? Fear? For moments, Natalie saw both, mixed strongly with true sadness.
"Safer not to talk,"
Jess said finally. Eva was in a foul mood that morning, although she'd been in a foul mood for 5 years, longer. But what about them? It was as bad for them and, in many ways, worse. Christ! Eva turned on her heel, picked up the water and made her way back upstairs.
"It's okay, Jess,"
Natalie said, stroking her sister's head.
"Will be one day."
Eva doesn't mean to be horrible. You know what she's like, all growl and no bite.
"No."
"Come on, let's make waffles, and then go down and sit on the bench by the river." She'd do her essay tomorrow. "Dom's taking us all out in the boat later. You'll like that, yes?"
"Dom took me on boat yesterday. Went to Raven Island."
"You went to the island?" It was an unsaid rule that none of the sisters went to Raven Island. Bloody Dom. Immediately her fingers moved towards her scalp.
"Do not itch, Natalie."
"Oh, Jess." Jess peered up at her, Her blonde fringe really needed cutting. Eva was so useless at organising stuff for her.
"He took you after school?"
she carried on.
"No. Did not go to school. Felt ill. Stomachache."
"Then Dom took you out on the boat? God, he's such a tool." Jess's forehead furrowed.
"It means stupid, Jess."
She still didn't think Jess understood. So clever, but so not focused on the here and now, the small, unimportant things. Their stepfather took Jess to school most mornings when Eva couldn't be bothered to, which was most mornings. Although yesterday Eva had been up reasonably early to make the meeting she had with her accountant. Natalie had a creeping respect for Eva's accountant, who always scheduled their meetings for 9 in the morning. What a man. Eva never missed those meetings, as they were connected to her inheritance money and its management.
"Came home," Jess finally replied. "Eva out. And Dom took you to Raven Island."
She remained silent. Jess was super bright, but Dom should not be encouraging her to skip school, although she knew her sister was bored in classes. Everything they taught her, Jess already knew. Natalie pushed it.
"Why did he take you to the island?"
Jess shrugged.
"Why, Jess?"
A horrible foreboding washed through her. So much on the TV about... Although... No, Dom was many things, but he wasn't a pedo.
"Tell me, or I won't let you stay with me in the kitchen."
She hated doing the bribery thing, but it always worked.
"To talk."
"About what?"
"Nothing."
Jess rubbed her temples.
"Jess?"
Natalie pushed. Jess shrugged.
"He'll be here today?"
she asked instead.
"Your big sis and her new boyfriend. My mate, some others, I think."
Natalie made the waffles. Jess had many problems, but eating wasn't one of them. She looked on as Jess wolfed down 4. Straight afterwards, she disappeared to the toilet. 15 minutes later, they were sitting on the bench at the bottom of the garden overlooking the river. Jess did look a bit ill. Maybe she had had an upset stomach, and that was why Dom had brought her home yesterday. God knows why he took her out on the boat to the island. Eva would go nuts if she found out. Jess was quiet. The oaks and willows surrounding them became animated as their branches swayed violently in a gathering storm. Natalie ripped her eyes away, rested them momentarily on Raven Island, and wished, not for the first time, that every single one of the trees had been felled and burned. That had been Eva's plan, but the trees were under a conservation order. They were all stuck with the daily reminder. She scratched at her scalp, her agitation creeping, building, and indefinable. Chapter 2. Teresa. "Sorry you have to do this," Teresa said. Luke turned to her at the same time he turned on the ignition. "Do what?" "Meet my family." He swerved out of their precious Primrose Hill parking space. "I'm looking forward to finally meeting your mum and Dom, and I'm sure they're not as bad as you make out." "Whatever you do, don't refer to Eva as mum, okay?" He rolled his eyes. "I know." "I'd rather we were going to see your mum," she said, folding her arms. "Don't act petulantly. It doesn't become you. Anyway, we only saw her last weekend." "I know, but you know what I mean." "I don't really know what you mean. I want to meet your family, your 2 sisters. And it's good to get out of London. The past week at the hospital's been a bastard." "You work so hard." He put his hand on her lap. "Chill out. You're a bit diamond shoe-ish, you know." "What's that supposed to mean?" "You know what it means. You have a good life, but think you don't." "I do have a good life, but only because you're in it." Teresa had known Luke for 18 months, and in that time she'd managed to totally evade the subject of her past. The most important things about her past, anyway. As was Luke's way, he waited patiently for her to open up. And maybe one day soon she would, and today might be the catalyst. Him meeting Eva and Dom, Natalie and Jessica, although she knew there would be nothing in the house that would force her hand into bearing her soul. Eva had ensured there were no memories of their sister. It was weird the way she dealt with it. But the memories were there, in nature, in the outside. Sometimes Teresa felt as if the outside air was laden with them. She'd been so relieved to get to university. She glanced at her boyfriend. She couldn't keep her family under wraps forever, although she'd tried. She hadn't wanted the hassle of them fogging up her mental space as she navigated the final term of her degree and being with Luke.
"Shall I pick up some flowers for Eva?"
he asked.
She won't appreciate the gesture.
"Any other ideas what we can get for her and Dom?"
Teresa didn't share with him that the only thing Eva might appreciate would be a kilo of cannabis.
"Flowers'll be fine. Stop off at Tesco, and I'll pop in to get a bunch."
He smiled, taking the red baseball cap that she despised from the glove compartment and ramming it on his head.
"Okay."
An hour later, Teresa and Luke pulled up to the grand drive of her childhood home.
"Wow."
"You impressed?"
"I am a bit. Great setting. A house like this must have a name as opposed to a number."
"Raven House. Something to do with the ravens that we never see." He wound down the car window, and she watched as he took in the gentle curve of the Thames.
"Are people allowed on that little island?"
"That's called Raven Island, although I've never seen any ravens on there, like I said. No one goes to the island."
"Looks like you can easily get to it if your stepdad has a boat."
"He does have a boat. 2, in fact, and a rowing boat. We'll be going out on the river later, I'm sure. It's a Keane family thing."
"So we can go to the island?"
"No, Luke, we can't." He shrugged.
"Looks as if we have a welcome committee."
Teresa followed his gaze. "That's our housekeeper, Mrs. A, and my youngest sister."
"Jessica? She's not at all like you described her."
"How did I describe her?" she asked.
"You said she was odd. Looks pretty normal to me. Healthy. She's tall for 12, looks very sporty."
"She's nearly 13. Teresa got out the car to greet Mrs. A, who she adored. All the Keane sisters loved Mrs. A. Luke quickly got out the driver's side. The elderly woman's hand was awkwardly resting on Jessica's shoulder. Jessica was a good 2 inches taller.
"Lovely to see you, Teresa."
Mrs. A moved her eyes to Luke.
"You must be Teresa's beau."
"Mrs. A," Teresa said, smiling. "I don't think that word has been used for centuries." She noticed Mrs. A had her big bag with her. It looked as if she were clocking off for the day. "Aren't you staying?" Mrs. A took her arm away from Jessica's shoulder.
"No, I'm afraid not. I'm off to see my brother."
She looked at her watch.
"Must dash, or I'll miss the bus."
Luke stepped closer to Mrs. A.
"Do you need a lift to the bus stop?"
"Very considerate of you, but no, it's only around the corner."
Mrs. A offered a handshake.
"Great to meet you, Mrs. A,"
he said, shaking with vigour.
"And lovely to meet you too, Luke."
Mrs. A turned to Jessica.
"See you tomorrow, young lady, and be a good girl for Eva."
And hitching her enormous bag onto her shoulder, she left. Teresa turned to her youngest sister, who had not yet said a word. "Hey, Jessica."
"Hello,"
Jessica said.
"Jessica, this is Luke."
Jessica avoided eye contact, looking at the ground instead.
"Dom says a doctor. Do doctors wear those?"
She pointed to Luke's baseball cap.
"I am a doctor, and doctors do wear baseball caps when they're not at work. Nice to meet you, Jessica."
He held out his hand, which, of course, Jessica didn't touch. Christ, this was going to be a long day.
"What do you want to be when you grow up, Jessica?"
Luke carried on.
"Brain doctor."
"You mean a psychologist?"
he asked softly.
"No."
"Brain surgeon?"
"No. Psychiatrist."
"Ah, well, I think that's a great ambition."
Jessica didn't answer. "Everyone in the house?" Teresa asked her sister. Jessica nodded. "Come on, Luke," she said. "Let's enter the lion's den." Jessica said, her voice a whisper.
"Going on boat."
"Weather's a bit shite for the boating today." And it was. The sky an aubergine black canopy.
"Natalie waiting. With Juno."
God, not Juno too, Natalie's best mate. A really long day. "Come on then, we'd better make an appearance," Teresa said. "Why don't you take Luke inside, Jessica?" To Luke she said, "I'll sort out the flowers and booze." She'd picked up a bottle of what she knew was Dom's favourite wine, a South African Pinot Noir, Storm Ignis. She couldn't believe it when she saw the bottle on a Tesco's shelf. Luke went to take Jessica's hand. She flinched away. Teresa looked at him and shrugged.
Jessica doesn't like to be touched that much. You'll get used to it.
I'm sorry, he said to Jessica. It was Jessica's turn to shrug then.
Wish Teresa alone.
Jessica seemed more introverted and monosyllabic than usual, and a shimmer of older sister concern rippled through her, which she attempted to shake off. She could not become embroiled in her family's dynamics. Anyway, Natalie was around and she took care of Jessica. Natalie had to be good for something. Teresa sighed as she watched Luke and Jessica walk into the house. A really, really long day. Chapter 3. Teresa. The weather had done a U-turn, and the dull morning had turned into a dazzling and bright afternoon. Perfect weather to go out on the river, which was fine by Teresa because Eva wouldn't be going anywhere near a boat or the river, and so she wouldn't have to put up with her. Eva was terrified of the water, and she couldn't drive a boat. It was the reason why 5 years before it had been Jessica who'd gone to the island. No 7-year-old should have had to go through that. Teresa had always held muffled reservations about the accident that had changed her and her sister's lives. Yes, her sister had been acting strangely in the weeks leading up to the accident. But as the years had passed, she'd begun to think her memories of that summer were misplaced or distorted. The thought of her tree-climbing twin sister, her soulmate, brought the threat of tears. Teresa swallowed the threat away. They'd been there an hour when they sat down for lunch at just after 1. Mrs. A had obviously been busy before leaving. The table was laden and included her very best triple chocolate cake. It was almost worth being there. Almost. She really wished Mrs. A hadn't left. Teresa laid her hand on Luke's lap. He was sitting on her left, and at the same time took in the people sitting at the table. To his left was Juno, Natalie's limpet friend, who was dressed as inappropriately as ever. She wore a jumper so thin that Teresa wondered how she wasn't shivering in the chilly space. Heating the massive house they'd all grown up in had never been on Eva's list of priorities, and this was borne out when Teresa surveyed the rest of her family's attire, all of them wisely layered in ways that wouldn't be out of place in a Siberian hut. Her eyes dropped to Juno's skirt, which barely covered her crotch. And again a prick of grief shot through her. No, not today. Stop thinking of her today. But Natalie's best friend reminded her so much of her sister. When Natalie had first brought Juno to Raven House, Teresa was certain it wasn't only her who saw the similarity in both personality and looks. Jessica saw the resemblance too, and that was probably why she liked Juno so much. Sitting next to Juno was Natalie, who as usual was looking grumpy and unkempt. They'd hardly said a word to each other, and Natalie hardly a word to Luke. He'd persevered, though, until finally her rude sister had entered into some conversation. Juno had been a different matter altogether. From the moment they'd walked into the skylit hallway, Juno was on it, and on Luke. Teresa sometimes failed to register that Juno was the same age as Natalie. So self-assured and confident, she was totally at ease with her long legs, microscopic waist and Bardo lips. Juno was classic jailbait. No one else seemed to notice her antics, though, and so Teresa decided to give up and go with the flow. She trusted Luke implicitly. Teresa carried on studying the menagerie that was her family. Next to Natalie was Jessica, who'd not said a word since meeting them outside, and next to Jessica was Eva. Teresa couldn't work out if Eva liked Luke or not, but then she did appear a bit high. It wasn't even close to the evening. She must be starting early. Perched next to Eva was Dom. Perched was just the right word to use when talking about her stepfather. He always looked as if he were about to up and leave, as if he weren't a permanent fixture. It surprised her that he was still around, because what man would willingly stay with Eva? But maybe she was just hardwired in this thought. It was the money. Dom had his own business. He made a living, but it was Eva who kept him in the way in which not only had he become accustomed, but also a way in which he wanted to remain accustomed. Dom was both innocuous and useless. But it was in Eva's nature to not live alone, and Dom was as good as any to fill the vacancy. He was harmless enough, and he took care of Jessica, after a fashion. Did her mother love the man she was married to? Teresa could never quite be sure. Did Eva still play around? Teresa wasn't quite sure about that either. She suspected not. And anyway, Dom didn't have a brother, so history couldn't repeat itself too precisely. Finally, her line of vision tracked towards Dom's best friend and his wife. She'd never been sure about him, but liked his wife, who was a primary school teacher. Luke had immediately hit it off with both. She felt the warmth of Luke's hand on her knee. Christ, she could do with a shag to release some of the tension, and was already looking forward to getting in the car and going home, and to bed. A shaving of guilt slid through her as her gaze rested again on Jessica. She really had worsened while she'd been at university. She should do something. Talk to Eva, even Dom. But her own life took priority. It had to. She had to get away from this crap. And intended to. Already had. "So, Dom," she said now, "are we going to initiate Luke into the Keane family winter boat outing tradition?" Dom scraped back his chair and leant backwards, lifted his arms and clasped his hands behind his head, which held a full scalp of shiny black hair, short, but with a long fringe that he was always flicking away from his face.
"Yep, I got the boat ready this morning. She's fit to go."
His eyes roamed around the table, his eyelids fluttering open and closing rapidly like an amphibian's.
"I've already instructed Juno in the finer workings of a motorboat. She's taking the helm, aren't you, Juno?"
He turned to her.
"I'd love that,"
Juno replied. Her voice held a hint of the teenage seductress. Did she never stop? Dom smiled like a schoolboy at Juno, but said to Eva,
"You coming too?"
Eva was reaching across the table to put another mound of Mrs. A's wonderful and calorie-laden Russian salad onto her plate. As she did so, 2 protesting buttons of her over-the-top ruffled white blouse popped open, revealing a black bra and too much flesh. No one dared tell her, and Teresa had to stifle a smile. Blissfully unaware, Eva said, "You know I won't be seen dead on a boat, or on the river." She stared at her plate. "The island is out of bounds."
"Yep, we know, Eva."
Dom allowed the front 2 legs of the kitchen chair to touch the ground and looked at Jessica, who was staring at the untouched Russian salad on her plate. This was unusual for Jessica. Teresa had no idea where her little sister put all the food she ate, and supposed she must be happier than she looked.
"You're joining us too, Jess?"
he finished. As usual, Jessica didn't reply, only nodding. Dom leant forward and rubbed Jessica's knee, while Eva got up and began clearing the plates. For the first time since they'd all sat down, Teresa felt Jessica's eyes on her. About to smile, she turned to her, and for a slice in time her sister looked absolutely terrified. Teresa's smile didn't come. She got up too and went to stand behind Jessica's chair, catching Natalie's eye as she did so. "You okay, Jessica?" she asked, ruffling her little sister's hair. Jessica slowly nodded. Natalie, who'd been remarkably quiet throughout lunch, spoke.
"Dom, was Jess ill yesterday?"
"Why are you asking me?" he replied. "Ask Jess."
"Jess said you brought her back from school."
Natalie said.
"She did feel a bit unwell, so yes, I did bring her home."
Dom mumbled.
"What was wrong with you, Jess?"
Natalie asked.
"Stomach ache. Told you."
"It's all that food you pack away," Eva interjected as she rattled the plates. Ignoring Eva, Natalie said to Dom,
"Probably wasn't the best move to take her on the boat then."
"I didn't take Jess on the boat."
He raked back oil-slicked hair.
"I thought you said Dom took you on the river,"
Natalie asked Jessica. Teresa took a sideways glance at Natalie, who was not letting this go, and then turned and watched for Jessica's response. Jessica didn't reply to Natalie, shuffling uncomfortably in her chair instead. "I'm going upstairs for a nap," Eva said. "You're all too exhausting." Natalie lifted her eyes upward in exasperation then, and for a fleeting moment of sisterly solidarity, Teresa had the idea that they should make up.
"Teresa is exhausting,"
Natalie said. Juno giggled, and Teresa's moment of madness about making up with Natalie was short-lived. Natalie continued, saying to Dom,
"Jess says you both went to the island."
"Jess is getting mixed up," he replied. "We didn't go out on the boat, did we, Jess?"
Jessica stared at her plate and shrugged.
"Right then, Juno interjected. "Shall we get out of here, people? It's a gorgeous day." She walked over to Jessica's chair and ran her hand through the younger girl's hair. Finally, and for the first time since they'd sat down, Jessica smiled. "That's more like it," Juno finished. Later, and much later than Teresa had wanted, she and Luke were sitting in the lounge with Natalie and Juno, although they were making moves to leave. Eva hadn't reappeared, whilst Dom, his mate and wife, had absconded to the pub. Jessica had disappeared to her bedroom. "I'm going to have a word with Eva," Teresa said. Natalie glanced up from the magazine she and Juno were flipping through together. "What about?" "About Jessica." "Good idea," Natalie replied. "I think so too," Juno said. "Poor Jess." "Jess has got nothing to do with you," Teresa retorted, taking a sideways glance at Natalie. She bet Natalie talked to Juno about the thing that the three sisters never talked about together, which had the effect of making her like Juno even less, if that were possible. "Teresa," Natalie said, "give it a break." Teresa glanced at Luke, who was gazing at Juno. Bloody hell. Natalie carried on. "Jessica did tell me Dom took her to Raven Island." Teresa nodded, but said nothing. Turning, she made her way upstairs. Lightly, she knocked on Eva and Dom's bedroom door. "Door's open, Teresa." She stepped inside. The doors to the Juliet balcony were wide open. It was absolutely freezing, but the influx of winter air didn't disguise the heavy, sweet smell. "How did you know it was me?" "Your other sisters don't bother." "To knock, or come to your bedroom?" "The latter." "It's hardly surprising, is it? Especially Jessica. You have to take a firmer hand. Don't start preaching." Teresa walked over to the balcony and closed the doors. When she turned around, Eva was sitting propped up in bed, her carved wooden box of spliff-rolling paraphernalia next to her. "Aren't you getting a bit old for that?" She pointed to the box. "Dom shouldn't be encouraging you." She fixed her gaze on Eva. "He's younger than you. It doesn't affect him so much. Although it would be good to see you both tone down the drugs. Taking them doesn't make things better." "No, it doesn't. Taking them won't bring my daughter back, I know that. But please stop lecturing me. As well as preaching, I pay for your education, your life. Seems you have a nice life with Luke. I've given you everything, whilst everything's been taken from me." Teresa sat down on the edge of the bed, about to attempt to make physical contact with her mother, but couldn't quite manage it. Eva didn't seem to comprehend that losing her sister had changed Teresa's life forever. Or maybe she just didn't care. Instead of talking about her sister, which they never did, and which Teresa recognised was half the problem, she said instead, "You need to do something about Jessica. She needs some help. Has done since—" Eva held up her hands, indicating she didn't want to hear more. "She needs to join the human race. She shouldn't be missing school. Dom shouldn't be encouraging her." Teresa paused. "Maybe she shouldn't be spending so much time with Dom." Should she mention Jessica and Dom's supposed visit to the island? "What's that supposed to mean?" Eva said. "You should be encouraging her to make friends in her own age group." "Can you hear yourself?" Eva began rolling a joint. "You and your sisters have ruined my life." "I think you should invert that statement," she said, her voice a whisper. "Who do you think you are?" Eva rasped. "If you remember, it was Natalie who ruined your life. I made the most of the fallout from what she did." Teresa paced to the balcony again and opened the doors, allowing in the cold air. "It really does stink in here. Natalie was 6. She walked in on you because you're so bloody indiscreet." She took a breath. "I mean it, Eva. Do something about Jessica. She's still traumatised from... Dom still lets her drive the motorboat, encourages her to do things that a girl her age shouldn't be doing." Eva stared at her. "Is it serious with Luke?" "Very." "You're set up then?" "I'm glad you've asked me about my course and how it's going. I'm sure your life is all going fine. Will you spend more time with Jessica? Please, talk to her, take an interest in her life, go to her sports events. Don't leave it all to Dom." Teresa swallowed. "Be a bit more observant." She wasn't sure what she was trying to say. She wasn't really sure what Natalie had been trying to achieve earlier in her questioning of Dom, and for sure she was not going to ask her sister. "Thanks for lunch. Tell Mrs. A it was great." And with that, she turned on her heel and left. Walking by Jessica's bedroom, she slowed and stopped. Finally, steeling herself, she knocked on her little sister's door. "I'll drive," Teresa said, getting into the driver's side.
"Are you sure?"
Luke replied. "Yes, it'll relax me."
"I thought it had gone okay."
Luke got in the passenger seat and pulled his mobile from his pocket, checking for anything urgent from the hospital. She knew he'd operated on a severely injured driver from a car crash the night before. She flicked on the headlights as she pulled out onto the road. Luke had the capacity to be wonderfully unaware of what was going on around him in the world outside the hospital. Her mind went back to Jessica. Her questioning of her little sister had been clumsy, mainly because she didn't really know what she was questioning her about. But it was strange that Dom had taken her to the island. He never normally went against Eva's laws. None of them did, in reality. Not the 3 remaining sisters, anyway. Why had he taken Jessica there? She was still none the wiser about that alleged incident, although Jessica had told her that she'd overheard the argument between her and Natalie the previous summer about their real dad. Shit. That was not good. Jessica now knew why the father she couldn't remember had left them. It was too much for Jessica, on top of everything else. Teresa accepted it didn't help that she never talked about their sister. But she just couldn't. Natalie did get on her nerves, although she believed her when she'd said Jessica had told her that Dom had taken her to the island. What an absolute twat he was. She should have confronted him.
"The lights are green, Teresa,"
Luke said, dragging her away from places that not only did she not want to go to, she did not have time to go to. He carried on.
"Eva mentioned that she'd like to throw a party for you in the summer. August time? To celebrate you finishing your degree."
She almost stalled the car. "Really?"
"Yes, really. Why so surprised?"
"No reason. No reason at all." Chapter 4. Jessica. Juno, Luke and her sisters were in the lounge warming up after being on the river. Dom, his friend and wife, had gone out. Eva was still upstairs. Jessica was in the kitchen, keeping out of everyone's way. She hovered around the table, eyeing up the leftover chocolate cake. Picking up Mrs. A's special cake knife, she slid it underneath the cut piece. She managed to shovel most of it inside her mouth in one pleasing go. In the quietened kitchen, she tried to put some sort of structure on the day's events. The conversation between her 2 sisters and Dom had made her feel odd. She couldn't tell them why Dom had taken her to the island. Ever. Not speaking was the last weapon she possessed, and she could not say a thing because if she did, Eva would blame her, just as she had blamed Natalie. She finished off another piece of cake, and taking Eva's lead made her way to her bedroom. Back to her head, away from inside her own. She sat down and dragged her phrenology head across the desk towards her. She stroked the porcelain smoothness. Dom had bought it for her on her last birthday. Giving her the head was a nice thing of Dom to do. Dom did do nice things for her. He took her to the sports meets, helped her with football and rowing techniques. There were 2 sides to Dom. He was a little like the phrenology head. Outside her bedroom, someone was coming up the spiral staircase. She heard loud knocking, although not on her door, but on Eva's. Then Teresa's voice. She got up from her desk and opened her own door to see Teresa slipping inside Eva's bedroom, hearing their raised voices soon afterwards. Teresa had been home for less than a day, and it hadn't taken long for the arguments to begin. But Eva had seemed to like Luke. Jessica didn't like him, even though he was a doctor. Teresa would never come home again now. Not properly, not for good. Luke's fault. Her 2 older sisters would never make up, and soon Natalie would be leaving too. She was always talking about it. She would then be in the house alone, with her secret. She closed her door, turned, looked at the head, and then quietly opened her bedroom door again and padded to the bathroom. Turning the key and locking herself in, she took the 7 large steps to the toilet. She always counted them. She knelt beside the pan, and with expertise cemented her 4 and middle finger together and placed them down her throat. She completed her task quickly. Why had she told Dom after all this time? Because she could not keep her secret in any longer? She'd told him on the way to school. He'd stopped the car straight away, stalling it, and had turned around and taken her home, knowing Eva would be out all morning with her accountant. Then he'd taken her to Raven Island, said it would be good for her. And that is where they had talked. She wiped her mouth with loo paper and threw it in the toilet and flushed. 2 minutes later she was back in her room and sitting on her bed, her head tilted to one side, looking through her window and trying to will her stomach to settle, when she heard a knock on her door. "Hi, Jess. It's only me." Her big sister walked nearer to her bed. Standing next to her, Teresa shifted her weight from one foot to the other. When had Teresa stopped talking to her? After her argument with Natalie? When she'd met the man downstairs, Luke? No. Before. When Eva had changed forever. When the Keane sisters had broken. When the Keane family had broken. Teresa carried on, glancing at her duvet. "I can't believe you still have your Indiana Jones cover." Teresa laughed then. She loved it when Teresa laughed. She loved Teresa. "Like him." Finally, Teresa sat on the edge of her bed. "You do look a bit peaky. You did pack away a fair amount of lunch, and then the trip on the boat. My stomach was heaving a bit." Teresa touched her thigh. "Look, Jess, I'm sorry if I don't see much of you. I'm going to try and come home more." "Better without Luke." "I love him," her big sister replied. "Miss you." "Jess," Teresa said. "Did Dom bring you home yesterday because you were ill?" "Yes." "And did he take you on the boat? Did you go to Raven Island?" Teresa was waiting, and she saw the little frown that always appeared on her sister's forehead when she was trying to work something out. She could not allow Teresa to work anything out, because it would all go wrong again. "I heard you and Natalie arguing," she said finally. "Today? We haven't argued today. Only the usual," Teresa grinned. "Before? About Dad? Our dad? Why he left? Natalie told him about Eva and his brother. Eva with his brother." "Oh, God, Jess, have you been stewing on this? That was last summer when me and Natalie argued about the dad thing." "Why our dad left me. You, Natalie, all of us." She studied her older sister. "Cannot happen again. Do not want Dom to leave too." She did not want Dom to leave because then Teresa and Natalie would argue again, and it would all be even worse than it already was. "Oh, Jess, Dom's not leaving. And you weren't meant to hear that. Me and Natalie arguing." "But did." She fixed her gaze on Teresa. "It's all in the past now," Teresa said, pulling Jessica into her arms. Teresa hadn't cuddled her for such a long time. "You hate Natalie." "No, I don't." Teresa got up and suddenly started acting more like Teresa. "Did Dom take you to Raven Island, Jess?" "No." Teresa nodded. Okay, look, Luke and I are going now. It's been lovely to see you. And see you soon, okay? Okay. Talk to Natalie if you need to talk. Promise me." "Well." She could not talk to Natalie or Teresa. She could never tell them. Jessica could not talk to anyone, and it was why she did not talk very much. Dom had told her not to talk too. Said it would upset Eva, and it wouldn't change what had already happened. Said he'd have to leave if she said anything. She carried on, feeling brave. Why you, Natalie and Eva, not ever talk about our sister?
What happened wasn't your fault, Jessica. Teresa was now standing by her bedroom door. She fell from the tree. It was an accident. No one could do anything because she was alone on the island. It was not her fault, but it felt like it was. Chapter 5. Now. Natalie. Natalie's mobile begins to vibrate and jump across her desk like a thing alive. She goes to grab it and sees her hand shaking at the anticipation that her daughter might not have pulled it off. She stares at Hope's name on the screen. A lot is riding on her degree results.
Mum?
And, she says,
"A first, I can't believe it."
Her whole body sags in relief, remembering the car crash of her A-levels in the summer of 1993, when she'd been more than grateful for the University of Humberside's offer to study English.
Oh, Hope, and Leeds is a great university to get it from too. I knew you'd do it. I'm so pleased.
I know.
Mum, Teresa and Matt are taking me out tonight for dinner, to celebrate.
Her daughter had called her sister first. What is it that she feels? Anger? Envy? Annoyance? None of these three emotions. Even these many years later, it is guilt. That's nice of them, she replies.
Teresa invited me yesterday, Mum. She said we'd either celebrate or commiserate. I haven't told her about my results yet. She's invited one of her barrister buddies who specialises in human rights law. She lives in Geneva, but she's staying with Aunt Teresa for a week. Teresa said it would be good for me to talk with her, because that's the area of law I want to specialise in. Human rights law.
Her voice trails off. Hope, it's fine. I'm glad. Glad you'll be with family.
I love you, Mum, and Dad too. I've booked my bus ticket for this Saturday so we can celebrate properly. But I'll be coming back up because of my job.
That's fine too. Hope has managed to find a nice little job in a local boutique. She loves it and gets 50% off the clothes too. I thought you guys might like to go into London. The theatre, then Five Guys?
Mum, I miss you.
I know.
One more thing,
Hope says. Natalie waits, and something tells her to grip the edge of the desk.
I'd really like it if the whole family could get together to celebrate my results.
She clears her throat. Everyone. This once? What to say? There is only one thing she can say. Sounds like a good idea. Her daughter knows about what happened, and Natalie knows she's Googled it too. But this is one thing that she has not talked about with Hope. She wants to ask her daughter how she really feels, but can't. It's a sleeping monster. Would you like to have a party here, at home? She says finally.
I've been thinking about it, and think it'd be nice to have it up here. We could all get together in a local hotel or something.
She pauses.
Or will that be too expensive?
She attempts to get a handle on what Hope's suggesting. I think at home would be good. Has Teresa offered to pay for a family get-together in a hotel? She knows Teresa can more than afford it. No kids, her lucrative job, and Matt's earning power in pharmaceutical sales is colossal too. Her gaze moves to the framed photo tucked away out of sight behind the dictionaries on her desk. Her, Teresa, Jess and Hope. It's as if it was taken in another life, and despite the tropical temperature in her attic study, icy fingers of anxiety start to curl around her. Maybe her daughter is the catalyst for change. Hope. Jess was so young in the image she's staring at. Her youngest sister is hugely successful in her medical career as a psychiatrist, the satire of which isn't lost on her, or Jess, come to that. She's married, but remains fragile. She always has been, and always will be. Natalie is relieved, in a way, that she found a man to share her life with, although he's much older than Jess and not a man she'd thought Jess would end up with. Like Teresa, they have no children. But these days Jess is stable, most of the time. An outsider would only see her perfect life. She remembers the call. 17 years ago, 2002, Jess's final year at med school.
It was Natalie's subsequent call to Teresa about Jess that finally brought her eldest sister back into the fold. For a time, anyway. Natalie's hand automatically finds her stomach.
"Mum, you still there?"
Her daughter is asking. "Sorry, darling. I think we lost the connection for a short time." They hadn't, but her mind had lost the connection. She has to stop raking through the past. Their family's tragic history seems to be following them all. Her inside her head, Teresa with her obsession to bond with Hope, and Jessica with the man she eventually married. All interwoven. In different ways and for different reasons, and in 2 split timelines. All 3 are slaves to Raven Island. She carries on. "No, it's not too expensive to hire a hotel, but it might be nicer to do it here, at home, or even a venue near home."
"Maybe."
Hope's going to run it by Teresa. She knows it and she suppresses a sigh. "Do you want to mention this to Teresa and Jess?" she asks.
"It'd be good if you asked them, Mum."
She does not want to do this, but she will, for Hope. "Okay."
"I mean, I'll talk to Aunt Teresa, but could you talk to Jessica?"
Hope doesn't have a problem with Jess, but she doesn't like her husband. "I'll call her, don't worry," Natalie says.
"That's good. I can't wait to see you and Dad next week."
"We can't wait either. We love you, and big congratulations again. Your dad's going to be over the moon. I can't get in touch with him as he's on a plane on his way back from Norway."
"I know. I spoke to him last night from his hotel room."
"Oh, that's good."
"Thanks, Mum."
Hope disconnects, and Natalie flops back into her chair. Hope was 14 when she told her she wanted to be a barrister. Like her aunt, Teresa. They were in Frankie and Benny's, eating over-salted chips and drinking vanilla milkshakes. That day, Hope had looked more like Jessica than she'd ever done before. It was on that day, too, when she told her daughter properly about her namesake. Hope had only listened, not said a word, squeezed her mum's hand, let the subject drop. That was the thing about Hope. She sensed when to talk, and when not to. She picks up her mobile, does a search in her contacts list for Teresa's name. It's been years since she contacted her directly. She leaves any calls that have to be made to Teresa for her husband, Ollie, to do. Her fingers find her scalp, and she scratches and scratches, scrapes and scrapes, and finally presses the green call button. Chapter 6. Teresa. The best day of a trial is sentence day, especially a win, and Teresa has, again. Better still, it was all wrapped up by mid-afternoon. She's forgone the usual chambers celebration, got changed in her office, congratulated her team, and apologised profusely for dipping out of the post-sentence drinks. She's heading for the bus stop and the supermarket. They have a weekly delivery of essentials, but when she's cooking a special meal, she likes to go choose the ingredients herself. Sitting on the bus, luckily it's not busy, so she has a seat by herself. Teresa allows herself thinking time. Normally, at the end to a trial, whether it's been a successful outcome for her and her team or not, she'd be thinking about her client, thinking about the jury, the judge, the crime, going through every day of the proceedings, mentally logging what she got right, what she got wrong, mentally mapping how she'll approach the next case. This one has been tough, and very much touch and go if she'd nail the defendant, but she had, and so another piece of absolute shit is now behind bars. It'll be a while before the bastard will be supplying drugs again to vulnerable young women. Her closing speech was one of her finest. Just enough eye contact with the jury, and she'd ensured, as she'd spoken, that she glanced at the victim too. Only 16. She'd been working the streets since she was 14, and a few months shy of her 15th birthday, she'd become addicted to heroin. The man who has just been banged up had picked her up early, making sure she earned the money to pay for her habit, but also ensuring that he took the rest. Teresa pulls out her mobile and clicks on her diary, making a note to check on her in a few days. She returns to her home screen, and an image of Hope stares back at her. As her niece has got older, she looks more and more like Jessica, and so like her other sister too. The pain of Teresa's loss and the confusion of her twin's death still sits like an unrelenting lead weight in the pit of her stomach. It always will. Disorientated in her own grief, it had made it so that Eva hadn't allowed her other children to grieve. Such was Eva's selfishness, and because they did not grieve, the three of them never healed. Teresa touches the screen with her forefinger. It's good she gets on well with Natalie's husband. It's due to Ollie that Hope's in touch with her. She supposes she should give some credit to Natalie on this, and she tries. But any feeling of gratitude towards Natalie is hard to come by. Taking her eyes away, she turns and stares through the window, clocking every teenage girl she sees, her mind flitting back to the teenage girl she has just been representing. What she's been through, Teresa can't comprehend, and at such a young age too. She still abhors drug-taking and detests drug dealers and pimps. She thinks of what she calls her dark years. She'd been saved by her studies, and then later her career. Raven Island had been the catalyst that had changed her ambition of becoming a highly paid defence barrister to pursuing a career with the Crown Prosecution Service. Yes, Raven Island and what happened there changed everything for her. Even now, the top of her cheeks ache with unshed tears for the teenage girl. She can count on 2 fingers the times she has cried since being a grown woman. 1998, and the winter of 2002. She is not a crier. The latter date had taken her by surprise. It was the day Ollie drove up north with Hope, and only a few months after the call. The terrible incident with Natalie, and Teresa's disastrous stay with Jessica in London. Natalie hadn't accompanied her husband and daughter to Harrogate, but that she'd allowed Ollie to bring her precious 4-year-old daughter had been a momentous event for Teresa. She has, over the years, tried to forgive Natalie. But despite all that had happened at that time, and yes, her own guilt about Natalie, she could not. Still cannot. And purges herself of the hate she feels by emotionally embracing Hope. It was a spring day in 2002, and Ollie had driven up their gravel driveway and parked right outside the steps that led up to the house's impressive front door. Teresa had watched from the front window of their high-ceilinged sitting room as Ollie, still inside the car, surveyed her and Matt's home. Teresa attempted to see what Ollie was seeing. An expensive house, set in its own grounds, just outside Harrogate. He'd see Teresa's car parked outside the triple garage, which sat adjacent to the Georgian building, a current-year Mercedes convertible SLK. Ollie jumped out and opened the back passenger door, lifting a 4-year-old Hope from the booster seat. Her hair was down, long and wavy, and platinum blonde. The Keane sisters were all varying shades of blonde, although at 33 her own hair had been a striking silver grey for years. She'd lost her youthful colour early. Stress, her GP had told her. Hope's hair was just like her sister's, and just like Jessica's too. Hope was staring at her standing in the window. The child was a picture of utter beauty, so like her sister. And it had been then that Teresa's tears had made their unwanted appearance, like some sort of cosmic joke. Looking at Natalie's child, her niece, she experienced every ounce of maternal feeling that she'd never felt with any other child in one concentrated tsunami-like dose. It was also the exact same feeling she'd experienced on seeing Jessica for the first time, only a few hours after Eva had given birth to her 4th daughter. Even as a baby, Jessica had looked so much like her sister. And now, so did Hope. But a few years after Jessica was born, their father left, and that was when Teresa decided, even at only 12 years old, she would never want kids. She often thought that early conclusion was why she couldn't have any. Tempting fate and all that. Waving at Hope, she'd wiped away the tears and left her post by the window, making her way outside to greet her brother-in-law and niece. From that first day, the bond with Hope was constructed, With Ollie, too. Her worry about explaining to little Hope why her mum never came to Harrogate seemed unfounded. It was as if the 4-year-old knew something that she could not. There could only be one reason why Natalie had allowed her husband to visit her and her own husband and bring hope. Natalie did know the truth, and therefore her daughter was safe. Teresa jerks forward in her seat and realises the bus has arrived at its destination. She doesn't move, still thinking of her sister and Hope. Back then, when Ollie first brought her, Hope would have had no understanding of the history surrounding Raven House and Raven Island. But she does now. Teresa has held nothing back, except what she needs to protect Hope and Natalie and Jessica. Because even though she is totally estranged from her 2 sisters, her natural instinct is still to protect. On Hope's frequent visits to Harrogate in the past 3 years, they've touched upon the subject more than once, and she's talked more to Hope about her sister than she has with anyone, including Matt. She gets off the bus, pulling her shopping list from her leather satchel and peering at it. She hasn't put down the prawns. She mustn't forget them. Hope loves a proper prawn cocktail. She makes her way inside the store, so glad she's not at the post-win celebrations. Glad she's going home to Matt. Glad Hope's coming over. Glad that she's in a position to help her niece and do some networking with her friend from Geneva. She loves Hope. She still loves Natalie too, she admits grudgingly, although still cannot stomach seeing her. As she passes by the flower stand at the front of the supermarket, she admits to herself that she's on tenterhooks, knowing if her niece has got the results she deserves. Moving quickly to the desserts aisle, she puts a massive chocolate cake in her basket, just in case comfort is needed. For years it had been Natalie's, Jessica's, and her and Hope's favourite too. The Keane sisters, all sitting in the kitchen munching Mrs. A's famous triple chocolate creation. She pays for everything at the checkout and hurries back outside, looks at her watch. Time is moving on, and so she forgoes the bus and walks to the taxi rank. Her bulging bags weigh a ton. It's the 3 bottles of Bollinger she's bought. Hope will be successful. Luckily, there's an available taxi. She swings her shopping onto the back seat and gets in too, giving the driver her address. She takes out her mobile to check for urgent work emails. Nothing. And sighs with relief. But she does have a missed call. The caller isn't in her contacts, so there's no name, although she recognises the area code. It's Natalie and Ollie's. It has to be Natalie. She stares at the device but doesn't return the call. The taxi pulls up at her home. She pays and makes her way inside, dropping her bags on the parquet hall floor. Her mobile rings from inside her bag. She pulls it out. Same number as the missed call. She answers. Teresa Keane speaking. It's Natalie. I wanted to talk to you before you see Hope later. Okay? It's as if no time has passed since they last saw each other in London 17 years before. Teresa listens. Natalie keeps it short, to the point. Teresa waits, considers her response. Could you actually bear to be near Matt, Natalie? She finally replies. What does that mean? You know what I mean. Teresa hears a crackle on the other end of the line. Look, Natalie, I appreciate what you've done with Hope. What have I done with Hope, exactly? Allowed her to know us. Allowed Ollie to bring her all those years ago. I don't hold grudges. Teresa has to hold back a bitter laugh. Natalie carries on. Will you and your husband come to a party for Hope? Are you inviting Jessica? Of course I am. How's Hope done? Teresa asks. She's done great. She'll tell you later. I love her, Natalie, Teresa says. I know you do. Natalie disconnects. Teresa makes her way to the kitchen with her hoard of shopping, puts the champagne in the fridge but takes out the bottle that is already in there, chilling, opens it, enjoying the sound of the cork popping. She takes a champagne flute from the cupboard and pours herself a glass, waits for the bubbles to settle, picks it up and turns to face the massive mirror on the kitchen's east wall. Holds up the glass. Cheers, Hope. She tips the flute back and then places the empty glass on the counter. Looks at the clock. Matt will be home in just over an hour. He's promised to change the guest beds for her. God, how she loves her husband. After taking off her coat, she begins peeling the prawns, although she's unable to peel her thoughts away from the day her world imploded. The day she swore she would never speak to any of her family again. The day her sisters lied and broke her heart. She thinks of Hope, of both Hopes. The pressure builds inside her upper cheeks. Her beautiful and capricious sister had been many things, but she would not have lied intending to hurt. She glances at the image of her niece that's attached with a magnet to the side of the fridge. She will do anything to make Hope happy. Chapter 7. Jessica. Surreptitiously, Jessica checks her watch. Her fortnightly session with her own therapist is feeling like a particularly long one. Yes, it is, she realises, still peering at her wrist. They are heading into a second hour. Her therapist has just got up to pour herself a glass of water. Although Jessica is aware of what she is actually doing, giving herself time to digest what Jessica has just told her. About Dom. She told her therapist months ago about the day before she left for medical school, her stroll with Dom to the jetty. She'd told her therapist that she had confronted Dom with the secret, which he had coerced her into keeping. But she hadn't told her therapist what the secret was. Today, though, she has. Jessica examines her own feelings. Does she feel better for sharing? Not really, although on many levels it's helping her to understand more about little Grace, and for this she is grateful. It's why therapists have to undergo therapy, so the therapist is better equipped to understand their patients. And Jessica has been determined to understand 7-year-old Grace, committed to gaining the girl's trust. And finally, in the past 6 months, she has. Treating Grace has been a turning point for Jessica, and this has been confirmed in the revelation to her therapist today. Unwanted and with stealth, the past invades her mind. Like many of her adult clients, she is stuck in the groove of self-destruction. Her insecurity has powered her life, set her on her own personal trajectory. It was a moment of supreme assertiveness when she had challenged Dom, laid bare to him the consequences of the secret he'd asked her to keep. Her therapist is sitting back down opposite her. She crosses her legs and leans forward. "Tell me how you feel about your stepfather's death, Jessica." Jessica contemplates her reply for long minutes, and her therapist waits, oh so patiently.
It was a relief. And yet, when I knew Dom was dead, the man who had looked after me better than my own mother, deep in the sinew of me, I was at the same time desolate with the news.
Did Dom's death perhaps mark the end of your childhood and symbolise the finality of the already distant memory of your deceased sister? The therapist asks quietly.
Perhaps.
Going back to the night in the cocktail bar, the therapist pushes, the night you were out having fun with your housemates, and you saw a man who was so connected to your past. Did it feel to you as if that past had returned?
Again, perhaps.
And you did not want to confront that past?
No, I didn't,
Jessica replies.
But then, when he knocked on my door a near day after Teresa had left, it was as if I'd been saved, rescued, and he didn't want me to talk about the past. That was what he said, right from the beginning. Do not talk of the past.
She brushes away an imaginary piece of fluff from her skirt.
And that suited me.
Jessica, the therapist leans forward in her chair slightly more. Was the familiarity of the past, being with him, more important to you than the restrictions of the future? Jessica glances at her watch again.
It's been a long session. Your last question I have to think about more.
The therapist gives her a tight smile. I think it would be good to formulate your response in this session, Jessica. Give me your immediate thoughts upon hearing my question. An honest answer.
I'm not ready.
Her therapist sighs. How do you feel about your sister now, Jessica?
The same as I've always felt about her. I love her. Loved her. Despite everything.
And Teresa? How do you think her sister's death affected her?
Teresa was affected the most. Of course she was.
And would you like to talk to Teresa about what you've divulged to me today? About your deceased sister?
Jessica breaks protocol and stands. Actually, I think it's time to end today's session.
The therapist, her expression neutral, stands too. Okay, Jessica. Let's meet next week.
It's normally fortnightly. I'd prefer in 2 weeks.
She scrutinises her therapist, for a few seconds feeling the battle of wills within the room. Okay, 2 weeks. Finally, the therapist smiles. And happy birthday for tomorrow.
Thank you.
And with relief, Jessica escapes. Chapter 8. Jessica glances at the bathroom clock. It's early, just before 7 a.m. After the session with her therapist the day before, she'd been unable to sleep, her mind ablaze with what she had finally admitted, to both herself and her therapist. Despite the sleepless night, she doesn't lie in. She never does, even when she hasn't got to be in work. Impossible. It makes her feel anxious, breaking her routine and her manufactured order. What is she without her routine and order? She's taken the day off. She has far too much annual leave to carry over. The hospital director had suggested she take the entire week off, but she can't. She's in court tomorrow as an expert witness, giving testimony for Grace. Grace is her patient, and it is a professional relationship. But in the months that she's been treating the little girl, Jessica has grown to love her. Anyway, her workload is insane, and she knows it would take her weeks to catch up after too much leave. Thank God she isn't doing any private work at the moment, much to her husband's horror. They have enough money, but for her husband, that is a phrase that doesn't exist inside his head. Inside his head. You can never have too much money. One of his favourite phrases, and he will never understand that she thinks it is just wrong. Private practice, and the reason she keeps her private patients to a minimum. She would end up treating people who had far too much time on their hands and too much money in their pockets. She wants to help people with genuine problems. Most of her patients are women, and a good percentage of those, young women, the ones that society has forgotten. Not that society is aware that these women existed in the first place. There are many messed up Jessicas in this world, although no one would recognise her as being one of them. Her mind flits away from these thoughts, although it is them that brings an image of Connor O'Leary. She stares at her reflection in the bathroom mirror, and with the barrister's kind eyes imprinted inside her brain, she smiles at herself. His image is like a big mental hug. She's been seeing a lot of him over the past year. He often comes over to her office to talk about the case they are both working on. Grace's. Connor is the barrister heading the CPS's prosecution of Grace's stepfather. Once, maybe 6 months ago now, Connor had come to their home, totally unannounced. A normal visit, a normal thing to do. He'd had some queries on Grace's case. Luckily, it had been her husband's golf day. She had kept Connor at the front door, told him she was getting ready to go out and was in a hurry. He had not visited her at home again uninvited, sensing rightly that it was off limits. Connor was a smart man. He probably suspected the reason why she couldn't ask him in. She has, though, been out for coffee with him many times, although she always refuses his lunch invites. Her refusals do not come from disinterest, the absolute opposite. No, they come from fear. Fear of how spending too much time with Connor could unbalance her coping mechanisms. It is so conflicting, doing the opposite to what she wants to do. After so many years of doing it, it should come easily. But it does not. Several months ago, things shifted a little with Connor. Her husband had been away and her car wouldn't start that morning. It was imperative that she got to Grace's preliminary court proceedings on time, and when she'd texted Connor, he'd immediately come to pick her up. He'd used his car horn to tell her he was waiting outside. And that's when she knew for sure that he understood the dynamics of her relationship with her husband. That had marked a change, a subtle quickening in their friendship. Although after their working morning was over, she had still, reluctantly, refused his offer of a late lunch. She bends over the basin to wash her face, brushes her teeth and studies herself. Despite her unease with life, she likes the image that stares back. Her blonde hair has no grey in it yet. Her youthful face remains unlined. She does not look like either of her sisters. But even at 40, she looks so much more like Hope. She is absolutely certain that because she appeared so young, it took at least an extra 3 years to get to where she wanted to be career-wise. Add on to that being a woman, she's done okay. She manages. She doesn't often kneel by the toilet these days, only when something trips her, a memory, a trigger. It made it easier, though, when Dom died, and easier still when Eva died. After Eva's death, all 3 of the Keane sisters were glad to see Raven House sold. Jessica, though, had refused Eva's inheritance. But eventually, at Natalie's request, she took the money and put it in a trust fund for her niece, Hope. Her husband had been furious, but as is his way, the rage hadn't lasted long. He reins in his rage quickly. He is so very in control of his passions. But she would not like to test him. And this is another reason why she avoids Connor socially, because eventually it might lead to a meeting between him and her husband. Fear clasps her body at that thought. She hasn't closed the bathroom door, and he hears their bedroom door open. It is much too early for him to be up and about. Since he retired 6 months before, he gets up later and later, and at the weekends, when she is home, it suits her.
"Happy birthday, Jessica,"
her husband says, lingering in the bathroom doorway. He's wearing the check and speak dressing gown she bought him for Christmas. It was the wrong colour when it arrived in the post, and not the shade he'd pointed out. She'd had to visit the shop to change it. The trek had been worth it, though. She couldn't bear the thought of his displeasure. He is holding a very large envelope and 2 beautifully wrapped boxes, one large and one small. "Come in," she says, trying to inject enthusiasm into her voice. He wavers. He's not sure. He's more than aware she needs her space in the mornings, all day, really. It is why their marriage is so stable. One of the reasons. He understands her. Of course he does. He has known her a long time. He's been through everything with her. They are a Pacific Ocean apart in personality, but ultimately they are well matched, despite what Natalie thinks. He touches her cheek, and she feels a flutter of the unwanted arousal, just as she has always done.
"You look superb on your 40th birthday,"
he says.
"You're aging like a fine wine."
He smells good. The repellent flutter intensifies. "Thank you."
"You make me feel very ancient,"
he says. Her husband is 15 years older than she is. "You shouldn't have retired so early."
"Perhaps you're right. I might look for consultancy work soon. Work when I want to."
"I think that's a good idea." She knows that he has already looked for work, because she has seen the correspondence. That was when she had discovered the missing years. She should ask him about it. But how? He will know then that she has rifled through his papers. He sold his business at the beginning of the year. It was a business that sourced and sold display stands for exhibitions. It was a business he'd run with his best friend. A boring business. It was why he looked for a different sort of excitement, she was sure.
"Open your card and present,"
he says. "Let's go downstairs and do it."
"Good idea. I'll put the coffee on, and you finish off in here."
"I put the coffee machine on auto last night." He takes his hand away from her elbow. She rubs her arm. His grip had been too tight, like a warning. "It'll be brewed by now." He grins at her. His teeth are a little too bright. His dentist has overdone the whitening.
"Of course you have. And yes, I'm sure it'll be ready."
He pauses.
"I hope you haven't overdone the amount of coffee in the filter. I don't like it strong."
I know all of your likes and dislikes.
You do, Jessica. You do.
I'll be down in 5 minutes.
She's holding the edge of the basin and hasn't noticed the translucent skin of her knuckles. She is coiled like a spring, but then she always is. It is the only way she can function and cope with the dichotomy of both her life and her marriage, about what she has begun to think she knows, but what she still refuses to analyse. She peers into the mirror again and moves closer to the reflection staring back. She's still lean and muscled, although her chest remains flat. Teresa and Natalie are the big busted Keane girls. She and Hope the opposite. Her husband never complains, though. He likes flat-chested women, very much, always has. His ex had been flat-chested. Men never change their preferences. She can hear him downstairs. She knows his routines so well and is able to envisage every movement he is making. It is a good thing that he does not often surprise her. And he has not surprised her, not since he turned up in the London cocktail bar all those years ago. Seeing him again is what had made her lose her fragile mental footing. She can see that now. She has been seeing it more and more over the past year and wonders if this is connected to her frequent meetings with Connor. Yes, the last 12 months have felt different for her, inside her head. Surprises sent her into a paroxysm of anxiety, although no one would ever guess at her inner turmoil. Only the man downstairs making coffee understands. Unless he had asked her to marry him, she would be still single. She is damaged, and always will be, but glad she can use some of that damage for good in her job. Because she can, and she does. It was soon after her discharge from hospital when he proposed. Did she love him then? She had thought she did. She has no idea what love is, and is pleased that she doesn't have to analyse herself as she analyses her patients, because she would find it incredibly difficult, if not impossible. Natalie is the only person in the world with whom she has a proper relationship. Her sister's initial response to her marriage was of both massive surprise and a badly concealed reaction of horror. Natalie would be even more horrified if she knew more. But she will never know more. Jessica ensures that her sister and husband rarely meet, and the price for that has been her relationship with her niece, Hope. But the price is worth paying. She covers her face in clarins, wraps her silk dressing gown around herself, and makes her way downstairs. A big mug of coffee is awaiting her, next to a plate with a croissant sitting on it. Her card and presents are waiting too. Her husband is sitting at the breakfast counter. "Come on, then," he says. She sits next to him and moves the plate and mug so they are in complete symmetrical alignment, and then opens her card. She smiles.
Thank you. Beautiful card. So, big or small present first?
I think small one first.
Jessica gently pulls at the luxurious wrapping, carefully. It is a long, slim box. It is jewellery. She opens it. A bracelet. Rubies. Some diamonds, too. It looks expensive. He has something planned, and she senses a weakening in her steel resilience. He takes her hand.
Put it on. Let me.
He places it around her wrist and deftly fastens the clasp.
Beautiful. Like you.
And like Hope. Like Juno.
She glances up at him, noting the hardening of his expression. He makes no reply. She touches the large rubies and the small diamonds.
Why did I say that?
He pushes the bigger box towards her, his facial muscles loosening, deciding not to bite.
You've spoiled me.
He likes that. She opens her next present. It's a phrenology head, crafted from dark grey stone, so very like the one from her childhood.
I've never been able to believe you don't have one in your office, he says. You loved your head.
She turns and inclines her own to the piece of artwork that takes pride of place in their kitchen.
This was my replacement.
A wire-head sculpture sits in all its grandness at the far end of their island unit, 6 foot high and a few feet in diameter. It's the centrepiece in the airy space.
The head is crafted out of chrome wire, 2 eyes staring into the kitchen. The eyes are the only human-like features represented on the face. They are a vivid blue, with realistic flecks of grey, made of glass. Inside the wire structure sit certain parts of the human brain, these made from papier-mâché, and where the human emotions are labelled, just like a phrenology head. The part of the sculpture that grabs the eye is a thicker piece of wire that protrudes from the head's nose-like structure, swirling outwards, a foot-long spiral, the end spiked. It is menacing, dangerous, literally dangerous, like a twisted knife. When the sculpture had been delivered, her husband was concerned about the maverick wire. In all fairness, she could understand his worry, although it was the entire point of the sculpture. Inside coming out, like a tube, a feeding tube perhaps, or a ventilating tube, or the person inside trying to escape. As with all art, it symbolises what is inside the viewer's own head. She'd told him that, although she was annoyed that she had to explain, but she hid her irritation well. She's learned to do that. Art should never have to be explained, just as you should never have to explain what is inside your head. Not unless you want to. She thinks of her childhood phrenology head, the one she'd smashed on Teresa's graduation day. The wire head is her replacement, but now her husband has given her another head. It feels ominous.
You like it?
He pushes. I do.
Good. That pleases me.
Do you ever think about Juno? She asks.
Why are you doing this today, Jessica?
He says, although looking at the wire head and not at her, his words measured. Very. Why is she doing this? And today? She does not know why. She'd promised him she would never talk about Juno, just as she'd promised to never mention Hope. Maybe she is doing it because it is her birthday. 40 feels as if it's a time to reflect, reorganise, analyse, to make way for the second phase of life. She shrugs but does not reply. With no children, the second phase is looking desolate.
I can take the head back if you don't want it. It's no problem.
His last 3 words are clipped, and the intonation gives them the total opposite meaning. She is adept at combing out the real substance of his words. No, she says. I'll take it to the office. She gets up and makes her way to the fridge, pulls out a bottle of champagne. Shall we have a Bucks Fizz, seeing as I'm 40 today? He laughs, and the brittle sound reverberates through the kitchen, bouncing off the dove-grey empty walls like unwanted sexual advances. Hers. She still remembers the night she tried to entice him, although she does as much as she can to scrub away the memory of feeling so unwanted, so undesirable.
Let's.
He's saying,
I'll do it. You eat your croissant.
Occasionally, although very rarely in their 17-year marriage, there is a feather touch, a brief dusting from the past, something that links. Often it's tiny, and although they both acknowledge it, they don't ever tackle it. It slips unseen into the fissures, and they both seal it up. Their mentioning of Juno and Hope today is not a feather, nor a dusting. It is a sledgehammer. They drink 2 glasses of Bucks Fizz and read the morning papers in faux companionable silence. Jessica stops herself from going to her study to check her work email, and instead suggests a walk in Hampstead Heath. On their return, they have another glass of champagne, and then get ready for the reservation he has made at her favourite restaurant in Soho. An early dinner. Chapter 9. Now. Jessica. They are on their way home in a black cab when Jessica's mobile rings. She takes it from her bag. Natalie. She suddenly realises that her sister has not sent her a birthday card. She will be calling to wish her a happy birthday. Hi, Natalie, she says. I'm so sorry, Jess, I forgot to put your card in the post. I feel terrible. It's fine. You know I'm not into that stuff. Just in the taxi home. Been out for an early dinner. Nice? She turns and smiles at her husband. He does not smile back. They have had a lovely dinner, a reasonable evening, apart from the two women at the next table that had thrown her. Thrown him, too, especially the younger woman. Yes, it was. Hope got her first, Jess. She doesn't speak for a moment. Natalie rarely talks about Hope to her. It makes everything so much easier for them both. That's brilliant, she finally replies, but then pauses. A real Keane girl. Top of the class. Like 3 of the Keane girls, Jess, not this one. She doesn't answer immediately, taken unawares by Natalie's statement. Stop. You love your teaching job. Most of the time. It's great news. Tell her congratulations from me. I'm really pleased for her, and you, and Ollie. I know you are. You can tell her yourself if you'd like to, Natalie replies. Hope's asked me to invite you to a party. Her graduation party. She wants all of her family there. This unsettles Jess nearly as much as the physical appearance of the girl in the restaurant. I can't do it, Natalie. You can, Jess. Please? Have you spoken to Teresa? I have. And? She said yes. Hope's over at Teresa's this evening. That's nice for Teresa. Is Matt invited? He is. I'd like you both to come, Jess. Hope would like you both to come. Both of us? She looks at her husband, who is staring out of the window, although she knows he's listening intently. Yes. Have a think. And call me tomorrow? Natalie says. I will. Happy birthday, Jess. Love you. Love you too. Jessica disconnects.
Bad news?
Her husband asks. She tells him about Natalie's request.
We've had nothing to do with Hope. Natalie's kept her away from us.
Tension hovers between them. An odourless gas like carbon monoxide. Insidious, but deadly. He carries on.
There's no love lost between you and Hope, even though you're giving her all of Eva's money.
He turns away. She sees a flash of his anger return regarding Eva's money, and in her reply she ensures her tone is calm and measured. I'm giving Hope 1/3 of Eva's money. And I love Hope. Immediately she wishes she had not responded at all. He is obsessed with money, and he hates her talking about Hope. Did he marry her for Eva's money, which she subsequently didn't take? Does he hate her talking about Hope because the name brings back too many memories? He places her hand on her thigh, moves it upwards. She suppresses a moan and she despises herself. It's Jessica who's staring through the window now, watching normal people going about their normal lives. It's always fascinated her. Normality. Repelled her too. Just as her husband both fascinates and repels her. Jessica repels herself. She cannot do another graduation day. Chapter 10. Then. August 1991. Natalie. Raven House and its gardens were heaving with people. Most were over 40 and most Natalie didn't know. And most of them were drunk and getting drunker by the hour. It was the first party the Keane family had thrown in 5 years, and so Eva had pulled out her address book, inviting everyone and anyone to the all-day party. Luckily, Juno had agreed to come and keep her company, but as usual her best friend was nowhere to be found. With the sun near its highest, the temperature the same, after Dom's speech Juno had disappeared. Off for a wander, she'd said, and seeming like hours ago now. Natalie was sitting on the bench that overlooked the river, far enough away from the party's heart and therefore with no chance of being accosted by a pissed oldie. She had brought a book with her, knowing she'd had no intention of returning to the party. She'd moved only once since Juno had gone, taking a walk by the water's edge, making her way along the river's bend in the inverse curve of the garden. At the periphery of their plot, the river took a sharp loop to the right, and that was where they moored the 2 small motor launches and a rowing boat. The jetty and boathouse was out of sight from the main part of Raven House, as was Raven Island. After walking for a few minutes, the island came into view. Being an inanimate object, it had no recollection of its history, and looked gorgeous despite it. It was then that Natalie had seen the family's motorboat, apparently heading to Raven Island, with 2 people inside, one of whom she recognised as being Juno. She'd swivelled around quickly, returning to the bench. That had been 2 hours ago. She really would have to have a word with Juno about her boat trip. And with that thought, she got up, tucked the book underneath her arm and walked towards the jetty to check if she'd returned. On arriving at the point where the jetty came into view, Natalie stopped and peered towards it, straining her eyes and cursing the fact she hadn't bothered to put her contact lenses in that morning. She could make out that both motorboats were now in situ. They'd returned. She swivelled around and made her way back to the bench. Plonking herself down, she pulled her knees up to her stomach and surveyed the party, which was by then in full swing. It was as if they had parties like this routinely, as if everything was so completely normal. She supposed after 5 years it was normal. It wasn't, though, and never would be. Women milled on the elevated terrace, all wearing overbright and revealing silk dresses, all looking as if they'd been bought from the same local boutique, the one from which Eva's royal blue ensemble had been acquired too. The men roaming around were more diverse, many wearing similar-coloured suits, although set off with an array of differing loud floral ties which signalled their dire absence of individuality. The rest of the blokes wore casual camel-brown chinos, accompanied by regimented polo shirts, the predictable palette of colours marking out their complete lack of originality. Where did Eva know these people from? Who knew? She didn't, but they made up the numbers, and that was the most important thing. There must have been 100 guests, and none, she was sure, were Teresa's mates. A slither of unaccustomed pity swept through her, thinking of her older sister. Teresa had been dreading today, probably more than she had been, and probably even more than Jess. Eva had pulled out all the stops, because it wasn't just Teresa's graduation day party, it was her engagement celebration too. Luke had popped the question soon after their visit in March. The trestle table on the terrace groaned with sushi and Mexican food. The sushi was Eva's choice, the Mexican was Teresa's. Eva had surpassed herself for Teresa's party. The run-up to it for the past 5 months had even seen her almost back to normal, apart from the drugs. She tried to remember if Eva did them before their sister's death, and stumbled around in her memory. No, she didn't remember drugs. But then again, at 11, she wouldn't have known anyway. Her mind went back to the boat. She had to say something to Dom. Why was it always her who saw what she didn't want to see? Natalie reopened The Great Gatsby, but her concentration was gone. Snapping it closed, she checked her watch. Still only 4:30 p.m. The day was going on forever. The scheduled fireworks on Raven Island were due to start after the sun had gone down at 10 p.m. Finally, Eva had lifted her Raven Island embargo. Still ages to go yet for the fireworks, which would be the official end to the painful day. Where was Juno? She was always doing this, wandering off and then forgetting to return, doing things she shouldn't be doing. But that was why she liked her best friend so much. Juno was the exact opposite to her, and more like... Her mind flitted back to the boat again, and the 2 people inside it. She shook her head, as if trying to shake away the image, and almost absent-mindedly she began to scratch the psoriasis plaques on her scalp, watching with both horror and satisfaction as the flakes fell onto the book. She rubbed harder, easing the irritation, although knowing it was a short-term and false solace. Suddenly disgusted with herself, she sprang up from the bench and walked towards the big oak, leaned against it, and allowed herself to slide down its trunk, content to sit on the grass and view the river slowly flowing past. Her mind moved to Teresa, her clever and gorgeous sister, who'd just completed the next step to becoming a barrister. It had been an expensive haul getting to where she wanted to be, and although there were many problems within the Keane family household, money wasn't one of them. Teresa and Luke were like Greek gods, beautiful and untouchable. Natalie took in the late afternoon, cloudless sky. The gentle wind of earlier had died down. Not a rustle. Lowering her head, she stared at her jeans, picking off the dried-on toothpaste from the morning. She'd planned to put a dress on, but stubbornly decided against it as soon as Eva had begun complaining about the jeans. Christ, her family.
She was on countdown to when it was her turn to go away to university. 2 more years. She was starting her A-levels in September. She'd flown through her O-levels, not that any of her family had acknowledged her results. Only Dom, who'd brought her a new Tag Heuer watch to mark the occasion. She didn't think Eva even knew he'd got it for her. She took a sip of the champagne that had been sitting beside her, untouched. Despite it being flat, straight away her head spun. How did these middle-aged people manage to imbibe so much? Juno loved all this, though, booze and food. She had no idea how she stayed so skinny. Juno's other love was on offer at the party too, gauging by the smell as the two of them had wandered around the terrace earlier. As the very early evening approached, the music had ramped up. And oh God, the chinos and dresses had begun swaying on Eva's garden terrace dance floor to George Michael's Faith. On a sudden impulse, Natalie pulled herself up off the grass and made her way back to the heart of the party, dodging through bodies and trying not to make eye contact, just in case someone she'd never set eyes on before in her life started to make conversation.
Hi, Natalie.
A soft clasp of her elbow. She turned, and her stomach flipped at his touch. The man standing so close to her was unlike any of the other oldies, and in truth she'd never seen him as being really old. She'd often wondered how he and Dom had become business associates, and then such good mates. He was 9 years younger than her stepdad, and 15 years younger than Eva. "You came back," she said, the words tumbling out before she could stop them. Such a stupid thing to say. He had been part of the Keane family's inner circle for as long as she could remember, and so had been at the house early that morning helping get things ready. But he'd left to get changed, and she'd thought to pick up his wife.
Of course I did. Just got back, but saw you sitting Greta Garbo-like down there.
He pointed to the bench. Smiling, he flicked a thick mop of chestnut-brown hair away from sea-green eyes. Heat touched her face. Her scalp was on fire too. She cast her eyes down and her gaze rested on the pristine terrace stone slabs, then moved to the hem of his trousers, which were creased, a little stained and crumpled. Briefly, she registered surprise. He was always so immaculately turned out. "You know how it is," she said.
I like the jean and t-shirt ensemble, Nat.
He smiled. Her face burned even more and she blurted out, "Is your wife here?" "God, Natalie."
Sadly, no. Libby and I had a bit of a disagreement. Another one.
"I'm sorry." His expression had clouded. He was angry just thinking about the disagreement. His facial features softened.
No need to be. We've been having problems for a while, that's the truth. We're splitting up. More female frog-touching, it'd seem, before I find my princess.
He paused as he fingered his long fringe, moving it away from his eyes. "I'm sorry, but I think it's a kiss, and not touch."
Indeed it is,
he said. He was annoyed she'd picked him up on the misuse of the phrase.
Anyway, we can't all be as lucky as Dom.
"I suppose you could look at it like that." He laughed.
Natalie, the bloke you end up with is going to be very lucky.
She huffed. "I don't think so." His expression became serious.
You all right?
"I'm fine. Really. I'm looking for Juno. Have you seen her?"
Is she still here?
"Yep, that's why I'm looking for her." His facial muscles worked a smile that his eyes didn't capture. She'd upset him again. Men don't like to look a fool, especially twice in the same conversation.
Razor sharp, he replied.
Yes, she'd ruffled his ego and therefore upset herself. He shrugged lightly, smiled properly and carried on.
No, I haven't seen her, but I only arrived half an hour ago.
His fringe had flopped over his eyes again, and he peered at her through thick strands of blonde. He'd forgiven her.
I've met Juno only a couple of times, admittedly, but my advice to you is to follow the smell.
He turned and nodded towards the small marquee that had been erected for the party, which was attached to the house at the kitchen French doors.
It's all happening over there.
Finally, she smiled at him properly.
That's more like it. He carried on. You and Juno come and find me at firework o'clock. The three of us can share a boat to the island. I'm on firework lighting duty.
You're on, she said. She had no desire to set foot on the island, but to go with him would be nice. She liked his company, because as well as fancying him, he made her laugh, a bit like how Juno did.
Laughing within Raven House was a rare event these days.
Go and put on a nice dress, Natalie. Make Eva happy.
He paused.
It's good she agreed to this party. Give her a break.
Natalie gave a pretend salute and watched as he made his way to the other side of the terrace while she went to investigate the marquee. If Juno wasn't having a spliff there, she was sure she'd find her inside the house, sprawled out and asleep somewhere. That was the thing with Juno. She liked to party, but didn't have the stamina for it. She was a lightweight, really. Feeling a strong prod in her back, she swung around. "Natalie, where have you been hiding?" It was Eva's hairdresser. Natalie tried to remember her name as she watched her swaying like a reed in the wind to another of George's songs. The name didn't come. "Nowhere," she said. "I'm looking for my mate. Have you seen her? She's the same age as me." "Ah, the blonde wearing the luminescent green tartan mini and tight white T-shirt." Natalie gave the woman her empty look, the one she'd refined especially for Eva's friends. "Yes. Your little sister's been looking for Juno too. Popular girl, Juno. I saw her a few hours ago." Then she pointed, swaying a little. "Chatting with him." She was gesticulating towards a group of men on the other side of the terrace, but Natalie couldn't see clearly who she was pointing at, although she was unsure how reliable the hairdresser's reporting was. She did look the worse for too much champagne, or maybe something else going by the size of her pupils. She couldn't remember the hairdresser's name, but did remember her daughter's. Caitlin was a similar age to her. She'd seen her earlier. "Where's Caitlin?" The woman rocked sideways a little, looking totally unstable on her 4-inch heels. "Haven't seen her for a while." She peered at Natalie. "You young things, always up to no good, getting into trouble." Her voice suddenly trailed off. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean—" "It's fine, don't worry," Natalie replied quietly. "Honestly, it's why Eva's had the party. To try and move on." The hairdresser nodded and changed the subject. "Looking forward to the fireworks?" "I am, thanks. And if I see Caitlin, I'll tell her you're looking for her." "Yes, tell her to check in with her old mum." It seemed everyone was going missing that evening. The thought crossed Natalie's mind that Juno was somewhere with Caitlin, and her skin prickled with teenage jealousy. "Nice seeing you," she said to the hairdresser automatically. Her attention had already wandered from her and her absent daughter. She nudged past and, nearly choking on the woman's perfume, walked by the trestle tables, where she saw Teresa. Luke was not by her side, and her sister had changed her bodice, which was a shame as she'd looked amazing in the original one. Natalie now reluctantly admitted to herself. It wouldn't look good on her. She wasn't flat-chested, but no way would she fill Teresa's double D cup. Earlier, she'd seen Teresa and Luke having words, and an indiscernible thread of pleasure had rippled through her, suggesting that something could actually go wrong for Teresa. The tension had obviously got to them, although she had to give them credit. It had taken 24 hours. Good going. She'd thought they'd break before now. Teresa caught her eye and gave her a tight smile. The smile told her everything she needed to know. Teresa was hating her own party as much as she was. They had their differences but shared one common denominator, their fucked-up family, which had become even more fucked up over the past 5 years. This party was a mistake. She felt it in her bones. Natalie made her way into the house, but couldn't find Juno anywhere. Luke wasn't inside either, or Caitlin. She searched every one of the 9 bedrooms apart from her little sister's. The last room she checked was Eva and Dom's, which overlooked the back garden and the party. The door to their Juliet balcony was open. She made her way towards it and stood there surveying the people outside, scouring faces for Juno. Her fluorescent green tartan skirt would be easy to locate. She couldn't see her. Turning, she closed the balcony door, her eyes settling on the fake Louis XIV bedside table, taking in the curled £20 note and a small makeup mirror smudged with white powder. Next to the mirror sat a tiny dish that she knew Eva usually used for her various prescription drugs. The dish held 3 pink tablets and 1 blue. Natalie picked it up and looked closer. She knew what they were. That's private education for you. The pink tablets each had a star logo imprinted on one side. The blue one, a skull and crossbones imprint. Natalie was more than aware the significance of the skull and crossbones. The logo indicated the stronger, purer, and deadlier ecstasy tabs. Christ, Eva's little man, her and Dom's dealer, had visited just before the first guests had arrived earlier. His early morning visit was unprecedented. The pair must have been desperate. She put the dish back down on the table. She'd have to make herself have a talk with Teresa, who was the only one who'd be able to confront Eva and Dom about the obvious ramping up of pharmaceutical pleasures. She left the room feeling guilty she'd been in there. As she padded by Jess's bedroom, she heard muffled sobbing inside. Stopping, she opened the door. Her 13-year-old sister was lying on her bed, crying her eyes out. "Jess," she said quietly, "I thought you might be having a sleep before the fireworks so you can stay up late." She sat on the bed next to her. "You haven't been in Eva and Dom's room, have you? They really should learn to lock the door." She shook her head. "What's happened?" Natalie asked in a whisper, taking Jess in her arms and noticing the smell of river water. Gently, she pulled the sheet away from her. Jess was wearing the dress she'd obediently put on that morning, a long blue one. Its hem was crumpled and dotted with drying mud. Her matching blue headband was long gone. "Have you been in the river?" she asked. Jess shook her head again but remained silent. Natalie knew not to hassle her. Her highly strung sister didn't respond well to conflict. She stroked Jess's forehead and instead asked, "Have you seen Juno?" Jess's tears exploded then. It was like history repeating itself. Chapter 11. Teresa. Graduation and engagement party day at the family home, and Teresa had been awake for hours. She hadn't been able to believe it when they had turned up yesterday to discover that Eva had given her and Luke separate rooms. They were engaged, for God's sake. But she had known better than to kick back. It was only for 2 nights. She swung her legs out of bed and peered at the clock. Just before 6 a.m. She took the few steps towards the window and twisted the handle to open it. It was a glorious day, the sky as clear as a virgin canvas, the whispery rays of an early sun trickling across the vast garden. It was already warm, perfect day for a party. She just wished it were happening somewhere else, where there were no memories. But it wasn't. Luke's mum wouldn't be coming either. She'd politely turned down her invitation, saying she wasn't feeling that well and couldn't bear the thought of having to socialise for an entire day. Teresa had been disappointed, although on the other hand relieved that she could put off for longer the inevitable meeting between Eva, Dom, and Luke's mum. She leaned outside and inhaled. Just gorgeous. Cut grass and river water. Scanning the garden, river and trees, she took in the echoing energy. And hope. High summer had always been her sister's favourite time of year. It was she who'd loved the river the most. Teresa disliked coming home, but did like the house's location. Years ago, when they'd first moved there, before their other 2 sisters had been born, she'd liked her life there too. But all that had changed. Changed twice. She shook her head, flinging away both memories, of their dad and of her sister. It didn't mean she didn't love her. She'd always love her, although long ago she'd stopped loving her dad. Turning quickly, she pulled on knickers, joggers, and a sleeveless top. She didn't bother with a bra and smiled to herself. Be coming off soon enough. She made her way downstairs. Time to enjoy the house before everyone else emerged and began running around like headless chickens getting ready for her party. She didn't kid herself, though. This party was more for Eva. Perhaps her mother was finally accepting what she'd been unable to accept. Teresa hoped so, because then they could all at least try to move on. "You're up early, Teresa?" Mrs. A was standing by the sink in a huge south-facing, light-laden kitchen and wearing a summer cotton jacket. She was certain Eva had told her Mrs. A was off duty for the party weekend and was going to her brother's. As much as she loved Mrs. A, she wished she hadn't turned up so early. It would ruin her and Luke's plan. "Morning, Mrs. A. Lovely to see you. But Eva said you were off this weekend." Mrs. A pointed to a tray of chocolate muffins covered in cling film. "Brought these over for you girls." "Oh, that's so kind. Are you staying?" "Absolutely not. I'm off to my brother's." Mrs. A walked over to her, kissing her on the cheek. "Parties aren't my thing. You know that, Teresa. But you have a wonderful time. Must dash." "Have a safe trip," Teresa said. but already talking to Mrs. A's back and letting out a sigh of relief at the same time. Teresa unpeeled the cling film from the tray and then hauled herself up onto the kitchen's massive granite island counter, stuffing a muffin into her mouth. 10 minutes after Mrs. A had left, she heard footfall on the stairs.
"Hey, you."
Luke appeared, his red baseball cap, the wrong way round, jammed on his head. He glanced at the oversized clock on the wall, then at her.
"You're up early."
He rubbed his eyes. "Waiting for you?"
"Why didn't you sneak in?"
He grinned and stood in front of her, cupping her face in his hands. "Not my style." Gently she pressed his groin with her knee. "And I assumed you'd be fast asleep. Anyway, our original plan is much more exciting." She kicked him on a well-muscled thigh, her eyes fixed on his erection that the thin toweling of his dressing gown couldn't hide. It would be good for something wonderful to happen on Raven Island.
"I'll go and put some clothes on then."
"And lose the cap, Luke." He took off the bright red and worn-looking cap and put it on what she thought was the right way.
"Better?"
"It looks ridiculous either way round. It always does." She grinned. "I'll meet you by the jetty." She made her way through the kitchen doors that led onto the terrace. Luke made her laugh and he made her happy. But that bloody cap, she really wished he'd lose it. Chapter 12. Teresa. 15 minutes later, at the jetty, Teresa was untying the motorboat. "The cap."
"Come on, give me a break."
Luke rammed it further onto his head and then glanced at the boat.
"I thought we were taking the one with oars. Can you actually drive this thing?"
Such a city boy. "Certainly can. We all can." She pulled his arm. "Hop in."
"All?"
"Yes, me and Natalie and Jessica and—"
"Eva?"
"No, not Eva. She hates the water." God knows why Eva hadn't sold the house years ago. She did know why, though. It had been their dad's choice to stay there, and then when Dom came along, he'd loved the riverside house too. She needed to tell Luke about her dad, and about her sister. When they got back to London, she'd tell him. She was taking a risk, though. One of the party guests might say something. She'd cross that bridge when she got to it.
"Who then? Surely not Mrs. A,"
Luke said, laughing. She tried to find a smile and did, momentarily. She pushed him into sitting. "Yes, Mrs. A. Come on, let's go." At the island's petite shoreline, Teresa jumped out and bent down to wrap the mooring rope around the wooden slip, then looked up, taking in the willow trees that skirted the island. It had been so long since she'd been there, and for a moment she froze. Shaking herself, she straightened up.
"I'm seeing another side of you,"
Luke said. She held out her hand and he took it and climbed out. "Come on, city boy. I'm going to show you some more of my hidden talents." She pulled him along and then leaned against one of the willows that overhung the mooring area.
"You all right, Teresa?"
he asked. God, he knew her moods so well, even when she tried to hide them. She pulled off her T-shirt. "I'm fine."
"Jesus, what are you like?"
he said, laughing, and appeased.
"I thought you said there was a little shack somewhere."
"Follow me." She took hold of his hand. "It's a perfect love nest, and a perfect way to start the day." She nuzzled his ear. "Get us prepared for the onslaught later." She put her top back on.
"It's nice of Eva and Dom to organise a party for you."
"Us," he said.
"Give them a break."
Teresa sighed. Luke was just too nice. But she liked that. She stopped walking and turned to him. "Come on, the shack's not too far away." They made their way through the dense foliage in silence and reached their destination 2 minutes later. She averted her eyes from the trees as much as she could, keeping her line of vision focused ahead. Further inland, the willows that fringed the island shore thinned out, to be replaced by silver birches, beeches and oaks. "Ta-da!" Teresa held her arms out towards the small log cabin, as if presenting him with a gift. It had been Dom who'd got the cabin ready for the party, put in a fridge and stocked it up. It had been his idea to have the fireworks, too. At first, she'd been against it, but when she knew Eva had agreed, she did too.
"Very cute. Looks as if it shrank in the wash,"
Luke grinned, the dark brown of his irises dappling in the shimmer of light that flecked everything it touched. "It has a mattress and a cupboard full of non-perishable snacks and drinks." She glanced at him.
Perfect. I could murder a Coke.
She pushed him towards the narrow veranda that ran the entire way around the tiny abode. Bending to get through the door, Luke was a good 6'2". He said, "Love it," and then immediately flopped onto the mattress.
Does Dom come over here to sleep when he was getting on his nerves?
Now would be a good time to talk to him. Tell him. But no, not now. It would spoil everything. That would be most of the time, she said instead.
They seem all right together.
She pulled a can from the fridge and gave it to him, and then sat on the edge of the mattress. I suppose. Teresa had anticipated energetic sex, but as usual, Luke had surprised her. Despite the heavy, expectant feeling deep in her groin, she really didn't mind. They talked for half an hour about their wedding and their future plans, hers to pursue the career she'd always wanted, and about his, which was already going so well. Luke was 10 years older than she was. He had a head start. At 32, Luke loved his job as much as he loved his existence. And that's what Teresa adored about him the most. His absolute immersion into his own life, as well as all those to whom he was attached, which was many. Conversation lulled, and at last he pulled her to him, finding her lips, teasing them with his tongue. With a gentleness which pervaded everything he did, he peeled off her t-shirt, then her joggers, and finally her knickers. Listening to the light morning wind and the gentle rustle of river water outside, Teresa twisted her body so she was facing his feet, and then, with agility, knees astride his torso, she took him deep into her mouth, and almost simultaneously felt the warmth of his lips in the place that had been aching since the early hours. After only moments, the waves of expectation built, and she heard her own gasp. And then a scream, and not hers. Luke pulled away at the same time she opened her eyes. She collapsed to the side of his naked body and looked towards the figure standing in the cabin's doorway. In a slice of a second, she thought she was seeing a ghost, but realised quickly it was her youngest sister. "Jesus, Jessica!" she said over her sister's screams. "What the hell are you doing here?" She grabbed a blanket and threw it over Luke's now flaccid penis. "And stop screaming, Jessica! Stop it!" She took a breath and tried to calm down. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to shout at you." She pulled on her t-shirt and knickers and moved towards her. Putting herself in Jessica's position, she realised how the scene she'd been confronted with would have looked to a 12-year-old. Eva would kill her if she found out Jessica was on the island. That she and Luke were on the island. She could not at that moment think of a worse scenario than Jessica finding them there. The island. Again. Christ, today was going to be even worse than she'd anticipated. Thank God, though, her little sister seemed to be calming down. She'd stopped screaming, but was still sobbing uncontrollably. Teresa did something she'd stopped doing with Jessica several years ago, and took her in her arms. She turned to Luke, who hadn't moved. If this wasn't such a bad situation, she would have laughed. The unflappable Luke, who was known for the steadiness of his surgeon's hand under the most extreme pressure, was in total shock, his expression that of a rabbit caught in an Olympic-sized spotlight. Jessica let Teresa cuddle her for a few seconds, but quickly pushed her away, wiping her eyes with trembling hands. Teresa was contemplating Jessica's reaction when she felt, rather than saw, Luke pulling on his shorts behind her. Her eyes remained fixed on her little sister. This really wasn't good. "Jessica, it's all right, it really is." Silence. She carried on. "What are you doing here? Who else is here?" She fired the questions, and Jessica's head began to shudder in much more pronounced and jerkier movements. She gentled her tone. "Talk, Jessica. Talk to me." "On boat. No one else here." She peered at Teresa. "Should not be here. You shouldn't be here, Jessica. Bloody hell, Eva'll kill me if she finds out you came. And on the boat, she'll blame me. What were you thinking? You came in the rowing boat, right?" She raked her hand through her long blonde hair, squeezing the strands tight. "Came in spare motorboat." "Jesus!" "Should not be here," Jessica said again, her gaze fixed on Luke. Teresa turned towards Luke. His expression was now one of extreme guilt. Fuck. Jessica must have heard them in the kitchen and followed them. Bloody Dom! He was encouraging Jessica to use the boat. Luke was probably wondering what he was letting himself in for, although there was no chance of the Keane gene pool being shared. Not through her, anyway.
Jessica, darling, she carried on, should not be here. It's okay us being here, Jess, but it's not okay that you are here, coming on the boat alone, Teresa said softly. Her sister stared at her. Do not love me. No one loves me. Only Natalie. Do not love Natalie. Teresa was beginning to feel tired. She could never follow Jessica's stream of consciousness. You do love Natalie, Jessica. Yo. Jessica pronounced the Y as ya, while the rest of the word was a total breath out. Who? Do not love Natalie. I do. She's my sister, like you are. And I love you too. I, finally a pronoun, love Natalie. You do not. Are still angry with her. Teresa couldn't find the words to reply. She should deny it, but couldn't. It wasn't in her nature to lie. She was still furious with Natalie, still smarting from the argument they'd had the summer before. Looking back, she knew what they'd argued about wasn't really what lay between them. On the surface, the disagreement had been about their dad, but underneath it was about something else. The other pain they collectively held. It was about their sister, and the confusion that all three of them still felt about her death. Her eyes flipped around the cabin, towards the window and the oak trees outside. Her sister had been an adept tree climber. Falling from the tree didn't add up, although it had done for the coroner. There had been talk initially that she had taken her own life, but that added up even less well. Her sister was not depressed or unhappy. In fact, the total opposite. But Teresa did remember her sister's odd behaviour and moods the summer that she died. Odd even for her willful sister. Come on, Luke said, breaking into her thoughts and taking her arm. Let's get back. She nodded, and then placed her arm around Jessica's shoulders. Will not say anything, Jessica said. It's best if you don't, Jess, Teresa said. I'm sorry you were frightened. She pulled her sister closer. Come on, let's get back and eat the chocolate muffins Mrs. A's left for us. She ended her sentence with a smile. Jessica's going to have to drive the boat alone one last time, Luke said. I can't do it. True, city boy. She glanced at Jessica. One last drive then, Jess. With agility, Jessica climbed into her boat. As clumsily, Luke got into the other. After untying the rope, Teresa jumped in after him and glanced at her sister. Jessica had always been mentally fragile. But she had worsened. Maybe she needed to see someone, a child psychologist or something, talk about what had happened. Maybe all three of the remaining Keane sisters did. At the jetty, she helped Jessica moor her boat securely, not that she needed any assistance. Shit, I've left my baseball cap on the island, Luke said suddenly. Good, she replied, hearing the sound of victory in her voice. Let's hope a raven uses it for a nest. Can we go back and get it? Absolutely not. There has to be some positive outcome for this morning. He laughed. Okay, I'll pick it up tonight when I go over with Dom to oversee the firework display. Just go in the house, Luke. Maybe put your dressing gown on or something so no one's suspicious. Overkill? Maybe, but just do as I ask. She turned to Jessica. Same for you, Jess. Go back to your room and get back in your gym jams. Mrs. A's chocolate muffins? Later, after you've got changed. There's a good girl. Chapter 13. Jessica. Jessica awoke to the sound of movement in the kitchen. Her bedroom was over the top of it and noises rose easily through the old wooden floorboards. Was it Natalie down there? But remembering that today was party day, her stomach lurched. The next 24 hours loomed. Why were her family doing this? A party, just why? She hated that Eva had suggested it. It brought everything back and she didn't want it to come back. She didn't want to remember it. And no one talked about their sister ever, so why were they having this stupid party? It might mean the subject that was never talked about would be. And she could not talk about it ever.
because if she did, her whole life would collapse like Dom had told her. Eva would never forgive her, just as she had never forgiven Natalie for telling their dad about his brother and Eva. She would hold the secret forever. Sometimes she thought it might kill her doing so. She placed a pillow against her headboard, propped herself up and watched the rods of morning sun fall like light-infused iron bars onto her Indiana Jones duvet. Her pale blue eyes fell onto her phrenology head that sat on the back left of her desk. It had been moved. She could tell. She always had the head, which was set into a square base, exactly 5 centimetres from the wall. Now it was a good 10 centimetres away. Throwing off Indiana Jones, she took the few steps to her desk, repositioned the head, and then sat down on her chair and stared at it. One day, when she was older, when she had been to university like Teresa, she wanted to study heads, what was inside them. She wanted to work out what went on in the core of Eva's, Dom's, her sisters, all of her sisters. But more than anything, she wanted to understand what went on inside her own brain, because she had a suspicion that it was not quite like other people's. She placed her forefinger on the part of the phrenology head labelled Order, just above the left eye, around the upper part of the eyebrow. It was the place in her brain that she had to protect. Then she slid her finger to the section labelled Secretiveness. She had to protect that part too, to shield her world, her family's world, Eva's world. She stood up and slipped on a pair of shorts, a t-shirt and sweatshirt, and went to find Natalie. They could have an early breakfast together. Halfway down the spiral staircase, she heard Luke's voice, and then Teresa's in the kitchen. She tiptoed the rest of the way to the last step, and then sat down on it. Minutes later, she heard the kitchen's French doors opening and then closing. She made her way into the kitchen, spotting the muffins on the counter. She took one and went to stand by the window, biting into it as she watched Teresa and Luke walk to the right side of the house, and then disappear down the steep bank that led to the jetty where the boats were moored. She stuffed the rest of the muffin into her mouth, slipped on a pair of shoes, and followed her sister and boyfriend. From a position where they couldn't see her, Jessica watched as Teresa and Luke got one of the motorboats ready. Stupid Luke didn't know what he was doing. Teresa was doing all the work. He was wearing that stupid hat, too. Teresa was not wearing a bra, and as she leaned over the boat, Jessica could see her sister's boobs. It was obvious that Luke could see them as well. She didn't like how Luke looked at Teresa. It was the same way Dom had looked. Do not think about it. Once the couple had moored at Raven Island, Jessica moved closer to the jetty and peered across the river. Teresa had taken her t-shirt off, and her boobs were bouncing in the spidery dawn sun. Luke was laughing. Why did he like watching Teresa look so stupid? She turned away and glanced at the spare motorboat. She knew how to get it ready and drive it. Dom had shown her on her 7th birthday. He'd told her not to tell Eva, although she'd had to tell Eva on that terrible day, when she returned from her secret and devastating trip to Raven Island. But usually, she would never tell on someone when they asked her not to tell. She took that very seriously. Retrieving the fuel tank from the small boathouse located next to the jetty, she connected the fuel hose with ease and lowered the propeller into the water, just as Dom had shown her. Jessica wasn't popular at school, but her saving grace was found in her aptitude at sport. Dom said it was because of her unusual intuition and being able to anticipate what people were planning to do, together with her agility and strength, that made her such a valuable member of any team. And also why no one likes you, Eva had retorted, so off-putting in a child. She was in the rowing squad and captain of the netball and girls' football team, joining the latter to please Dom. Sometimes it felt she spent her life pleasing Dom, so that indirectly she was pleasing Eva, who she'd never be able to please. She jumped in the boat, adjusted the throttle, pulled the cord and headed for the island. She couldn't believe Teresa had gone over with Luke. It was the reason she felt she should follow them, to take care of Teresa. She did not trust Luke. Jessica did not trust any man. On arriving at the shore, she moored the boat and made her way to the log cabin. She stared at the wooden building, the place where she had seen and heard what she had not wanted to see and hear. With her heart feeling as if it were in her mouth, she padded up the 3 steps that led to the veranda and opened the door. The scene that greeted her was all too familiar. Chapter 14. Jessica. After leaving Teresa and Luke, Jessica went straight upstairs to her bedroom, before pulling the blue dress from the wardrobe, the one Eva had chosen and bought for her. She sat down at her desk and stared at the head again. Order. She swiveled it around. Towards the back of the head she found the section labelled Destructiveness. Just below, Secretiveness. She turned away, picked up the dress and laid it on the bed ready for later. Then she put her pyjamas back on and her dressing gown, which she wrapped tight around her body. She would do exactly as Teresa had told her. She went back downstairs to see who was around. Everyone was busy, and after only 10 minutes she returned to her bedroom and sat on her bed, first staring out of the window and then staring at her phrenology head. A few minutes later she slipped out of the pyjamas and put on her blue dress. As she did so she heard her door open. She thought it was Teresa and her heart lifted, but both of her sisters always knocked. Her heart capsized. Dom never knocked.
"Hey, how's it going?"
he said. She stared at him. "Fine."
"You got a minute?"
"Getting ready, Dom," she said.
"You look very pretty in blue, Jess."
He moved closer to her.
"Sit down. I want to have a chat."
He studied her as she sat down awkwardly on her bed.
"This is Teresa's day, and Eva's, and I don't want it spoiled. What you told me before..."
He sat down next to her on the bed and she moved away.
"In the car a few months ago when I was taking you to school. Have you forgotten about it, Jess?"
"Have."
He ruffled her hair. "I hope so."
"I don't want Eva to be sad or upset."
"No, so best to be silent."
He grinned at her.
"You're good at that."
Then his smile slipped.
"Eva's been through enough."
"Did you love her?"
"I do love Eva, no matter what you might think."
"Do you not mean Eva?"
"Jess, let's keep Eva happy."
She stared at him in the same way as she had earlier been staring at her phrenology head. "I'm hungry."
She didn't know what else to say. "Me too. Come down in a bit. I'm going to make waffles."
He left her room. She moved to her desk, picked up her head, looked at it closely as if she might learn something. She had not told him what else she knew, what else she had seen. Something had told her not to share that scene with him. She could do exactly what Teresa had asked and keep quiet, but she wasn't sure she could keep silent about all of this for much longer. She wondered if Dom knew. She did not think he did. A knock on her bedroom door. "Can I come in?" Juno's voice. "Yes, Juno," she said, as Juno stuck her head inside the door. "Thought I'd come and say hello." "You all right, Jess? Just saw Dom as I was nipping to the loo. He looked a bit anxious when he came out of your room. Is there a problem?" "Nice to see you, Juno." She always spoke better when talking to Juno. Juno leant up against her bedroom wall. She looked like a model, Jessica thought, and she loved her skirt. Loved the colour, all bright and open. Like Juno. No problem," Jessica finished. "I bet today is tough for you, isn't it?" Juno said. "Too many memories. I know Natalie's struggling too. It'll be over before you know it." "Yes, will be." "Aw, Jess, your dress looks lovely. You know, if ever you want to talk about stuff, I'm always here. Natalie is too, you know that, don't you?" "I do want to tell you something, Juno, but it really is a secret." Juno sat next to her on the bed. "What's bothering you, Jess?" Jessica told Juno what she had not been able to tell anyone. To share a secret and halve the burden was a beautiful feeling. "Cannot tell a soul, Juno. Promise." The colour in Juno's beautiful face had drained away, and she didn't answer straight away. Finally she said, "I think you do have to tell someone, Jess, and I think it should be Teresa. Then she can talk to Eva." "Will, but not today." "I'll try and do something," Juno said. Jessica only nodded, but then heard a noise outside her door and got up to look into the corridor. The door should have been closed, but it was not. She peered at Juno.
"Who was it?"
Juno asked.
"No one there. Can I finish getting ready?"
Gently Juno touched her cheek.
"I'll sort it out."
Then she left. She loved Juno. Jessica waited, but then pushed herself up from the bed, made her way to the bathroom and knelt by the toilet. She should not have told Juno. Chapter 15. Teresa. It was 11 a.m. and 4 hours since they'd returned from Raven Island. Judging by Eva's mood, she was in quite a good one. Jessica hadn't said anything. Teresa would come clean with Eva about it after the party. She'd also mention about Jessica seeing a shrink. Sometime after 9, several of Eva and Dom's friends had turned up to help get everything ready. She'd seen Dom and his mate, minus the wife, convivially drinking a beer together by the jetty not long after. Juno had turned up early too, flouncing around, trying to be the centre of attention. She turned to examine Luke's profile as his gaze swept around the garden, observing Eva's efforts. She tore her eyes away from his perfect profile and checked out the several guests who'd already turned up. Unfashionably early, Eva had mouthed. She looked again at Luke, who was now examining the sushi on the long table.
"Bad idea,"
he said. She giggled, although not at his comment, but the thought of him and her in the cabin. It would have been better if it had been Natalie sneaking up on them.
"The sushi, you mean?"
"That too," Luke replied with a wry grin.
"The party hasn't started properly yet."
Teresa did a mini eye roll and then smoothed down the lapel of her jacket. Eva had gone nuts that she'd chosen a trouser suit to wear. She pulled a chair away from the table and plonked herself down, then turned and took in the impressive profile of her family's ostentatious home. She'd never come back to live here. She knew that, but she had to grant an inward nod of recognition to what had been given to her. A private school education and the financial assistance to study for the bar, because although engaged to Luke, she didn't want to be financially dependent on him. She heard her own purr of satisfaction. She really was like a cat, a loner, discerning of whom she let in. She had only been loyal to 2. Now, though, it was Luke. No one else. The others, long gone. Her and Luke's life together was going to be perfect. He with his career caring for people and she with hers, taking the bad ones down. Teresa catapulted herself from the chair and took hold of Luke's arm. "Come on, let's mingle with the early arrivals and then go and check on Eva. I think she's in the kitchen overseeing the hors d'oeuvres."
"What, you mean she's placing them on a tray?"
"Something like that, yeah." Teresa glanced down and took in her silver-grey suit with its long tailored jacket, snug-fitting tapered trousers which ended just above her ankle, her feet encased in 3-inch emerald green stilettos. Her only other compromise to a party outfit, as well as the shoes, was the glittery emerald-coloured bodice encasing her slim ribcage. It was her outfit's tour de force, fitting her like a spangly green condom. The simile made her smile.
"You look sensational," Luke whispered into her ear. "Let's enjoy our joint celebration. It'll all be over this time tomorrow, and then we'll be back in my flat."
"I really love you, Luke."
"I love you too, my hard-nosed, soon-to-be barrister."
If Teresa could giggle, she would have done, but she'd long ago trained herself out of the habit. "Have you seen Natalie?" she said instead.
"Not since this morning."
He moved a strand of hair from her eyes. "You mean when she was skulking about and waiting for Lolita to turn up?"
"I take it you mean Juno."
Teresa did smile then. "I do. Do you like her?"
"As a matter of fact, I do."
He sipped some of the champagne he was holding.
"She's a bright kid."
Teresa stopped herself from snorting.
"Stop it, Teresa."
Searching her features, he carried on.
"You're 22 years old and it's time to rein in that streak of unmodified and undignified jealousy."
Teresa shrugged, as she always did when he said this, and left it at that, although making sure he knew she was mad with him. At exactly midday, Dom turned off the music and made his faux father speech, firstly congratulating Teresa on her academic success, and then another toast on her engagement to Luke. It was all more than a little cringeworthy, and Teresa tried not to make eye contact with any of the guests. Eva was by Dom's side, and although still early in the day, she was already looking a little the worse for wear. Teresa couldn't work out if it was too much champagne or too much dope. Probably both. Dom, though, was holding it together, but he was more seasoned than Eva, and younger too, which probably helped with both the booze and the drug consumption. After Dom's announcement, the guests loosened up more and drank even more, and Teresa decided the best thing she could do was to connect with her own party. Dom turned the music up and she was about to make her way to the dance floor on the terrace, intending to drag Luke with her, but noticed a sudden, subtle change in his mood. "You okay?" she asked.
Of course I am. Just having a moment about my mum. Hope she's feeling a bit better.
Teresa embraced him. "I really love your mum, Luke. Let's drop in and see her tomorrow." He nodded, although the expression of concern didn't disappear as quickly as she'd hoped. "We could pop over now," she said. He touched her cheek.
"See, you do have a heart."
She punched him playfully on his chest. "I mean it. Put your mind at rest."
"Nah, it's okay. We'll go tomorrow. Come on, let's dance. Enjoy yourself for once."
"Meaning?"
"Meaning you need to relax more, Teresa."
He was probably right. They danced, smooched, and in between Teresa talked with as many of the guests as she could. Finally, she peeled off her jacket and placed it over a chair. The music was pulsing. She picked up her glass of champagne and drank it in one, and then went off again to dance. It felt like the evening already, not early afternoon. She began dancing with fervour, Luke now more watching her than actually joining her. She lifted her arms, wiggled into a twist, her right leg jutting to the left, and then felt rather than heard her bodice rip. "Shit!" she said, laughing. She contorted her arm up behind her back and felt the gaping hole. "I've an old spare somewhere in the bottom of my weekend case." Luke inspected the damage.
"Go inside and get changed. Take your time. I'll have a chat with Dom."
"You do that," she said, although I haven't seen him since the big speech. She spun around and grabbed her jacket from the chair, flung it over her shoulders so no one would see the gaping hole, and made her way inside the house. By the time Teresa returned to the party, she couldn't find Luke anywhere. She had, though, been gone a long time, because after making the bad decision to lie down on the bed for a few minutes, she'd nodded off for an hour. It had been an early start that morning. Scanning around the terrace and still hoping to catch sight of Luke, she caught sight of Natalie instead. Momentarily their eyes met, but then Natalie turned and disappeared inside the house. Teresa made herself mix with the guests. She danced and drank too much champagne. Less than an hour passed before she again wandered around the grounds looking for Luke, but he was nowhere to be found. She tried to find Dom instead, who she couldn't find either. Perplexed, she sat down, the beginnings of annoyance starting to wrap around her. Christ, she hoped bloody Lolita, a.k.a. Juno, hadn't got her claws into Luke. It was then when she saw Natalie re-emerging from the house. Her face was as white as the blooms on the garden's angelica trees. She looked almost demented as she headed in the direction of the boathouse and jetty. God, Natalie really was a bit bonkers. Where was Luke? Chapter 16. Natalie. After 5 minutes of cuddling a distraught Jess on the edge of her bed, hoping her tears had nothing to do with the drugs that were on such casual open display in Eva and Dom's room, and with the sounds of the party drifting easily through her little sister's open window, Natalie gently pulled away from Jess, unsure of what to do. She stared at the duvet that was scrunched up around her sister. It had been Natalie who'd suggested that Eva buy it for Jess. Jess had others, but Mrs. A always had to wash, dry and iron that particular cover, because Jess insisted it was the only one she wanted to use. The Indiana Jones films were her absolute favourite, and this fact had surprised all of them, because it was so out of character for Jess to have such a normal and childish trait. Eventually, Natalie stood and walked over to Jess's desk. She'd taken her shoes off to come inside. Slipping your shoes off to come indoors was one of Eva's insistences, and one that none of the sisters would go against. Only perhaps the sister who was not there anymore. Shit! A lacerating pain in the sole of her foot. Bits of china covered the wooden floor. She bent down to see the damage. A piece of Jess's smashed phrenology head was stuck in the ball of her right foot. She pulled it out and watched her blood drip on the wood. Spotting a box of tissues on her desk, she pulled out a handful and mopped it up, and then, using the Freud book that was sitting on the desk too, she scraped the hundreds of pieces together into one pile. Natalie hobbled back to the bed and sat down again next to her younger sister. A warm gust of summer wind blew in from the open window, as did the thumping sound of Tina Turner. Natalie wasn't that worried about Juno. She'd already figured out that she was up to a bit of no good. She was also beginning to think that Juno had hooked up with Caitlin. And again a flash of jealousy sparked through her. Juno was her friend. She glanced at Jess. Perhaps somehow Jess, who had a knack of sometimes being in the wrong place at the wrong time, had seen something too, and being Jess, that was why she was so worked up. Her little sister was, though, much more hysterical than she'd be normally when something flipped her. It would only have to be something that others would see as inconsequential to massively affect Jess. With her foot pulsing with pain, she was determined to find out what it was. She'd find Juno, and maybe Caitlin later.
"Jess," she said, "how did your head get all smashed on the floor?" She turned and looked at the open window. "Was it the wind? It's gorgeous outside. You should be outside."
Silence.
"What happened to your phrenology head?"
She carried on.
"Smashed it." "Why on earth did you do that? You love your head."
Jess shook her own.
"Your dress is muddy too. Have you been near the river?"
She waited patiently for her reply.
"Juno."
It was the way she said her friend's name. Natalie backtracked.
"Why did you smash the head? It's one of your favourite things."
She tried to smile.
"Along with your duvet cover, of course."
She stroked Indiana's hat.
"Because do not want to know what is inside people's heads." "Jess, tell me what's happened." "Took motorboat to Raven Island. Did not want to be at party. You down end of garden. You do not want to be at party either. I wanted to come to you."
"You shouldn't be taking the motorboat out, or the rowing boat, come to that. You shouldn't be going to Raven Island. I need to tell Dom not to encourage you."
"Do not tell Dom anything!"
Jess almost screeched.
"What's happened, Jess?"
By now, fingers of darkness were wrapping around Natalie, and the throbbing in her foot became nothing compared to the building feeling of foreboding. Jess began to cry again, shaking too.
"Jess, tell me what's happened." "Juno. Dead."
The sense of foreboding was now consuming her.
"Stop being silly, Jess."
Yet as she said it, she questioned if it was she who was being silly for telling Jess to stop being silly.
"What do you mean?"
She carried on. Suddenly the air coming in from the window, the noise from the garden below, the hint of river smell percolating through the room, the image of Juno on the motorboat. Or was it Caitlin? She was beginning to wonder. All made her want to throw up.
"Dead. No breath. I know. No pulse. No breath. I know. Again. Happened. Again."
Natalie swallowed to hold back the sick she could taste in her throat.
"Where?" "Took boat. Already told you. To Raven Island."
Her sister stopped talking, and with her cheeks red and awash with tears, she stared out of the window.
"I saw a raven too. Dom said never ravens on island, but one today."
She looked at her.
"Why is it called Raven Island if ravens never go there?" "Are you sure you're talking about Juno, Jess?"
Her sister was mixed up. The party had disorientated her. Her sister was remembering before. But something had happened. Jess began to cry again.
"Alone? I found her. Alone.
I'm going to get Dom."
"No, not Dom,"
Jess said, her voice hoarse.
"Why not Dom?" "Nothing to do with Dom."
I didn't say it was, but he can go to the island. Go and look.
She needed to speak to Eva, but she would be half off her head. It never crossed her mind to go and find Teresa. That would be the second mistake she was to make that day.
I'll come and get you when I found Eva and Dom, Natalie continued as calmly as she could. Everything's going to be all right. Was Luke? Juno went to island with Luke.
What?
I saw.
Are you sure? And are you sure it was Juno? Had it been Luke? Had it been Juno? Natalie wasn't sure then. She'd thought it was Dom in the boat with Juno. Although she admitted inside the mess that was her mind that it could have been any of the men from the party. It might not have been Juno, could have been Caitlin. It was Dom. She'd seen Dom, and she was sure she'd seen Juno's fluorescent tartan, but then again Caitlin could have been wearing a similar colour. Her brain felt as if it were frying. If only she'd had her contacts in.
Chapter 17. Natalie. Natalie stumbled from Jess's bedroom and made her way back outside. She had to dodge around people, as the place had filled up with yet more bodies getting drunk and dancing around the terrace. As if nothing was wrong, when something was obviously very wrong. The same feeling began to seep in that had soaked through her 5 years before, when she had come home to a hysterical Eva in the kitchen, and then gone outside and found a traumatized 7-year-old Jess sitting by the jetty after returning from Raven Island. The thudding sensation that something terrible had happened again became real. The unnerving realization that she'd seen the beginning of the incident earlier, and yet not seen, thanks to her bad eyesight. All the male party guests did look similar. Even Luke was dressed like the other blokes, which had surprised her. Eva must have had a word with him to conform, and he would have done so to please Teresa. Lucky Teresa, who had everything, while she left Jess and her to rot. A few of the revellers were plucking at her arm, trying to engage her in conversation. She asked a few incoherent people if they'd seen Dom, Juno, Luke, Caitlin. No one had seen any of them. But then at the side of the house, near the path that led to the boathouse and jetty, she spotted Eva. Thank God. She was leaning forwards over the wall that ran alongside the path, a rolled-up banknote shoved up her nostril.
Jesus Christ, Eva. Mum, she said.
The word came easily to her lips, despite the years of doing as she was told and calling her Eva. Natalie wanted a mother at that moment. The three of them had everything they could possibly need, apart from love and guidance, and a proper mother, a proper father. Quickly, Eva pulled the note from her nose and turned to her. Natalie immediately saw the telltale signs, massive pupils, and her mother's relief at feeling completely omnipotent and unfazed by life. She knew what Eva was feeling, not because she'd ever felt that way, but because she'd spoken to Juno, who had. Natalie. She didn't have a go at her for calling her mum, but her cocaine-happy expression had fallen, and it was then that Natalie saw what Eva would see, her looking distraught. "What's happened?" Eva said, stepping closer. She smelt sweat and garlic.
"It's Jess."
In seconds, Eva snapped back to reality. "Where is she? What's she done now? Is she all right?"
"I've left her in the room. You should be taking care of her."
She'd never before made an accusation towards Eva, even though she'd wanted to in the past, had wanted to 5 years ago when Eva had not responded to Jess's trauma, in the way any normal mother would.
"Jess is distraught,"
she carried on, taking a breath, thinking of what she'd seen earlier, or what she thought she'd seen earlier. She had to tell Eva, and again she'd be ruining her mother's life, just as she had when she told Dad about Eva and his brother.
"Natalie, spit it out," Eva was saying. "Jess took the boat to Raven Island earlier," she says.
"What?" Eva said.
"She says that Juno is dead."
"What are you talking about, Natalie?" Natalie thought of the stained hem of Jess's dress.
"We need to find Dom or someone to go and look. Find Juno. Juno's not at the party. Your hairdresser's daughter, too. Her mum can't find her. I don't know what's going on, but something is."
"What was Jessica doing at the island? What?"
She thought she'd seen Luke going over there with Juno. That's why she went. But I'm certain I saw Dom in the boat, and it could have been another girl. It could have been Caitlin.
Don't be ridiculous. Dom's been at the party all afternoon. He has not been over to the island with Juno or Caitlin. It must be Luke.
Eva.
She flipped back to using her name.
Jess says Juno is dead. Dead, Eva.
It was all too surreal. She was in the midst of a nightmare. Eva's jowls sagged further as the shock of her words sank in. Don't be ridiculous. I want to talk to Jessica.
I want to go to the island to find out what's happening.
Natalie, neither Juno nor my hairdresser's daughter is on the island. No one is dead. Juno's probably half comatose somewhere or shagging one of the guests.
Juno is not like that. You just don't like her because she's young and beautiful. You're jealous.
Eva's whole countenance changed in a split second. It was the angriest Natalie had seen her for a very long time. I'm telling you now, young lady, we go to talk to Jessica and take it from there. She shoved her drug paraphernalia into a little hole in the wall's brickwork, grabbed hold of Natalie's arm and began to practically march her back to the house.
No, I'm going to the island. I'm going to find Juno or whoever Jess saw.
She ripped Eva's hand off her arm.
What is wrong with you?
She shouted, and so loudly a few party guests standing meters away turned around, smiling nervously. It was then that she saw Dom walking towards them. She never thought she'd be so glad to see her stepfather. "What's going on?" he said, whilst grinning at the guests and lightly shrugging in pretend exasperation. Turning to him, she noticed the grin that he was directing at his guests was fake. Dom appeared to be nearly as fraught as she was.
"Did you go to Raven Island earlier?" she said to him, "with Juno? Or Caitlin?"
"What are you talking about, Nat? Of course I didn't." He flicked a look towards his wife, but then his line of vision moved to the wall where Eva had hastily pushed her stash. He then looked at her. "What's happened, Natalie?" he finished.
"Juno's missing. I thought she might be with Caitlin, but her mum says she can't find Caitlin either. Jess says Juno's on the island."
She moved closer to him, so no one could hear her next words.
"Dom, Jess says that Juno is dead. A girl on the island. Dead."
She peered at him hard.
"I don't know if Jess is going nuts or if I am."
She watched for his reaction. What reaction did she expect? She wasn't sure. She wasn't sure of anything at that moment. He still hadn't replied, and she carried on.
"Please take the boat over now. Go and check."
"Nat, don't be silly," he replied. "Juno isn't dead, and she's not on the island, neither is Caitlin. Maybe Juno's gone home, was feeling the worst for wear. You know what she's like, she's probably overdone it."
"I'm going over to the island then."
She pushed past him. He grabbed her arm. "I'll go. Is Jess in the house?"
"Yes, her bedroom. She's really upset. Something isn't right."
Dom turned to Eva. "Take Nat inside with you and go and talk to Jess. I'll take the boat to the island." He said to Natalie, "Go with Eva." "I'll meet you in the snug, Natalie," Eva said. "Bring Jessica there." She turned and started making her way to the house. Natalie looked at Dom.
"You sure it wasn't you on the boat?"
"For fuck's sake, Nat, drop it. No, it wasn't me. I think you were seeing things that weren't there. It probably wasn't even our boat."
"Just go to the island and find out what's going on," she said. "This is all too weird."
It was all weird. But by then she'd convinced herself that Jess's proclamation that Juno or another girl was dead on Raven Island was not true. Poor Jess was having one of her moments, and moments that had been increasing in their frequency since their sister's death. The party had not been a good idea. Dom nodded, understanding what she meant, her reference to when Jess had found their sister. He turned and left. She was about to follow Eva, but then felt a tug at her arm and turned. Eva's hairdresser, looking worried.
"You all right?"
she said to her. Why could she not remember anyone's names today?
"I can't find Caitlin anywhere," the woman replied. "Have you seen her? I know she's fine."
She looked at Natalie.
"But, you know—"
"I understand," Natalie replied, trying to reassure the woman. She understood what she was saying. Everyone here would be talking about the tragedy of 5 years before.
"Caitlin's probably with my mate,"
Dom's gone to look. Honestly, don't worry.
The woman nodded and touched her elbow.
Thanks, I'll be over by the food table.
Natalie pasted a smile on her face.
Yes, good idea.
She then made her way to the house, and doing as she was told, she went to get Jess. Jess was sitting bolt upright on her bed, propped up by pillows, staring straight ahead, although the floor was clear of the head debris, and the mud on the hem of her dress had dried hard in the stifling warmth of the room.
Jess,
she said softly. She could barely hear her own voice.
Eva's waiting in the snug. She wants to talk to you. Dom's gone to the island.
She peered at her sister.
Jess, you've got mixed up. The party, all the people here, it's disorientated you.
Jess didn't move for what felt like ages, but then finally tilted her head and looked at her blue eyes both vacant and soulful.
Natalie, need to go get Juno. All alone. Like before.
Dom would be at the island by now. This could not be happening again.
Come on, we'll talk to Eva.
Jess took her hand, and together they made their way to the snug. And to Eva. When they walked into the snug, Eva was pacing up and down the long rug that crossed the room. She was agitated and jittery. The coke, or whatever it was that she'd been shoving up her nose, wasn't reacting too well with the situation she was in. Eva was barely holding it together, and acting in a similar way to when she discovered that Dad had found out about her and their uncle. The same reaction, too, as the day of their sister's death. A few steps into the room and Jess stopped dead. "Jessica, come in," Eva barked, and looking at her said, "Close the door, Natalie. Both of you sit down." Eva didn't sit, but carried on pacing, full of false energy that she didn't know what to do with, and flashbacks pummeled through Natalie's mind.
"Eva,"
Natalie said, swallowing hard, glancing at her watch and making ready to go back outside.
"I'm going to take the boat to the island.
Stay here. Leave it to Dom." To Jess, Eva said, "Tell me what's happened, and talk, Jessica, properly." The muscles in Jess's long neck contracted as she swallowed.
Saw Luke on boat with Juno, going to Raven Island. Did not want to join in party, wanted to talk to Juno. So waited for them to come back. Could not find Juno, so took boat to island to go swimming. Found Juno. Dead.
Juno is not dead, Jessica. And what were you thinking of, going to the island on the boat to swim? Eva's voice was raspy. She coughed. You should not be going to the island.
Having fireworks there. Thought it was all right to go. I don't think it was Luke on the boat, Eva.
Natalie's right hand found her scalp, and she couldn't stop herself. Stop it! Stop scratching and stop lying! Eva screeched and turned again to Jess. Jessica, you saw Luke taking Juno to the island. Jess nodded.
Yes.
Eva's voice was tight and controlled as she directed her next words to Natalie. Dom's been at the party all afternoon. If anyone was on the boat with Juno, it was Luke. Jessica has said it was Luke, and I'm sure Juno is fine. Dom will find her, and probably not on Raven Island. She turned back to Jess. It was not Dom you saw on the boat, okay? Jess nodded. To Natalie, Eva said, and you did not see Dom. If you saw anyone, it was Luke. Do as I tell you. Both of you. She glared at her. Do not ruin my life again, Natalie. Do as I have asked. It was the first time Eva had openly admitted knowing it was she who'd told Dad about her and his brother. And now Eva was asking her to lie. But it wouldn't be a lie, would it? It could have been Luke. In fact, thinking back, she thought it probably had been Luke. The fiancé of her sister, whose life was going to be stellar with a man who adored her. To say what Eva had instructed her to say, she knew would be at the expense of Teresa's happiness. But Natalie hoped that by obeying Eva she would ensure that Dom did not leave Eva. And in a prison van. Eva was many things, but she didn't deserve another desertion. Not after losing her favourite daughter.
Your hairdresser can't find Caitlin, Eva, she said. It might have been Caitlin on the boat.
Eva ignored her, focusing on Jess. Jessica,
Who did you see on the boat?
Luke and Juno.
To Natalie she said, Who did you see? It took her a few seconds to reply.
Luke. It was Luke, and I thought it was Juno, but like I said, it could have been Caitlin.
She stepped closer to Eva, and she swore her mother recoiled a little. Sweat covered Eva's brow and the apex of her cheekbones. Her pupils were wider than ever. She carried on, saying quietly,
I'm going to find Dom.
You stay here with Jessica, Eva replied. I'll go and find Dom, and find out what's happening. She made her way out of the snug. By then Natalie didn't really think there was a problem, only perhaps the problem of Juno, or Caitlin being with Dom.
Was it Juno? Not another girl, Jess? She asked her little sister. Was Juno? And Luke?
She and Jess stared at each other, both of them knowing and understanding, although Natalie wouldn't truly understand for years to come. That day, with her choices and decisions, her deep-seated guilt about what she'd done to Eva years before, the underlying grief for her sister, together with her desperate need for her mother's love, she set the course of all their lives. Hers, Teresa's and Jessica's, and probably Eva's too. But it could have been Luke. Luke hadn't been with Teresa earlier in the afternoon. It had been Luke in the boat. Natalie stood, although her legs felt as if they were unable to take her weight. She glanced at her hands, which were trembling. She'd go to the island, now. Chapter 18. Teresa. Still waiting for Luke to reappear, Teresa used the time to think about her family, deciding that perhaps today was the day to clear the air and make a patched peace with Natalie. To finally talk about their sister. Make up. One of the reasons she decided this was because they owed it to Jessica. And themselves. They had all been through so much. Life was too short and Eva too broken. The 3 remaining Keane sisters needed each other. Today was as good a day as any. Perhaps the best day. Teresa picked up a full glass of champagne and took a gulp and another. She'd talk to Natalie later, after the fireworks. Sipping more bubbly, she rehearsed in her head her opening conciliatory lines to her sister.
Teresa, darling, you've changed your top. I just loved the emerald green, so suits your colouring.
Teresa jumped at the interruption to her thought processes.
Hi, Maureen.
Eva's hairdresser was wearing a cerise pink dress, with a neckline a little too low and a face a little too red. Her vacant expression yelled of recent dope smoking. Maureen was looking at her as if trying to figure something out, although Teresa couldn't be absolutely sure that was Maureen's true expression, because she herself had drunk more champagne than she would normally. Boredom, the enemy of restraint. Maureen carried on.
I'm looking for my daughter. Have you seen her?
So sorry, Teresa replied. I don't think I'd recognise who your daughter is.
Ah, okay.
Maureen wobbled a little.
I'm sure Caitlin's around somewhere.
Of course she is.
Anyway, congratulations, Teresa, on both counts, passing your course and a catch of a husband-to-be.
Thanks, she said. That's kind of you, and thanks for coming today.
I've been looking for your man to congratulate him. Do you know where he is?
I think he must be in the house. Listen, I'll search him out and send him straight over to you. And if I find out where Caitlin is, I'll send her over too. Maureen tottered back to the dance floor, and Teresa swore she'd never turn into a Maureen, or an Eva, come to that. She moved her half-full champagne glass to the other end of the table in a gesture of future abstinence. It was then she caught sight of Eva emerging onto the terrace from the kitchen's French doors, looking as demented as Natalie had done earlier. Maybe Luke was inside the house. He'd probably fallen asleep or something. She'd go and look. Once inside, she checked the dining room, both lounges, Dom's downstairs study, the games room, even the garage. No one anywhere. She thought about looking upstairs, although a part of her had no desire to find some middle-aged, married-to-other-people couple shagging in one of the spare bedrooms. It's where she and Luke should have gone. And then the unfortunate incident on Raven Island wouldn't have happened. Teresa's faux ice heart softened, thinking of Jessica. Her little sister wouldn't rat on her and Luke. God, when had she last used that word? As a child, and at a similar age to Jessica. Suddenly, Teresa remembered the underused family snug, which was tucked away on the ground floor in the east wing of the house. Luke had mentioned on a few occasions that despite its dilapidation, it was his favourite room. She walked down the long, low-lit hallway towards the snug. Luke could well be in there. She pushed open the door, and the aroma of mould hit her nostrils. It took a few seconds for her eyes to adjust to the snug's subdued lighting. It was the darkest space in the house with little natural light. But when she focused, she saw Natalie standing in front of her, obviously about to leave. She hadn't seen her sister come back to the house, but she'd been preoccupied in her conversation with the hairdresser Maureen. The champagne had dulled her observations too. Her eyes darted towards the sofa, where Jessica was sitting, her knees pulled up to her chest. She'd obviously been crying. "What are you both doing tucked away in here?" she asked. Neither sister replied. She took a few more steps inside and carried on. "What's going on?" She directed her question to Natalie, who was standing directly in front of her and looking as if she'd been about to leave.
"Teresa," Natalie said, "have you seen Juno? Or Luke?"
"What do you mean?" Immediately her hackles rose, and she was instantly on the alert, on the defensive. After all, why had Natalie felt the need to invite Juno to her party? Natalie walked to the sofa and sat down next to Jessica. It was then that Teresa noticed Jessica trembling. What had happened now? Déjà vu slipped through her like ice-cold water running along a ravine.
"Jess has been to Raven Island on the motorboat,"
Natalie was saying.
"Jessica?"
Teresa said in a whisper. Her little sister had said something about the log cabin incident. Oh, well, she'd deal with the fallout. It wasn't the end of the world.
"This afternoon, Teresa,"
Jessica replied softly. Inwardly, Teresa sighed relief. Of course, Jessica wouldn't say anything about the unfortunate incident. But Jessica had taken the boat out again, thereby completely ignoring her advice. She jerked her head back to look at Natalie. "What is going on?"
"Earlier, Jess saw Luke and she thinks Juno in the boat heading over to Raven Island."
"I don't think so." Teresa's words were measured.
A, because Luke's been with me all day, and B, he cannot drive a motorboat.
But it could have been someone called Caitlin. She's gone missing too, it seems. With some other bloke, of course. She turned to Jessica. "Are you sure it was Luke, and whoever in the boat? It could have been anyone on the river today. So many boats out as it's such a gorgeous day." Jessica nodded.
"Was Luke?"
"Luke wasn't with you earlier, when I saw you, Teresa," Natalie said. "Luke has not been out on the boat with Juno, or any other girl from this party."
"Where is he then?"
Natalie asked. "I don't know," Teresa snapped. There was no way he'd do that. Not with Juno or any girl. But where was he? "Jessica, are you absolutely certain it was Luke on the boat?" she asked. Natalie coughed and then began scratching her head.
"I saw Luke on the boat too."
"What? Natalie, do not do this to me!" Why are they doing this? "It was probably Dom," Teresa said. "You've both got mixed up and daren't tell Eva that Dom was with some teenage floozy." She found Natalie's eyes. "How and where did you see them?"
"I was sitting by the river's edge earlier this afternoon,
then took a walk to the boathouse. That's where I saw them on the river," Natalie replied. "I thought they'd come back. So I've been looking for Juno, and I can't find her. And you can't find Luke." "I couldn't find Dom either earlier," Teresa retorted.
"Teresa,"
Natalie said, her voice barely audible.
"Jess went to Raven Island in the boat."
"She says," Natalie viciously clawed at her head.
"She says that Juno is there. And she's dead."
"For God's sake, what is wrong with you two today? Of course Juno isn't dead." Teresa looked at both her sisters open-mouthed. To Jessica she said,
Is it because I told you not to tell?" "Tell what, Teresa?" Natalie asked, standing up. "Jessica followed Luke and me over to Raven Island early this morning," Teresa replied. "Really early, before anyone was up. We went to the cabin. Jess came in and found us having sex." Natalie rolled her eyes. "Sort of." She glanced at Jessica. "I'm sorry you had to see that, and I'm sorry I told you to keep quiet about it." "I did not go to Raven Island this morning," Jessica replied, her gaze fixed on the rug. "Yes, you did, Jessica. It's okay," Teresa said. "You don't have to keep the secret anymore." What was it with Jessica? She really did have a problem. Eva really did have to do something about it. "Did not go to Island this morning," her little sister was saying. "Did not see you and Luke. Saw you when I got up and was in kitchen." "Jessica, please stop this. Stop lying." The effects of the champagne had long ago worn off. Was her youngest sister saying she'd seen Luke with some girl, either Juno or Caitlin, because she resented Luke? And Natalie, why was she adamant she'd seen Luke on the boat? Luke had not been anywhere with Juno. And the thing about Juno being dead, it was all some sort of sick wind-up. "Did you have your glasses on, or contacts in, when you saw the boat?" she asked Natalie. It took her sister a second to reply. "Of course I did." Natalie pushed past her. "I'm going to the island myself now." It was then that Eva flung open the door. Her blue dress had split down the side and her face was bright red. "Tom's found a girl. On the island." Natalie raked her nails through her hair. Jessica burst into tears, her body collapsing into a paroxysm of shaking, so like she had done before. Before. Teresa could not speak. Her life would never be the same again. Chapter 19. Jessica. In the end, Dom didn't make the promised waffles, as preparations for Teresa's party were already in full swing. Jessica worried about what she had told Juno, worried about everything. Party day stretched ahead, but then again, every day did. When the guests began to turn up, none of her family noticed that she wasn't there. When eventually she did venture outside into the rising heat of the day to go and look for Natalie and Juno, she saw Natalie sitting by the river on the bench, reading a book, and Juno wasn't with her. She didn't want to bother Natalie, and decided to find Juno instead. As she walked in the direction of the jetty and boathouse, she had to dodge between the partygoers. A few asked her how she was, complimented her on her dress, told her what a handsome girl she was turning out to be, just in time stopping themselves from remarking on the physical similarity to her sister. The narrow path that led to the jetty sprouted an even narrower path, which looped around, eventually ending up at the front of the house. The path was never used. It was overgrown, dark, never saw sunlight. Taking the detour, she pushed away the overhanging bushes and began walking up the slight incline. She'd only taken a few steps when she heard a man's voice. "Juno, come on, let's go back." "Why did you come, if you want to go back?" Juno's reply. "I wanted to tell you, persuade you to cut out the drug-taking. You have such a future ahead of you. Don't waste it." Jessica heard Juno's distinctive laugh then, and just as clearly she could hear the man's voice. "It's just for a bit of fun," Juno said. "But okay if you say so. After today." "Good," he replied. "One more kiss?" she heard Juno say after a few moments. "This is a mistake, I'm sorry. Time to go back to the party." Jessica, as quietly as she was able, made her way back to the main path. Today was just too much. She really should not have told Juno. She would forget she had heard what she had heard. She would forget about the whole of today. Juno obviously had not believed her, had forgotten already. Her shoulders hunched. She walked back to the house and back to her bedroom to have a think. When she saw Juno again, she would tell her it was all a huge mistake. An hour later, Jessica left her room, intending to make her way to the river. At the far end of the terrace she spotted Maureen and asked her if she had seen Juno. She had not, and then Maureen asked her if she'd seen Caitlin. "No," Jessica replied,
and carried on towards the jetty. Sitting on the wall, she looked out onto the Thames, away from the party. It was such a peaceful day. The water looked inviting. She would like to go swimming, but the best swimming was in the middle of the river, so going in the water was better done from the island. She had not been swimming from the island since it had happened. But did it matter now? Her going? No, it did not. She would take the motorboat. Teresa would be cross, but that didn't matter either. Glancing at the jetty, she saw that one of the boats was missing. She looked up, her eyes skimming the river. Who had taken it? It was then that she saw their boat, heading for the island. It couldn't be missed. Dominic was painted on the side. It had been Eva's present to him. Eva, always trying to please Dom, to keep him around, and then Dom at the same time trying to please Eva, to be able to stay around. It was a parasitic relationship on both sides. Jessica saw a girl on the boat. She was certain it was Juno, but then remembered Maureen and her missing daughter. She squinted into the bright summer light, trying to work out who the girl was with. She couldn't be sure. Was it Dom or was it Luke? Maybe another man from the party, but then she thought about the conversation that she had overheard on the unused path and decided that it was Juno. And it was Luke. Luke was going to the island with Juno just like he had gone to the island with Teresa. She stood there, thinking what to do. Luke was like all the other men. She would go back to the house and think about what to do. If she were to do anything, she would wait for them to return. And then she would talk to Juno, who obviously had not taken her seriously. When half an hour later Jessica returned to the jetty to see if they were back, she was relieved to see the boat was in its mooring place. She untied the spare motorboat and glanced around. No one was watching. She really wanted to swim. Get away. 10 minutes later, she was standing on Raven Island. She made her way to the cabin, planning to get a cola from the fridge before going into the water. Peering through the trees, she suddenly saw, a few metres to the left of the cabin, a big ice bucket and an upside-down bottle of champagne inside, indicating it had been drunk. Near to the bucket was a baseball cap, the one Luke had been wearing early that morning. She heard a rustle and looked up at a nearby willow. A raven was perched precariously on one of the lower branches, but then it spread its wings and descended to the ground behind the tree. She followed the bird, and as she pushed through the screen of willow branches, she saw that it had taken position on Juno's left thigh, sitting just above the hem of her fluorescent green skirt. The raven flew away as she approached. She took a few steps towards beautiful Juno. This was all her fault. Juno was alone, just as her sister had been. Chapter 20. Now. Natalie. Her husband had returned from his trip very early that morning. Ollie had been quiet opening the front door because he hadn't wanted to wake her. Natalie, however, had been awake all night fretting about Hope's request for a Keane family reunion. She'd said yes, but now knew she couldn't go through with it. How, though, was she going to tell her daughter? The only way she can tell her no is by telling Hope the reason why. The real reason, that she can't face seeing Teresa or her husband. It is Ollie who's kept her up to date with Teresa, even when she didn't want to be kept up to date. But Ollie sensed she wanted him to, and so he did. Thank God for Ollie. They'd met in her second year at university in Spider's nightclub. He was 6 years older and already working. She'd asked him what he was doing in Spider's. He'd replied that he was looking for her. It was love at first sight. She couldn't believe her luck, because luck and she are not close friends. Ollie and Hope are the best things in her life. She doesn't deserve them, she knows that. But they are both so separate from who she was back then. But not now. It's all catching up with her. She knew it would. One day. She'd allowed Teresa access to Hope to make some sort of payback. That is Jess's analysis of the situation. Her professional analysis. It's so strange how she and Jess can muddle through without ever digging into the core of their past. Her husband walks into their bedroom, and she pretends to be asleep. She hears him get undressed, hears his trousers and belt thump lightly on the floor. He'd leave them in a heap. He's worse than a teenager. But she forgives him many habits. She forgives him because he forgives her, has exonerated her for things he doesn't even know about, but she suspected. He understands the mechanics of her brain better than anyone. The inside, as Jessica still calls it. Sometimes she trawls through her memory banks trying to pinpoint a time when they'd first met, when she might have said something to Ollie. Something she couldn't remember saying, something that had wiggled its way out of her subconscious after too much alcohol. Because back then she did drink. A lot. It was a problem, but she kept it hidden and under control. She was good at hiding things. Better than Jess, that's the truth. She worried the words would come out of her lips unbidden, and it would take away the man who she would die without. And so she stopped drinking altogether. She hasn't touched a drop since she was 22. Ollie's taking some things out of his small suitcase, leaving the dirty washing on the floor too, she bets. He gets into bed and enfolds her. He hasn't had a shower and smells of mild sweat and travel. She loves it. She loves him. She doesn't open her eyes but rubs his forearm. He touches her head, her scalp, which is on fire. "You're worried," he says.
"We'll talk later,"
she says.
"Hope's told me. I know."
He doesn't know, but he should. What is going to happen? It's all up to her, and the outcome is crushing her. The awful serendipity of their daughter's graduation day. "I can't do it. I can't have us all together," she says.
"Hope's close to Teresa. You know that. It's what I love about you the most, that you allowed me to take Hope all those years ago to connect with Teresa. I mean, I love that characteristic you have."
He rubs her back.
"Nearly the most,"
he says, nuzzling her neck. Despite the fatigue of travel, his hardness is apparent in her lower back.
"It's good our daughter sees her aunt."
They've been in the spoon position, but now she turns around. Another time she'd take hold of him and they would make love, as they have always done. But not this morning. It's never bothered you, has it? Hope being in close proximity to Matt? Why is that, Ollie?
Nat, let's not talk about this now.
Teresa never wanted kids, you know. She pushes.
What we say we don't want at 20-odd doesn't mean we don't want it later.
What are you saying? She sits up. Trails of frail morning light are seeping through the curtains.
Nothing, Natalie. Nothing.
Ollie, talk to me.
I'm really knackered, Nat. Can we do this later?
His erection has vanished. I need to do it now. She swings her legs out of bed and sits there, leaning forwards, her hands enveloping her skull, allowing herself to gently rub the ferocious itch at her right temple. She feels Ollie's hand covering hers. He's sitting up now too, and she feels so guilty. He's been travelling around Northern Europe for 2 weeks. All he wants is to come home and sleep, come home and enjoy his daughter's success, be home and make love to his wife.
You've never wanted to talk about Teresa before, so why now?
He says, because our daughter wants me to throw a party for my family.
Teresa did want kids. A child.
He says, what?
She had 3 miscarriages when she was younger.
She thinks of Teresa, her beautiful and ambitious sister, how she'd envied her, how she'd wanted to be her. He carries on.
It couldn't have been easy for her.
No. She turns to look at him. I tried back then to reconnect with Teresa, and then I lost our baby.
Oh, Nat, it was an accident.
She ignores his statement. Teresa never forgave Jess. And then, when in London Jess needed her the most, Teresa abandoned her again. She doesn't mention her own miscarriage a second time. It's still too painful. It's a Keane family trait, not talking about people they've lost. It took her many years to get over the loss of her baby. But she had eventually, and had eventually admitted to herself too, if only secretly, that the cause of her miscarriage was no one's fault. There had been an underlying problem that wasn't picked up on with her baby. She'd been aware from early on that Ollie had told Teresa the terrible outcome of her miscarriage. She was unable to have more children. and that had been the only time Teresa had tried to contact her. She'd ignored the calls, and not even Ollie could persuade her to take them, although none of what had happened stopped her from allowing Ollie to take Hope to meet her aunt, Teresa. She regrets everything that happened at that time, Ollie is saying, and not just about Jessica. You know that for certain? I do. She stands, pulls her dressing gown from the back of the door. I'm going to make coffee, and I'm going to call Teresa and Jess and tell them both that I can't do it. She turns to him. He's flopped back into a supine position. Then I'll call Hope and tell her. Don't, not on the phone. She'll be home next weekend, we'll tell her then, together. I can't wait that long. That's my opinion. She scratches at her temple, doesn't reply, and makes her way to the kitchen. She brews some coffee and then plods back upstairs, bypassing their bedroom, where she can hear Ollie snoring. Why had she insisted on talking about Hope and her grad day celebrations this morning? Why? She carries on up the second set of stairs that leads up to the loft room. She sits on the sofa and drinks the coffee, and then lies down. The sun is bright now. The day proper has begun. She closes her eyes. Ollie is right. She'll wait until next week when Hope's home to tell her. But she'll call Teresa and Jess. It's not only Teresa and her husband who she can't bear to see, but Jess's husband too. It's so odd that Hope took an immediate dislike to him as a child, and in truth she'd never have left her with him. It's the reason why Hope isn't close to Jess. Her eyes flicker and fill behind her lids, replaying Teresa's graduation day party, trying to find clues. She lost her other older sister that day, and Jess, too, eventually, to the man who picked up the sharp pieces of her. As the years have progressed, she's questioned if he is the reason why there are so many pieces of Jess that are still missing. Chapter 21. Teresa. Teresa hears the rattle of the front door knocker and turns, accidentally flinging flour on the floor at the same time. She thinks it's Matt, home early, but it's the late afternoon post. Her eyes dart around the kitchen counter and then at the floor and the fine mist of flour covering it. Christ, what had possessed her to make Mrs. A's chocolate cake, especially as she's already bought one at the supermarket? Sentimentality, she supposes, trying to recreate the nicer parts of her childhood, which had been mainly supplied by Mrs. A. She must remember to call Mrs. A in the morning, while Hope's still here. The two of them can have a chat. Alongside Ollie, Mrs. A is Teresa's umbilical cord to her family, to Natalie and Jessica, because Natalie keeps in touch with Mrs. A too, as does Jessica, although much more sporadically than her or Natalie, Mrs. A tells her. Mrs. A is a piece of invisible silk thread, holding something broken, but still viable together. Thank God she's still alive, and thank God she'd outlasted Eva. Like all the Keane sisters, Teresa loved their housekeeper more than she'd ever loved her mother. Somewhat bewilderingly, Mrs. A...
To shift the atmosphere and allow your ears to rest. Following this is a gentle musical composition. Please take these few precious minutes to center yourself, relax your facial muscles, and prepare for the next part of our work.
adored Eva, and had been inconsolable in the weeks after her death. It is Mrs. A's 95th birthday in a few weeks, and Teresa has been collaborating with the nursing home's manager for a special tea. She and Matt plan to stay in a hotel nearby, which happens to be near to Natalie and Ollie too. Mrs. A would love it if they all went together. Teresa doesn't think she can manage that, although after Natalie's phone call she is having second thoughts. She finishes making the cake and then goes upstairs to have a shower. Looking at the clock, she works out she has another hour before Matt's due home. He works just as hard now as he's always done. When not working, he's exercising, and when he's not doing either of those things, he's writing, although recently the writing has taken priority. With his pharmaceutical knowledge late in life, he's found a way to help society. It was one of her solicitor friends who suggested he write a book about drug addiction, targeting young people. All the money he makes is donated to shelters for young women who have major problems with addiction, something that causes many of these women, mostly girls, to turn to prostitution. She and Matt both work on this campaign, but separately. It keeps them both focused and sane. It's like a children's substitute, she sometimes thinks, or perhaps some sort of parent filler for them both, as both of them are parentless, only having each other. As far as she is concerned, she does not have a father. It had been a surprise, her father's letter, coming soon after Raven Island. Absolutely no contact from him before then, the bastard, although he'd quickly disappeared back to the black crevice from which he'd crawled. No matter what Eva had done, the Keane sisters did not deserve his desertion. She takes off her suit and underwear and steps into the shower, luxuriating in the semi-cool water. Her eyes are closed and she feels a small rush of air. She opens them. Matt. "You went to the supermarket, didn't you?" he says, smiling. "I did." She switches off the water and reaches for a towel. He picks it up from the radiator and holds it open for her. She steps into it and he pulls the towel and her towards him, and she leans into him. "I've missed you." She loves him more today than she'd loved him the first time they'd met. She has no regrets about marrying Matt. Has never had any, not one. "And you went on the bus, I'm betting."
"I did. You know me. Like to take the bus after a big case, bring myself back to real life." She looks up at him. "I've missed you," she repeats.
"I only saw you this morning, Teresa," he says, grinning. "So?"
"So what?"
"Verdict."
She grins back. "The bastard got 6 years for living off immoral earnings, 6 years for supplying drugs to a minor, and 4 years for statutory rape."
"Another win. Excellent news. I'm hoping it'll be a double celebration tonight."
"I think Hope's done well." She moves to the mirror.
"You've spoken to her?"
"I haven't spoken to her, no."
"What's the matter?"
"I don't—"
"What, Teresa?"
"Natalie called."
"Wow."
"Hope wants a big family get-together for her graduation."
"Hope is a remarkable girl,"
he says. "She is, but she doesn't know what she's doing." She's looking in the mirror, rubbing cream into her face.
"Is Natalie up for it?"
he asks. "Indeed, she is. She'll do it for Hope. I envy her, Hope." He is standing behind her like a guardian angel.
"As they say, it is what it is. Let's talk to Hope tonight. What time's Greta planning to arrive?"
he asks. Teresa's friend and ex-work colleague had flown in from Geneva earlier that morning. "She's in the UK, hired a car at the airport, has stopped off to see her mum and dad in Nottingham." She looks at the bathroom clock. She's due here at 8. Hope she'd be here around 6:30.
"Time to chat with Hope, then."
Teresa paces to the bedroom. "I need to get a move on, and you need to change the beds." He gives her a mock salute. "How was work today?" she asks.
"Good."
He rakes a hand through grey hair.
"I've got a date for the next book publication. My editor wants me to do an event, something to increase my profile."
"You can't. They know you can't."
"It doesn't stop them from asking."
Teresa puts a slim-fitting black silk dress on. She turns so he can zip her up.
"Bit overdressed," he says,
but with both amusement and pride embedded in his eyes. "Tonight's special, and I feel it's going to be special in more ways than one."
"I'm off to change the beds," he says, "and then a shower. Then I'll come and help you in the kitchen."
"It's all under control."
"Of course it is. I take it that Natalie's been in contact with Jessica too."
Teresa nods. "I don't think I can bear being within 3 feet of her husband."
"And Jessica?" She's standing in front of the full-length mirror, viciously twisting her hair into a tight bun at the nape of her neck. From the vanity table sitting next to the mirror, she picks up a wooden hairpin and jabs it like a spear into the bundle of hair. She replies to his reflection. "I'm okay about Jessica." She swivels around, pulls at the hem of her dress.
"It's time to let things go,"
he says.
"It was years ago when you went to see Jessica in London."
He smiles.
"And hope is your second hope."
She nods. "It's all so complicated, isn't it?"
"Hope will be here soon, so let's lighten up."
She lifts her hand and caresses his cheek, smiles back at him. He turns and leaves their bedroom. As soon as he's gone, the smile slips from her face, and she turns around to survey herself in the mirror again. Why hadn't Natalie told the truth back then, or wanted to hear it? Or did Natalie genuinely believe she was being honest? Teresa is as convinced today as she was then that Natalie had lied. But why, after so many years, hasn't Natalie ever admitted to those long-ago untruths? Why has Natalie stuck to her version of the story? Teresa shook her head, brushing imaginary wrinkles from her dress as she did so. Dom's death had meant that Eva was finally alone in her big, freezing cold house. By then, she was well past her prime. Too many drugs, too much booze. Teresa hadn't seen Eva since the party that she'd thrown for her and Luke, and her graduation. And so when Ollie called to tell her Eva had passed away, she'd felt absolutely nothing. Eva died a year after Dom. A drug overdose. Accidental, the coroner had said. Teresa had, though, never been sure it was an accident. She hadn't gone to her mother's funeral. It was Matt who attended. This said much about Matt, a lot about her, and a considerable amount regarding their relationship. Teresa tilts the mirror so she can see her face, which has the effect of chopping off her head, so she takes a few steps backwards to give her perspective. Perspective gives a much fuller picture. Jessica had just started her second year at med school when Eva died. Through Ollie, Teresa knew that Jessica had never been home in her first year. In her holidays, she went to stay with Natalie and Ollie. Teresa had nearly folded when Eva died, and had been close to calling Jessica. But she hadn't. A few years had then passed, each of the Keane girls getting on with their own lives. But then came the day when she dropped everything to drive down to London to be with Jessica. But Teresa can't think of that day now. It had all started so well and ended so badly. She stares at her reflection and at the tender dusk light infusing her room, as if by doing so she will, all these years later, find something within the image reflected back. Answers and explanations to all the tragedies of her life and her sister's. Chapter 22. Jessica. Jessica and her husband had flagged down a taxi outside the Soho restaurant where they'd celebrated her birthday and are now home. He leans forward to pay the driver, and knowing he won't tip, Jessica opens her clutch bag to take out her purse. Her husband shakes his head. She always gives a tip. She should just hand the driver a $5, but she dare not. She still feels like the young Jessica in many ways, acquiescent, vulnerable. Her colleagues and peer group at work would not believe who the real Jessica is. She can't believe who the real Jessica is, although in many other ways she is a long way from the girl she once was. Her speech is fluid and comprehensible, and she has worked hard on hiding her flaws, because she understands the world sees people like her as a threat, someone to be scared of. People are frightened of something they do not understand. Her brain is not wired the same as most of the population. Teresa never understood her, and that is why her eldest sister is always wary of her. As a grown adult, she often wonders if Teresa subconsciously blames her for their sister's death. After all, it is she who found her. And then after Juno, Teresa's wariness turned to anger, and then hatred. Is she that far from the girl she was? She stares at the back of her husband's head as he clambers out of the taxi. She isn't. She is in exactly the same place. All the patients she sees, all of the sickening stories she hears, and there are many. Her own story in many ways is still one of the worst. Her life is a hologram, laser lights crossing and penetrating, half-truths and lies, mirages and misconceptions. And if a hologram, does she exist at all?
Are you staying in the taxi all night?
He is saying. She looks up, almost startled that she is here with him. He's holding the door open for her. She turns and catches the driver's grumpy expression in his rearview mirror. She also catches the sheen of sweat on her forehead, feels the quickening of her pulse. She is unsure if it's the pleasurable anticipation of the night ahead, or terrible expectation of the night ahead. She is so split, like the two sides of the brain. She has not yet discussed with her therapist this part of her life, her marital sexual life, and she may never do so. "Sorry," she says to both the driver and her husband. She steps out and she and he are standing on the pavement outside their shared home.
You like my presents?
He asks. "I do." He smiles, like a smile a father would give to his child.
I'll always take care of you. You know that, don't you? You know I love you.
"I know you love me."
And you love me?
It is a full moon tonight, and the reflected rays bathe the features of his face, making it seem like a shiny grey mask. Tonight, he looks old. It's not the alcohol either, because he watches what he drinks. She has never seen him drunk.
Jessica?
He pushes. "Yes, I love you." So easy to lie. Perhaps before today it might have been true. But after Natalie's phone call, an intangible hesitance has taken hold. The possibility of all the Keane girls being together again, and with one added to the trio, making it a quartet once again. Something is shifting within the depths of her. Memories are pushing to the surface.
You don't sound very convincing,
he replies. Don't I? She searches his face, and now that a big cloud has blotted out the moon, he appears as he always appears. I love my bracelet. He pulls her towards him.
I wish you hadn't taken Natalie's call. It's ruined everything.
Let's go inside.
Why are you doing this?
What? She says.
Even thinking about a reunion with sisters who hate you.
That stings. She doesn't reply.
Why are you ruining your own birthday?
His voice is as flat as his expression. She turns to him. She is sabotaging the evening, and isn't entirely sure why she is doing it. It is Natalie's call about a reunion. That is why she is doing it. She's beginning to think she can do another graduation day. Be there for hope, confront who she is and what she has done. And what has been done to her. Because something terrible has been done to her, in so many ways. He is wearing an underlying anger tonight. It is palpable. She senses something more, too. A sexual urgency within him that she has not felt in this way before. Not in 17 years. It's a potent mix of anger, fear, and sexual urgency. They make their way inside the house and straight to the bedroom. He is desperate. She can see it in his unusually quick and jerky movements. For years she has been desperate for a different kind of intimate contact, and yet tonight, as she somehow knew it would happen, suddenly she is repulsed by him. And herself. Her mind travels back in time again, to when she had been a patient at the hospital in which she currently works. But she is not the Jessica she was then. She is not. She now inhabits both parts of the phrenology head. She is left and right, and she can be whole, a complete person. She slips off her dress, and he stares at her slender body. Her small breasts, her pubis, shaved, prepubescent smooth. He can't take off his trousers, shirt, and underpants quickly enough. His penis is engorged. He pushes her onto the bed, and her ruby bracelet gets caught up in a loose thread from the duvet. His finger enters her, but not too far. He takes his time, as he always does, and she despises herself for the role of pleasure that he elicits. He moves above her and holds himself near her mouth, as he has always done, But after only minutes, he does what he has never done, and yanks her head away, pushes her hard down onto the bed. Tonight is going to be different, as she sensed it would be. He holds her wrists, her arms above her head, and enters with force. The pain inside is excruciating, but as she lets out a stifled scream, he finds his release, and at the same time mouths a name, and not hers. Hope. His body drops to her side, and he's lying next to her. She does not think he even knows he said the name. The sickness in the pit of her stomach is rolling and all-consuming, but then a sense of violation and rage overcomes her, filling her, engulfing her, a tsunami that is picking up everything she should have felt about the horrific entanglements of her life, but which she has buried. She places her fingers in between her legs and feels wetness, not of arousal, but of blood. Sometimes she has wondered what it would be like to experience normal intercourse. This, though, is not normal. Nothing about her relationship with this man is normal. By refusing to have intercourse with her for 17 years, he has controlled her, every part of her. Why did he marry her? In the cavernous and secret part of her, she knows why. Jessica Keane is 40, and up until the last 10 minutes, her hymen has been intact. Jessica is 40, and has just awoken, as have her memories. Chapter 23. Then, August 1991. Natalie. When Eva said those words inside the snug, Dom's found a girl, on the island. In a split second, Natalie's life changed forever. These were the words that would change all of the Keane girls' lives forever. Natalie thought the universe was playing a hellish joke on the Keane family, that their home really was cursed, and the women inside it, or visiting it, were cursed too. Eva moved away from the doorway and further into the room. Dom's called the ambulance. And the police.
Caitlin?
Natalie whispered. Eva turned to her, her eyes glazed, her dress torn. She had looked like Rochester's mad wife, Natalie remembered thinking, years later.
Juno.
She's dead. Her throat was so incredibly dry, and her tears came then. She loved Juno, like a sister. She looked towards Teresa and the memory of their other sister, found dead and cold on Raven Island too, scorched into her mind.
I can't believe it.
Teresa nodded, and as she did so, her mane of blonde hair fell across her face like a curtain, blotting out her features and the pain that lived within them. Teresa was 22, and in that moment looked ancient, and as she'd appeared 5 years before. Their sister's death had hit Teresa the most. All three of them were devastated, but for Teresa, the death of their sister had been cataclysmic. But Teresa was always Teresa, and she got herself together in only seconds. She turned to Jess.
Did you tell Eva you saw Luke on the boat with Juno, going over to the island?
Jess picked up a cushion and pushed it up against her face.
Jessica, stop it!
Teresa carried on, her voice laced with frustration and anger, and not knowing who she should aim it at.
Take the cushion away. Was it Luke you saw?
Jess moved the cushion sideways, her expression set in terror, her body shaking uncontrollably.
Natalie,
Teresa said to her.
It was Luke,
she replied quietly. Eva was standing by the fireplace, and completely sober, any signs of her earlier drug use long gone.
Teresa, Eva said, coughing and clearing her throat. I believe Luke might have some explaining to do. To the police.
This is such crap, Teresa shouted. It was Dom, wasn't it? On the boat with Juno. He took her to the island.
She raked her hair away from her face with her hand, staring at Eva.
What is going on here?
I've asked around already, Eva said. Luke hasn't been seen for a while. Where is he, Teresa?
Teresa shook her head. He's around, somewhere. I left him to go inside and change my top. When I came back out from the house, I couldn't find him, but he's somewhere.
She gave Eva a stony stare.
Maybe he just couldn't stand being around your fake mates. I know for sure if given the choice, I'd have disappeared for as long as possible too. Stop it! Natalie suddenly shouted. Stop it! My friend is...
She couldn't say the word.
Why are we all arguing? Because of you, Teresa hissed at her. Jessica and Eva are saying that somehow Luke is involved, and we all know it's Dom. What's this all about?
It was not Dom who went to the island with Juno, Eva said evenly. It was Luke. She stepped closer to Teresa. I know, because I saw them on the boat too.
You really have to be joking, Teresa said, her face white. Why are you doing this?
I'm not doing anything. I'm telling the truth, Eva replied quietly.
Teresa turned to Jess and Natalie. Tell the truth. Now, both of you, and stop fucking around.
Teresa, watch your language, Eva whispered.
Watch my language? Are you even on this planet? Teresa stared at her. How much have you smoked today?
Natalie was staring at Eva too. She could not go against her mother, not after being the reason of her parents' divorce, especially now it was clear that Eva knew it was she who'd told Dad about Eva's affair. But she still wanted to say something to Teresa about Dom, the drugs, the dealer's visit that morning, the coke she'd seen Eva shoving up her nose, the ecstasy tabs in Eva and Dom's room. But she could not. She pretended to be a rebel. She pretended she was her own person. She pretended to be like Teresa and Juno. But she was not. Juno. Dead. She could not look at her older sister, could not bear to see the reignited pain in her eyes. This is not about what I do, Eva finally replied to Teresa. It's about what your fiancé has done. Teresa turned away. I'm going to find Luke. This is all just too ridiculous. She shot a look at Natalie. Teresa, Natalie whispered. Juno's dead. It's happened again. Teresa's face crumpled then. I'm so sorry about Juno. But you are all lying, and I will never forgive you. Teresa disappeared from the snug, and would never return. Not to the snug, the house, or their lives. Natalie turned to Jess, whose eyes were closed although the shaking had stopped. Her face as white as the paint of the snug's wall, her breathing laboured. Mum, Jess is unwell, she said. Quickly, Eva moved towards the sofa and pulled Jess into her arms. She's okay, aren't you, Jessica? Just worked up. Take some deep breaths and you'll be fine. Looking at Natalie, she said, Who did you see on the boat with Juno, Natalie? She didn't answer. Couldn't answer. Who had she seen? She'd thought, assumed even, it was Dom. Jess told her it was Luke. Did she want to hurt Teresa? Hurt Luke? Hurt herself? Luke, she said. At that point, Natalie believed that whatever Jess or she said wouldn't matter, wouldn't impact anything. She didn't believe Luke had anything to do with Juno's death. At that point, she didn't really believe Juno was dead. She thought it was all some horrendous mistake or misunderstanding. So strange how a mind can refute what it doesn't want to acknowledge. She'd had to acknowledge it, though, because soon after Eva left the snug, a tall woman dressed in casual black trousers, a t-shirt, and wearing sensible black Doc Martens, entered the room with a man who wore plainclothes too, accompanied by Dom, not Eva. As Dom walked in, followed by the police, he threw a look towards her that said everything. Do as Eva has asked. The detectives introduced themselves, but it was the female detective who did most of the talking. She asked her colleague to take Jess to sit with another policewoman who was waiting in the kitchen.
The female detective's name was Rebecca. Natalie didn't find out her surname for a while until afterwards. To children, she was Rebecca. It made it less formal. It was only many years later she remembered Dom's mate coming in with coffee. He'd nodded at Natalie, given her a comforting smile. Rebecca's questions were gentle, but precise. She told the policewoman exactly what she'd seen. A man with Juno on their motorboat, heading towards Raven Island. Rebecca looked at her notes written in a tiny little notebook. "Were you wearing your glasses or contact lenses at the time you saw this, Natalie?" the detective asked. How did the policewoman know she was short-sighted? She'd obviously already spoken to Eva.
"I was."
"Contacts or glasses?"
"My lenses."
"And who did you see with Juno, in the boat?"
"Luke."
"Luke Harris?"
"Yes."
"You saw Luke Harris accompanying Juno Morrison on your stepfather's motorboat, maybe heading towards Raven Island at around 1 to 2 o'clock this afternoon? Is that correct?"
"I'm not sure of the time."
The male detective coughed and stared at his colleague, shaking his head slightly. She threw him a be quiet look and carried on. The guests seemed to have sobered up now. Rebecca turned and looked at Dom, who didn't say a word. Dom was perched on the sofa next to Natalie. He didn't look like the Dom she'd known all those years. He'd lost any semblance of his every-single-day laid-back demeanour. He actually looked terrified, and she wondered if the detective saw that too. Rebecca carried on. "Natalie, do you think there is any possibility it could have been another man from the party in the boat with Juno?" "Should you be questioning now, Detective?" Dom intervened. A flicker of what Natalie thought was anxiety passed over the policewoman's features. "Mr. Keane, these are preliminary questions I need to ask, but we've questioned Natalie enough at this stage. Further questioning will take place at the station."
"It was Luke, on the boat,"
Natalie blurted out. "It's okay, Natalie," Rebecca said to her. "We'll talk more in a different place. Really, it's okay." She started crying then.
"Juno was my best friend. I wish she hadn't come."
"I'd like to have a very brief word with Jessica now, Mr. Keane," Rebecca said to Dom. To Natalie she said, her voice infused with softness, "You can go now." Dom got up from the sofa. "Natalie and Jessica are minors," Rebecca said, "so we will be pursuing our questioning at the police station, Mr. Keane, with appropriate measures taken to safeguard their well-being. Your children will not be interviewed in your presence, or your wife's. The utmost care will be taken." "I see," he said, hovering by the door. "However, I do need to see Jessica for a few brief questions." Her eyes seemed to bore into Dom's. "Questions I'd like to ask now, to get a feel for the scene here today. Perhaps you can go and get Jessica." Natalie dipped her head and got up to leave with Dom. If she'd been able to stay there after Dom left, she could have said something to Rebecca, the detective. That she hadn't been wearing her contacts. That it could have been Dom on the boat. It was her moment. But it was not to be. Natalie left the room with Dom. In her bedroom 5 minutes later, she was standing by the window surveying the carnage below. And then her eyes moved to Raven Island, which instead of being lit by fireworks was illuminated by sterile white police lights, the entire small parcel of land ablaze. So like the day Jess found their sister's body, only it had not been at night, but broad daylight. She turned and went to sit on the bed, her shoulders jolting, unable to stop the tears. She was 16, but for all of her bravado, she still felt like a child. She lay down on the bed and closed her eyes, shut it all out. All, which would cause her so many problems in the years ahead. Later that evening, and around the time that they should have been watching the fireworks, Luke was taken to the police station to be questioned, along with Teresa, Eva and Dom. Eva had told the police that she'd seen Luke on the boat with Juno, and her timescale of events was the same as Natalie's, because Eva had ensured it was. And the same as Jessica's too. Dom, of course, denied being on the boat with Juno. But from the first untruth that she'd unleashed in the snug, there was no turning back. Or so Natalie had thought then. Of course, it wasn't true. The days she spent in interview rooms chaperoned by an approved independent adult, she'd kept telling herself that she'd say what she wanted to say. Finally. What Eva had instructed her and Jess to recite to the police hung over her like a dark cloud. But when, for a moment, she would decide to go against Eva, she would also remember what she'd told Dad all those years before, walking in on Eva having sex with his brother while her dad had been away. Dad left them all pretty much immediately afterwards, and Eva had all but left emotionally. She hadn't wanted to lose more of her mum, and so she hadn't wanted to say it was Dom on the boat with Juno. Because then Eva would lose another husband too. And anyway, it could have well been Luke. By the time of the trial, she'd convinced herself it was. It was Luke who she'd seen with Juno. That is what she had seen. It was Luke. Natalie had no idea of the implications. Not really. And she didn't know then that there was a big question mark over Juno's death. She didn't know then that Luke would be arrested on the charge of manslaughter due to gross negligence. He'd known Juno was in distress, left her on the island, told no one, least of all the emergency services. But ultimately, the evidence was all wrapped around Jess's, Eva's, and her testimony. Luke's baseball cap had been found very near to Juno's body, and he didn't have an alibi for the time he'd been missing at the party. The domino effect of her actions would stay with Natalie for the rest of her life. They would shape her life. Chapter 24. Teresa. After leaving Eva and her two sisters in the snug, Teresa made her way back outside and into the chaos. The police had arrived and gathered the guests on the terrace. As she passed by, keeping her head down, she heard snaps of conversation, slowing when she caught the distinct hoarse voice of Eva's hairdresser, Maureen, talking to another guest. The police want to find Luke, the fiancé. Ignoring all of her instincts, she turned towards the woman. "Maureen," she said, "have you found your daughter?" Maureen jumped, and her face immediately reddened. "Yes, I found Caitlin, thank God." Teresa nodded. "What have you heard?" she asked. "The detective, a woman, has already spoken to some of the guests, me included, and Caitlin. She was wanting to talk to your fiancé," Maureen said, her eyes darting around and finding anywhere to rest as long as they didn't rest on Teresa. "I told her I haven't seen him around all afternoon. Remember, I asked you where I could find him? Did you find him?" she finished, finally looking at her. "Luke's here," she snapped, and turning away without waiting for a reply, she carried on walking to the end of the garden, to the bench by the river. She sat down and watched the police boat that was moored at the island. Luke had not been on the boat with Juno. Christ, poor Juno. She had no idea how she died, but she died alone on the island. Whoever had gone over there with her had returned without her, left her there. But had Juno been dead when that person had left? Had Juno been murdered? How had she died? Where was Luke? She'd searched the entire house after leaving the snug and still couldn't find him. Agitated and unable to sit, she sprang up from the bench. She should go back to the house. The police would want to talk to her. But instead she walked to the west side of the garden, following the river's edge, and took the unused and overgrown path at the side of the house, which brought her to a small gate that opened up onto their driveway. 2 police cars were parked there, although both were empty. She wondered why there wasn't an ambulance present. But then remembered the police boat at the island. Like before. She peered at the road where they'd parked the car. Luke's car wasn't there. Where had he gone? When had he gone? A curdle of acidic liquid was pushing up her gullet. She swallowed, rooted to the spot. Why hadn't he told her he was taking the car somewhere? Standing with him earlier on the terrace dance floor already seemed like an age ago. But if he'd taken the car soon after she'd gone inside to change her bodice, then he couldn't have been on the boat with Juno,
Leaning against the gate, she wasn't sure what to do. And it was then that she heard the rumble of a car engine. She peered down the road. Thank God. Of course he hadn't been in the boat with Juno. She ran from the gate and some way down the road, flagging him down. He didn't see her straight away as he was staring at the police cars. But then he pulled over. She rushed around to the driver's door and flung it open. "Christ, what's going on?" he said.
"You've been gone for ages. Why didn't you tell me you were going somewhere in the car, Luke? You just vanished."
The tears came then, in floods. She had never before felt as she did that day. Confused, disorientated, bewildered, out of control. He got out and pulled her to him. "What's happened?" He inclined his head to the police cars.
"Something terrible. Juno."
"What about Juno?" Did she see a shadow of guilt cross his features?
"She's dead, Luke."
"What are you talking about?"
"Juno is dead. That's why the police are here. Jessica took the boat to Raven Island. She told us that she saw you on the boat with Juno earlier going over there. She took the spare motorboat over. She found Juno there, alone and not breathing. Luke, tell me it wasn't you. You'd been gone so long. Where have you been?"
But then a sort of calmness enveloped her. He'd been somewhere. Of course it wasn't him on the boat with Juno. What the fuck were Natalie and Jessica and Eva playing at? Momentarily, her anguish evaporated, until she thought of Juno. "I went over to my mum's. Took the opportunity when you went to get changed. It's such a short drive from here, I was worried about her."
"You've been gone a long time, Luke."
"I know. I'm sorry." Despite everything that was happening, she said,
"Is she all right?"
She wasn't home. She took hold of his arm.
"You need to tell the police this, Luke. I don't know what happened to Juno, no one does yet. But Jess and Natalie said it was you with her. And it couldn't have been, could it?"
He shook his head. "Jesus, this is a nightmare."
"It really is. Come on, let's go back to the house. You need to talk to the police. We both do."
Chapter 25. Jessica. The policewoman called Rebecca was sitting next to Jessica. Dom sat on the sofa opposite. A policeman was standing by the door. Jessica couldn't understand why they weren't in uniforms. Uniforms would give the police lady and man a place, a role. She took in the police lady's black trousers, T-shirt and kind smile, and was thrown because it shook the order of how she saw the world. And today, after finding beautiful Juno's dead body, she was more desperate than ever for the order that she had painstakingly built around herself over the past 5 years. "Jessica, would you like a drink?" the police lady asked. She shook her head. "We only want to ask you a few questions today, Jessica, because we know how upsetting this is for you. Perhaps tomorrow, after you've had a good night's sleep, you'll be able to come to the police station where there will be a nice lady who will help you tell us more about what's happened today."
"Juno, dead,"
Jessica said. "She is, Jessica. I am so sorry." "Detective, maybe this is better done another day," Dom interrupted. Dom was protecting her. He said that he always would. He'd said that he would stay with Eva as long as she stayed quiet. "Mr. Keane," Rebecca said, "a teenage girl has been found dead. I need to ask Jessica just a few questions." "Gov," the man detective said, pulling at his tie. "Better doing this tomorrow, at the station?" It was so very hot in the room. The policewoman nodded, but the movement was jerky, and the muscles around her jaw flickered. "It's fine, Sergeant. Give me a few minutes." "On your shoulders, Gov," the sergeant almost whispered. Rebecca carried on. "Jessica, was it you who found Juno on Raven Island?" Jessica nodded. "Is that a yes, Jessica?" "Gov," the policeman said. Rebecca held up her hand and he shrugged heavily.
"Did,"
Jessica said. "And Juno was alone, no one else there?"
"Yes, Juno alone."
"And you went over to the island on your stepfather's motorboat?" Rebecca asked.
Did.
Rebecca turned to Dom. Can Jessica drive a motorboat?
She can,
he replied. Rebecca turned back to Jessica. We are going to leave now. Please try to get some sleep, Jessica. I'll send your mum in.
No.
Then we'll leave you with Dom?
No.
Jessica got up.
I need to go to my bedroom.
That's fine, Rebecca said. See you soon, Jessica. As she walked from the room, she didn't look at Dom. Couldn't, and for many reasons. Their kitchen was filled with sobered guests all milling around, and several police people in uniforms. Jessica walked straight to the walk-in store cupboard and picked up the Tupperware box that held Mrs. A's triple chocolate cake. She wished Mrs. A hadn't taken the weekend off. None of this would have happened if she hadn't. Mrs. A had been away the weekend her sister died. She disappeared upstairs to her bedroom with the box, sat on Indiana's hat and ate all of it with her fingers. Thought about Juno. Thought about her sister. She slid off the bed and checked the 100 broken pieces of her phrenology head that she had put in an empty shoebox on the top of her desk, and then made her way to the toilet. Chapter 26. Teresa. It had been 3 weeks and 5 days since the love of Teresa's life had been arrested. Juno's post-mortem showed that she had died of a heart attack, which had been caused by the ecstasy tablet she'd taken on the day of her party. Juno had an underlying genetic heart disorder, making her heart weaker. If she had received immediate medical attention, the coroner reported, she would likely not have died. Luke had been taken to the police station late that Saturday night, had appeared at the local magistrate's court 2 days later, and just over 3 weeks after that, in early September, and in the midst of a blast of an Indian summer, he had appeared at the Old Bailey in London, where the judge granted him bail and set a date for his trial, the 10th of January, 1992. Teresa asked Luke's mum for the bail money. She had absolutely no intention of asking either. His mum wasn't loaded, but she'd always been careful with what little she did have. The situation with Luke and his mum was unbearable, but at least the three of them had been able to talk about it. She'd found out in only the past week that his mum had been taken to the police station the morning after Juno's death, where she had told them that she had not seen Luke that day. She was not at home when he allegedly went to see her. She could have given him an alibi. All he was going through, but all he was concerned about was protecting his mum and her. She and Luke were sitting at their dining room table. For something to do, Teresa had made a mound of grated cheese and ham sandwiches and a huge pot of tea, although she knew the sandwiches would remain untouched. Luke's mum was supposed to be coming around, but had called to say that she'd gone back to bed to rest. She really wasn't well. Teresa was beginning to suspect there might be something seriously wrong with his mum, and she knew Luke would be worrying about this too. Of course, she hadn't expected Luke's mum to lie, although she'd be lying herself if she hadn't entertained the thought, if only for a second, that it would have solved Luke's devastating problem. Eva would have had no problem at all lying for one of her daughters. But it was something Luke's mum could not do. By refusing to lie, did it make Luke's mum a bad mother? No, it made her a worthwhile human being. And would lying have made Eva a good mother? No, it would show her for what she was, a total and utter excuse for a human being. Her eyes settled on Luke. He had absolutely no wish for his mum to provide an alibi for him, and this was something on which he and his mum were adamant and united. Consolidated. Teresa would have lied for Luke. She would have given up on her legal career for him before it had even started. A senior barrister at the Chambers, where she had completed 2 mini pupilages, had already told her it would be career suicide to take the stand with her true version of events, that she and Luke went over to Raven Island at 6 a.m. on the day of the party, that Luke had left his red baseball cap there. It's your word against your sister's, Teresa. Jessica said she did not go over to the island very early that morning, and therefore she did not see you and Luke there, so he could not have left his red baseball cap there. And Eva and Dom's statement too? They say that Jessica, you and Luke all got up much later. Natalie affirms that too. It's just too risky. I'm willing to take the risk, Teresa had said. But Luke wouldn't allow her to take the risk,
And his mum had warned her against doing so too. Teresa had got angry with her then. It had been the first time since meeting her she'd felt any hint of antagonism towards her future mother-in-law. Teresa had asked her outright why she wouldn't lie for her son. "I can't, Teresa. Deep down, you know I can't, and Luke doesn't want me to." And his mum was right. To change her mind would be madness. The prosecution would be all over it. Teresa took hold of Luke's hand. She was sure even his hand had lost weight. "You okay?" He nodded, but his facial expression told another story. "You will be acquitted," she said, picking up a sandwich, staring at it for a second and then placing it back on the plate. "You have numerous character witnesses. Why would a trained doctor leave a young girl in distress? Where is the reasoning? The logic?"
"They'll say I gave Juno the ecstasy tablet. They'll say I took her to the island to seduce her."
Teresa had to repress a giggle. It was a totally inappropriate response, and a response that would come from Natalie when nervous. Bloody Natalie. "Sorry, it's the thought of you seducing." Luke smiled. Only faint, but it was there. She would be forever grateful to her flatmate for inadvertently fracturing her wrist in a game of squash and her subsequent visit to A&E. She'd loved Luke from the moment she'd set eyes on him. But now she loved him even more, if that were possible.
"Are you saying I'm not a seducer?" he asked, although the smile had slipped away, just as a career had slid away.
"You only ever seduced me." Teresa fixed her gaze firmly on him. "You didn't go to the island with Juno," she said. "The jury will believe you."
"We'll see."
She'd promised herself that she would not bring up again what could have been Luke's alibi, and which was his alibi, but she did. "The only way to guarantee an acquittal is for your mum to say that you went to her house that day, because you did."
Luke sighed. "We've gone through this, Teresa. Mum wasn't home."
"But she hardly ever goes out."
"Well, that day she did. Mum's made her statement. She could not lie, and I don't want her to. It's done, Teresa," Luke said. "Mum didn't see me. If I hadn't hung around so long at her house, things would be different. I would have got back to the party sooner, and then it couldn't possibly have been me on the boat with Juno, because I would have been with you. I let myself in, and when I knew Mum wasn't home, I didn't think she'd be long. I stayed longer than I thought I would. It was so calm inside the house. Mum didn't come, and then I left. Too late, I left."
"Let's leave it," Teresa said with weariness. He pushed back his chair, stretched out his legs, turned towards the window, and then back at her.
"I'm afraid I've more bad news."
Teresa's insides felt as if they were contorting. What more bad news could there be?
"The prosecution has come up with something from my past,"
he carried on. "What?"
"In my first year as a junior doctor, I prescribed myself Valium."
"You are kidding me, right? You, Valium?"
"It wasn't for me, it was for my friend. He was having a bad time. I wanted to help him."
"Jesus, Luke, why haven't you told me about this before?"
"Never the right time."
Luke got up and went to stand behind her, resting his hand on the top of her shoulder. She turned to look up at him. "What happened?"
"I was cautioned. It's not illegal to self-prescribe, as you probably know."
"But you weren't self-prescribing, Luke. You just told me that."
"I lied to the board. I only did it once. It was a stupid thing to do."
"I hope your friend appreciated it."
"I'll never know. He committed suicide before I was able to give it to him."
"Oh, God, I'm so sorry," she said. But then Teresa's legal brain kicked in. "The prosecution will drag this up to show that you're a drug taker and that you supplied Juno with the ecstasy tablet that essentially killed her."
"I think that's how it goes," he replied. "But I've got 3 character witnesses from the hospital. It'll be fine."
"It'll cast doubt within the jury, Luke," she said, her voice so quiet she could barely hear herself.
"It will. But I did not take Juno to Raven Island, and I did not give her drugs."
Teresa squeezed her eyes closed. "It was Dom, and probably Dom who gave Juno the tablet."
"We don't know that," he said. "It could have been anyone at the party. Juno could have brought it to the party. He smiled a sad smile.
It could have been anyone. And yes, Juno could have brought it with her.
She found his eyes.
Oh, Luke.
Chapter 27. Natalie. It was Mrs. A who stayed with Jess and Natalie when the trial began, because even though Eva and Dom were in the house, they might as well not have been. Natalie couldn't concentrate on anything, least of all her A-levels, which she'd started the previous September. She knew then that she was going to flunk them spectacularly. Every time she sat down to work or read, she thought of Juno. It was what they had done together. Have a laugh and do their schoolwork. It's what their whole friendship had been based on. Because the truth was, despite her friend's outer persona of being good-time girl, Juno was a born academic. Great things had awaited her, and everything had been taken from her. Just as everything had been taken from her sister, in one fatal accident. She had been to see Juno's parents twice since her friend's funeral. Her second visit was when she'd found out that Juno's mum had had a small stroke. The death of her daughter was just too much for her to handle, Juno's dad had said. Natalie hated herself for not having visited the couple again. She couldn't face it. Earlier in the morning, she and Mrs. A had visited a local boutique and chosen a black trouser suit and white blouse to wear at the trial. They'd gone to McDonald's afterwards, and she'd wished they'd brought Jess, because as well as loving Indiana Jones, she loved a Big Mac too. They'd returned home around 3. Jess was still in her room, as was Eva. Dom had disappeared off somewhere, something he was doing more and more. She knocked on Eva's bedroom door. She knew she'd still be in bed. Juno's death had raked everything up for her. It had raked everything up for Natalie.
Mum, you awake?
No answer, and she knocked again, louder.
Come in.
She was lying on her side, facing the curtains, not the door.
You all right?
She said. No answer. Natalie stepped further inside the room.
Eva, Teresa won't speak to me.
What you and Jessica told the police was true, Natalie. You'll be fine in court. There's nothing to worry about.
She turned over, peered at her. God, she looked terrible.
Luke left Juno to die on the island, not Dom.
But you didn't see it, she said. The boat with Luke inside. With Juno.
She stepped nearer.
I know you didn't.
You know nothing.
This has ruined Luke's life and Teresa's. Don't you care?
You were always jealous of your sister.
Eva peered up at her.
Your other sister, too.
In the pit of her stomach, something vaulted at that last comment.
That's not true.
Why was she doing this? But she was jealous of Teresa. And if she were truthful, of both her older sisters.
You've always wanted to ruin everything.
Eva pulled a pillow from where Dom would normally be sleeping, sat up and pushed it behind her head, carrying on in a much quieter voice.
You didn't have to tell your dad.
I was 6.
Eva yanked the pillow away and threw it on the floor, then slid back down.
Don't worry about tomorrow. Just say...
The truth?
Jessica told the truth in court, and so will you. It'll be fine.
Eva caught her eye and then sat up.
When you saw Luke on the boat with Juno,
she said, fixing her eyes on Natalie's and emphasizing Luke's name.
He was wearing his red baseball cap, wasn't he?
Natalie stared at her mother.
I'm not sure.
Eva leaned forward.
Yes, he was. And you are sure. Remember that. He went to Raven Island with Juno wearing it. He left it there when he left Juno.
Natalie didn't reply but felt herself dipping her head in a nod.
Good.
Eva peered at the bag that Natalie was clutching in her right hand.
Mrs. A's chosen something for you to wear in court.
Pulling out her outfit, she held it up.
Nice. Shame it's taken a court appearance to get you to wear something decent.
Natalie decided to let that one go.
"How's things with Dom?"
She dared to ask, even though she knew how things were with Dom.
"I'm not sure."
"It'll be okay," she said.
"I don't think so."
"You've lied for him. What else does he want from you?"
"For the last time, I did not lie, and neither did you. I'm sorry about Juno, Natalie, but she died because of her own actions."
"That's not true. Juno did nothing wrong. And what about Luke and Teresa?"
"If I know my daughter at all, she'll distance herself from him because it'll ruin her career before it's even started if she doesn't. Teresa will get over him. She's fickle. Won't take her long to find someone else." She slid down the bed. "Please go, Natalie."
"Natalie?" Mrs. A was saying, knocking on her bedroom door. "Time, Natalie." It was Mrs. A who was accompanying Natalie to the Crown Court. Before leaving, Natalie poked her head through Jess's door. She was sitting at her desk, her head stuck in a book.
"Jess," she said, "I'm going." "You scared?" "I was. A bit."
Jess's speaking had improved since Raven Island.
"I am," she said. "A little." "What will happen to Luke?" Jess asked.
"We don't know yet."
"Will Teresa come and visit ever again?"
"I'm sure she will, Jess." She wouldn't. Ever. Natalie didn't know what had happened very early in the morning of Teresa's party, because it had been one morning when she hadn't got up early. It was recorded in Teresa's statement that she and Luke had gone over to Raven Island together very early, on the morning of the day that Juno died. Jess denied going to the island early that morning, despite Teresa and Luke saying she had. Did she believe Jess? She did. Why would she have lied about that? Mrs. A and Natalie took a taxi to the Old Bailey in London. Natalie hadn't expected Eva to take her, but she'd thought that Dom might have volunteered. He hadn't. Instead, he'd disappeared outside on the pretext of cleaning the boats. They didn't need cleaning. No one had used them since the party. The taxi dropped them off. The building was impressive and daunting. Natalie swallowed, her mouth dry, and already she could feel the silk of her blouse wet underneath her armpits and along the bumps of her spine. After their bags had been searched, a short, round woman made her way towards them.
"My name is Patricia. I'm part of the Witness Support Service. I'll be taking care of you."
She smiled at Mrs. A.
"I'll take Natalie from here," she said. "I'm going to do some shopping," Mrs. A said. "What time shall I return to pick up Natalie?" she asked, directing her question to the woman. The woman looked at her watch. "It's 9 now, so I'd say no later than 3.
"That long?" Natalie said. God, what an ordeal. But then she thought of Juno. The reason she was there was because Juno wasn't. The tears stung. At that moment she felt Juno's presence, as if her friend was unable to rest. Mrs. A had told her that Juno's dad would be at court, and a part of her hoped she didn't see him. She really wasn't a very nice person. As it turned out, Mr. Morrison didn't attend that day.
"Just to be on the safe side, Natalie," the woman was saying, "please don't worry. And don't cry. We aim to make this as easy as possible for you."
She smiled, and it seemed genuine. Mrs. A took Natalie's hand and squeezed.
"See you later, Nat. You'll be fine. Jessica was."
She wanted to cry more then. Instead, Natalie kissed Mrs. A on the cheek. Mrs. A calling her Nat. Only Teresa called her by that name. But then had stopped after the argument. Why did Teresa always blame her for everything? Chapter 28. Natalie. Natalie was summoned at 10:30 a.m. Patricia led her into court, just as she'd explained. She entered, thankful for the screen that blocked everyone from seeing her, apart from the jurors, barristers, and judge. She sat behind it. Luke couldn't see her, and the gallery had been cleared of the public. Once she was settled, helped along by a few reassuring smiles from the judge, Patricia sat on the chair next to her. Natalie's scalp was itching like mad, and although she tried to keep her fingers from her hair and the skin beneath, it proved to be impossible. She dug into her right temple with her nails.
"Are you okay, Natalie?"
Patricia whispered. She snatched her hands away, pulling out a handful of hair at the same time. Patricia's expression fell into one of dismay, and Natalie felt a bit sorry for her.
"I'm sorry,"
she whispered back.
"It'll be over soon."
The judge began talking, and she only half listened, staring instead at the screen, imagining Luke, but then imagining Juno. After the judge had finished speaking, a man, who Patricia had told her would be the prosecutor, the barrister who wants to ensure that if Luke is guilty he will go to prison, began to talk.
"Hello, Natalie,"
he said. His voice was deep and gruff, and didn't sound like she thought he'd sound from the way he looked.
"I hope you are well this morning and are being well cared for."
He nodded at Patricia.
"I'm sure Mrs. Dewsbury is doing a fine job."
He smiled at Patricia and at her, but the smile was uneven. The left side of his lip lifted higher than his right.
"I'd like to begin this morning by asking you if you know the defendant, Luke Harris."
Patricia had told her to just answer the questions and to tell the truth.
"That's all you need to do."
That was what she would do.
"Yes, sir."
"There's no need to call me sir."
"Okay."
She looked at the judge. He smiled. Juno would have said he smiled magnanimously. Oh, Juno.
"Okay."
The barrister was still smiling unevenly. He had crooked teeth and a very thin face. She wondered if she liked him. She wasn't sure.
"How do you know Luke Harris, Natalie?"
"He's my sister's boyfriend, fiancé."
"Ah, this all must be very upsetting for you and your sister."
"I think it is, for my sister."
"And Juno, she was your best friend?"
"She was."
Natalie swallowed. She couldn't allow herself to cry.
"You are keen, then, I'd think, to find out exactly what happened to your friend on the day she died?"
She caught her breath. The judge said, "Please be mindful of your questioning, Mr. Benson."
"Of course, Your Honour,"
Mr. Benson replied, looking contrite. He carried on.
"Natalie, are you fond of Luke Harris, your sister's fiancé?"
Was she? She did like Luke, if truth were told. And she always told the truth.
"I am, yes."
He nodded, but it was an over-the-top and exaggerated movement.
"Could you tell me, the judge and the jury, the sequence of events on the day when Juno Morrison lost her life, Natalie?"
Natalie took a deep breath.
"It was my sister Teresa's big day. Her graduation and engagement celebration. We were having a party at home to celebrate."
"How did the day begin?"
"We got up reasonably early to get the house ready for the party."
"Did Luke sleep at your house the night before the party?"
"He did, yes. He and Teresa came to the house the day before."
"Who was up first on that day?"
he asked.
My mother, I think."
"Ah, your mother was up to do her chores."
She stared at him.
"Chores?"
"Helping to get everything prepared for her eldest daughter's celebrations."
"Oh, yes."
She didn't think he even knew the meaning of the word chore.
"Who awoke after your mother, Natalie?"
"I think I came down next. Then Teresa and Luke, and then some friends turned up."
"Who turned up early, Natalie? Can you remember?"
My mother's hairdresser, and Dom's, that is my stepfather's friend, who he's in business with. A few other oldies. A few more of my mother and stepfather's friends."
"Busy morning,"
he stated with a grin.
"It was, yes."
"Amongst the friends who turned up, was Juno amongst them?"
"Yes, she was. The caterers turned up pretty early too."
He smiled again. His face seemed to be in a permanent smile. Patricia had explained that the prosecuting barrister would probably be nicer to her than the defence barrister.
"And your younger sister, Jessica? What time did Jessica come downstairs?"
"Jessica was the last one to come down, as I remember."
"Did Jessica come down in her nightwear?"
"Yes, she did."
"And Luke and Teresa, were they dressed or still in their nightclothes?"
in dressing gowns.
Did Teresa or Luke tell you, or anyone, that they'd been out very early that morning and taken a motor launch to Raven Island?
No, I don't think so.
Try to remember, Natalie.
No, they didn't tell me that.
Patricia had allowed her to read her statement. She had said that, and it was true.
We don't go to the island these days.
Why is that, Natalie?
Since my sister's death, we just don't.
Furtively, she looked at the judge. Would they all know about that? These people probably knew everything. Mr. Benson, the judge intervened. Please stay with the relevant facts and questioning. Mr. Benson nodded.
Were you aware that your sister, Jessica, had been to the island very early that morning, before 7 a.m. in the motor launch?
No, I wasn't, and she didn't tell me that.
And Jess hadn't.
Later in the day, around 4 p.m., you went inside the house to find Juno, but instead found Jessica. In what emotional state did you find Jessica, your sister?
She was crying.
Jessica was very upset?
I think so.
Yes or no, Natalie?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She looked hard at him, then at the judge, at the people who were the jurors.
Jess told me she'd been over to Raven Island, that later in the afternoon, after the party had started, and had found Juno. She said that Juno was dead. At that point, I didn't believe her. Jess. I thought it couldn't be true.
And what did you do then?
I went to find Eva to tell her.
Your mother, Eva?
Yes, my mum. We all call her Eva.
For a second, the barrister appeared confused, but quickly bounced back.
Thank you, Natalie. We're nearly done. The time between your stepfather's speech at approximately midday, which lasted around 20 minutes, I believe, to around 4 p.m.
He scratched his head as if thinking, but she knew he wasn't. He had all the facts. He'd read her statement.
Did you see Luke at the party?
I saw Luke during the speech, and I saw him with Teresa a short time afterwards.
How long afterwards?
About a quarter of an hour afterwards.
Tell the court what you did then, Natalie.
I went to sit by the river for a lot of the afternoon after Dom's speech. I was waiting for Juno.
Where had Juno gone?
Just off for a wander, as she called it. It's what she does. Did.
Mr. Benson turned to the judge then.
I'd like to show Your Honour and the jury a photograph of the house and grounds, the river and Raven Island, to put into perspective the size and expanse of the building and its surrounding.
You may do so. Carry on. The judge said.
Could the usher please present exhibit number 4 to the judge and jury?
A man made his way to the jury and presented the exhibit. He gave Natalie the photographs to look at too. The size of their property was obscene, easy for people to get lost and not be seen. So many rooms, nooks and crannies, both inside and outside.
So, Juno went off to mingle while you stayed sitting by the river?
Mr. Benson ploughed on.
Yes, that's right. I don't really like big gatherings. It was why I asked Juno to come to the party, Teresa's party, to keep me company.
I understand,
he said. She really didn't think he did.
Did you go back and join in with the party?
I did.
What time would that be?
I'm not sure, but around 2 or 3 p.m.
And when you went back, did you see either Teresa or Luke?
I saw Teresa, but I couldn't see Luke.
And when you found Jessica in her bedroom, you'd actually been looking for Juno, is that right?
He pushed.
Yes, she'd been gone a long time.
And Natalie, going back to when you were sitting by the river, and before you went back to the party, did you stay sitting on the bench the entire time?
No, I didn't. I got up a few times to walk along the river's edge, away from the house, towards the jetty where the boats are moored, and where I had a clearer view of Raven Island.
And did you see anything?
The first time I went, I did, yes.
And what did you see?
I saw one of Dom's motorboats heading towards Raven Island.
And could you see who was in the boat?
Yes.
Do you wear glasses or contact lenses, Natalie?
Yes.
You are short or long-sighted?
He asked.
Short-sighted.
Were you wearing your glasses or contact lenses on the day of the party?
Natalie looked at the judge, turned to Patricia,
then stared at the man asking questions.
I was, yes.
Glasses or contacts?
My lenses.
Who did you see inside the boat?
Juno. And Luke.
What made you certain it was Juno, Natalie?
Her skirt. The colour, a vivid green, and I'd recognise Juno anywhere.
He nodded.
And Luke? How could you be so sure it was Luke? Did anything distinguish him for you?
Natalie shook her head, although remembering what Eva had said.
No, I don't think so, but I could see it was Luke.
That's fine, Natalie. But if you do remember anything, please do let the court know.
I will.
She should have said something about the red baseball cap.
Did you later return to the jetty area to check if the boat had returned?
I did, yes. That was why I went to find Juno, because I thought she'd returned. I didn't know then that she hadn't.
She blinked back, rising tears.
I had no idea she was still on the island.
Please take your time, Natalie. You are doing very well.
Mr. Benson took a breath.
So you didn't know that Juno had not returned until you spoke to your younger sister, Jessica, in her bedroom?
No, I didn't.
And what did Jessica say to you?
She told me she'd taken the motorboat to the island. She told me she'd found Juno, that she wasn't breathing, that she was dead.
She cried then, couldn't help it, and felt Patricia's hand on her knee.
Thank you, Natalie. I appreciate your responses.
Mr. Benson nodded towards the judge.
Thank you, Mr. Benson.
The judge turned to Natalie.
Would you like to take a short break, Natalie, to gather yourself? It really is not a problem.
She wanted to get this over with.
No, sir. Your Honour.
The judge addressed the other barrister.
Do you have any questions for the witness, Mr. Hamilton?
I do, Your Honour.
Natalie, the judge said, Mr. Hamilton will be cross-examining you. Are you absolutely certain you don't want a break first?
No, thank you, Your Honour, she said.
The judge moved his head a fraction and inclined it to Mr. Hamilton, the barrister who Patricia had told her was the defence counsel, the person defending Luke. She knew this would be much more horrendous than Mr. Benson's questioning, and in that moment she thought of Teresa. She would be so good at this job.
Good morning, Natalie, Luke's barrister said.
Mr. Hamilton was the exact opposite to the other man, young and full-faced, hungry-looking. Her stomach lurched.
Good morning, she said.
Natalie, are you aware of the cause of Juno Morrison's death, your friend, Juno?
Yes, I am.
Natalie had always known about Juno's heart condition, but had never known its name. It had been Mrs. A who had filled her in on the details, given her its official name.
She had Wolff-Parkinson syndrome.
Wolff-Parkinson-White syndrome, yes, which made Juno particularly vulnerable to the effects of some drugs, especially the much stronger form of MDMA. Natalie, were you aware of Juno's propensity for taking drugs?
She had the odd spliff sometimes, that's all.
That is all Juno took?
I think so, yes.
Natalie's mind travelled back to that long-ago day when she found the ecstasy in Eva and Dom's room. The image of the blue tablet, the skull and crossbones imprinted on it, burned inside her brain. The skull and crossbones were there for a reason.
Were you aware of the drugs that were available at your parents' home the day that Juno died?
That took her unawares.
Mr. Hamilton, the judge said, I think we can leave that question for another witness, seeing as you are asking Natalie's opinion on something that is conflictive for Natalie.
On the day of Juno's death, Natalie, Mr. Hamilton continued, were you aware that Juno had taken something other than cannabis?
No, I wasn't aware she had taken anything.
The party had been awash with cannabis. It was why Juno had gone off to find some. That had been her chance to tell the court about the ecstasy tablets she'd found in Eva and Dom's room. But she said nothing. She also didn't tell the court about finding Eva with a note stuck up her nose by the jetty wall. Her scalp was on fire, and she had to stop herself from scraping it with her nails. She clutched at the wood of the witness stand, claustrophobia beginning to strangle her,
Fear grabbing her at the thought of what would happen to Eva if Dom were arrested. Or worse, if Dom left Eva due to Natalie's potential testimony. History repeating itself. Eva losing her husband again. She had no desire to save Dom. The Keane sisters would all be better off without him. But still, she wanted to save Eva, felt she owed Eva. The barrister carried on, a Rottweiler.
Going back to when you saw the motorboat, when you took your walk along the river, are you certain it was Juno you saw in the boat and not another young girl from the party?
I did think it could have been another girl. Afterwards...
So you weren't sure?
He pushed. Heat pricked at her. My mother's hairdresser had told me that she couldn't find her daughter. She's about my age. I thought it could have been her in the boat, but I only thought that afterwards, when I knew her mum couldn't find her.
He nodded. Are you certain it was Luke in the boat? Could you see clearly?
I could, and it was Luke.
It couldn't have been another man from the party.
I don't think so.
I'm afraid you have to be clearer than that, Natalie. A young man's career, his life is at stake here. A doctor. A man who has spent his life saving people.
I understand.
Are you sure it was Luke?
I am.
She was. It was. How can you be so sure?
She took a mouthful of air and changed her life. I've just remembered something, and Mr. Benson did say to mention anything that came back to me. Luke was wearing his baseball cap. It was bright red. You couldn't miss it.
The man's face twitched a little. Are you certain, Natalie?
Absolutely certain.
Luke's defence barrister glanced at the judge.
That will be all, Your Honour.
The judge nodded. You may leave the courtroom now, Natalie. Thank you for coming today. He then turned his head away from her and addressed the court. We will convene for an early lunch and reconvene at 1:30 p.m. Mrs. A was waiting for her when she emerged. She didn't say a thing, only gave her a hug. They got in the taxi to go home, but London was busy, and it took a while.
Eva loves us, doesn't she, Mrs. A?
Natalie said, as they finally made their way away from the city's centre.
Of course she does, in her own way. Mrs. A patted her hand. But, you know, she hasn't been the same since...
Even Mrs. A had a problem saying her sister's name.
Teresa will never forgive me. As long as you tell the truth, that is all that matters. You and Jessica. How was Jess here, at court?
She was calm. Calmer than I thought she'd be.
Have you seen Teresa?
Mrs. A now took her hand.
I have.
Did she say anything?
She said that whatever the outcome, she'll stick by Luke.
Natalie thought about asking the taxi driver to stop so she could get out and throw up. She waited, though, and the wave of nausea passed. If she waited long enough, this whole thing would pass. Staring through the window, she thought about the red baseball cap she hadn't seen. She also thought about the dealer who'd turned up later in the morning of Teresa's party. He never came in the day, always at night. She was so glad they didn't ask her anything about that in court. It would turn out that the jury, led gently by the judge, believed that Juno had come to the party with the ecstasy tablet that had killed her. The judge and jury were convinced by the statement given by Caitlin, the hairdresser's daughter, who told the court that Juno had offered her a tablet at the party. Juno's reputation had been obliterated by Luke's defence. Chapter 29. Then, December 1998. Natalie. Natalie had woken up full of relief on the first day of the school holidays. She didn't absolutely love her job. She liked it, but she absolutely loved Ollie and the baby growing inside her. She'd been counting down to the Christmas holidays for weeks. Pregnancy was taking it out of her. She was 3 months in, having conceived on a Greek island where they'd been celebrating their first wedding anniversary. Their wedding had been low-key and taken place inside a register office. After 4 glorious years up in Humberside doing her degree,
where she had done her teacher training too. Ollie, ironically, had been offered a job very near her birthplace, so they'd moved back down south. She didn't see Eva or Dom often, and since Jessica had left the family home a few months earlier for med school, she foresaw she'd be seeing even less of them, which suited her perfectly. Mrs. A still worked for them, and she made sure she and Mrs. A met up as often as they could, although never at Raven House. Ollie had left earlier that morning for work, although December, the weather was unseasonably warm, and she was just about to go outside to hang out the laundry in the minuscule garden. They were renting a 2-up, 2-down cottage. It was tiny and suffered from rising damp, but it was home. It was also miles away from the river. That had been her only stipulation to the letting agent. Nowhere near the river. She slipped on her coat and picked up the washing basket, thinking about how much she loved being a housewife and soon-to-be mother. Eva had said she was far too young to be trapped in domesticity. She wasn't. She wanted to be everything Eva wasn't. She had a job, too, which was more than Eva had ever had. She made her way outside, and as she pegged out the washing, she allowed herself to think about the past and her family. The last time she'd visited Raven House was a month after Jess's departure, in October. She was never sure if she avoided Raven House because she couldn't stomach Dom, or if it was because she couldn't stomach Eva. Both. She'd made sure that Mrs. A would be around, as her presence made things more manageable. Dom had been home, and she'd been really shocked at his appearance. He'd lost weight and aged a lot, during and after the trial. Also, since the trial, the deeper and further away memories had become more painful. These had been the memories she'd been able to share with her husband. On their holiday where their baby had been conceived, she had told him everything about her other older sister. It was as if a dam had been opened. She was pegging up the last pillowcase when she heard the telephone ringing inside. Thinking it must be Ollie, she rushed in to answer it. Kicking off her shoes, she grabbed the phone.
"Natalie, it's Mrs. A. Is everything okay?"
It wasn't. She could tell by the tone of her voice. 100 reasons flitted through her head, the main one being that Mrs. A was in her early 70s.
"Are you okay, Mrs. A? Natalie, you need to come over to the house as soon as possible."
"Is it Eva?"
"No, it's Dom."
Relief swept through her. Whatever Eva was, she was her mum, and the grandmother to her child. Family really was a strange paradigm. Mrs. A carried on.
"We heard a noise on Raven Island. Eva went over in the boat."
"Eva can't drive the boat, Mrs. A. Are you sure? She hates the water."
"Natalie, she went because it was a gunshot sound, and Dom had disappeared earlier this morning. Dom, he's shot himself. He's committed suicide."
She should have been surprised, but wasn't. Was she upset? No, she wasn't. But her overriding thought was that Eva could not drive the boat.
"I'll come over now, Mrs. A. I've called the police.
Can you put Eva on the line?"
"She can't talk. She's in shock, Natalie."
"I'll be as quick as I can." After putting down the phone, she called a taxi and was at Raven House within half an hour. By the time Natalie arrived, so had the police. Eva was sitting inside her enormous kitchen, dishevelled, her skin the colour of the pale grey granite work surfaces surrounding them. Mrs. A was holding her hand.
"Eva?"
she said softly. "I'm so sorry." Eva didn't answer, just stared ahead at nothing and no one in particular.
"You went to the island, Eva?"
she carried on.
"In the boat?"
"You went in the rowing boat."
"No, she went in the motorboat, Natalie,"
Mrs. A interrupted. Natalie scrutinised Eva. Something was not ringing true yet. Whatever did ring true in her family. Unbidden, the scene inside that very kitchen from 12 years previously, 5 years before Juno's death, came into her mind. The day when Eva tried to find Dom at work to insist he come home to check Raven Island. She'd had a strange feeling something had happened, and it was connected to the island and her daughter. If anything would have motivated Eva to face her fear, It would have been the driving need to check her favourite daughter had come to no harm. In the end, though, Eva hadn't been able to contact Dom, and it was a 7-year-old Jess who had taken it upon herself to drive the boat to the island, in an attempt to put Eva's mind at rest. In the darker corners of her mind, Natalie had questioned if Eva had asked Jess to go. She was just about to quiz her traumatised mother more when a policeman came in, entering through the kitchen French doors.
"Are you Eva's daughter?"
he asked.
"I am, yes." To Mrs. A, she said, "Take Eva upstairs if you don't mind."
"Of course. Come on, Eva."
Natalie waited for them to disappear. "Could you tell me what's happened?"
"Mr. Keane has taken his own life using an unlicensed and highly illegal handgun."
"Ah, please, sit down."
She strongly suspected the gun had come from a similar place as the drugs.
"I'm fine standing, but thank you."
"Has he left a note or anything?"
No suicide note."
"How did he—"
"It would have been very distressing for Mrs. Keane. He shot himself in the mouth. I'm so sorry. Are you all right doing this?"
"I am, yes. He was my stepfather, not my real dad."
The policeman nodded. He knew. The Luke Harris trial was pretty famous locally.
"What happens now?"
she asked.
"The body will go to the coroner, post-mortem. There are no suspicious circumstances, but it's protocol with a suicide."
"Yes. Thank you."
"I'll leave you in peace."
She nodded, but he'd already slipped back through the French doors. Why had Dom killed himself? She'd have said it was totally out of character, but since the trial, and more recently since Jess had left, perhaps it wasn't. He'd been going downhill for years. The guilt, the quiet whisper inside her head told her. Guilt that it was he who'd left Juno to die, not Luke. These words inside her head were words that she tried to repress on a daily basis. And more than that these days, every few hours. Her mind cut across to Jess. Her sister had severed completely her ties with Eva and Dom, which she completely understood. But she'd also been a little surprised. After Luke's trial, Jess, Eva and Dom had seemed to have fallen into a way of living together that suited all three. Jess had obviously just been biding her time, as she herself had done. Without a suicide note, they would never know why Dom killed himself, why he blew his head off. In the deeper parts of her mind, though, she knew. But why now, so many years later? She wondered too if Luke's recent release from prison had anything at all to do with Dom's decision. She got up and walked to the phone that sat on the wall in Eva's kitchen. Eva never called Teresa, but her number was in the list of contacts. An internal alarm buzzed. Something about today's date. And she suddenly realised it was Teresa's birthday. She'd call her tomorrow. There really wasn't anything spoiling. Teresa wouldn't be coming down from Harrogate to comfort Eva. She speed-dialed Jess instead, who didn't seem surprised at the news. But often she never knew what Jess was really feeling or thinking. She told Natalie that she wouldn't be coming to Raven House. She said she had too much university work on. Jess added that last line at the very end of their conversation, as if to reiterate how inconsequential it was to her. Dom, spreading his brains over Raven Island. Chapter 30. Teresa. Teresa had spent the first part of her 29th birthday at work, in court, to be exact. There was no way she could have taken the day off and hadn't wanted to. This case was the biggest of her career as a prosecuting barrister, her defining moment. It was also a case that, together with her team, she had won. She threw her leather satchel onto the floor in the hallway and then closed the door. The Leeds semi-detached Victorian house felt empty, felt cold too. She hated renting and relying on someone else to get things fixed. It was a nice house, though, and Matt was in it. Maybe he'd gone out to get something from the shops. It was then that she smelt the aroma of freshly baked bread mingled with a sweeter smell of chocolate. Without taking her shoes off, she walked to the galley kitchen at the back end of the property. 2 fresh loaves sat on the left countertop. She touched one. Still warm. She turned to the right countertop and saw a chocolate cake, cooling on the opposite counter. Teresa smiled and checked her watch. 3 p.m. She said she'd be home at 5. Matt had probably nipped out to get supplies. She'd pretend she hadn't been in the kitchen and seen the homemade bread and birthday cake in the making. She heard the front door open, walked out into the hall, and looked in the mirror as she pushed a smile onto her face. She turned, and as Matt walked in, her fake smile turned authentic. He'd been to the barber's.
"Looks good," she said, touching his dark brown hair.
"Have you been in the kitchen?" he asked. She was about to say no, but then looked into his eyes. She could not lie. She could not lie to anyone.
"Sorry, I have."
He grinned. "It's an important birthday. The last one of your 20s. I wanted to make you a cake." He pulled her to him. "I wanted to take you out to dinner, but you said you didn't want to, so I'm cooking for you instead."
"The bread's a nice touch."
"I thought so."
"You all right?"
she asked. "I'm fine. Tell me, how did the big day go?"
"We won."
"You mean you won?"
"It's a team effort. It's always a team effort."
He moved a strand of silver hair away from her eyes. "It always is." He turned and began making his way to the kitchen. She followed him. "You have to leave while I decorate your cake." He winked at her. "And I went to the library this morning. I took my notebook and wrote some stuff. I also applied for a sales job."
"That's great. About both."
She placed her hand on his, which was resting on the kitchen counter. She left him to finish making her birthday cake, went upstairs with her satchel, sat on the bed with a pile of papers for a while, and then had a shower. Matt's birthday dinner for her was fabulous. She must remember to call Mrs. A in the morning to let her know that now there was another person in the world who could make her triple chocolate cake. They went to bed that night happy, and made love for most of it. It was Teresa who got up the next morning to pick up the ringing landline. She was concerned it was work, something she'd forgotten to finish.
"Hello, Teresa Keane speaking,"
she said, tying up her dressing gown. Christ, it really was freezing.
"Teresa, it's Natalie."
She held the phone away from her ear. She could really do without that this morning. Any morning.
"Teresa, are you there?"
Natalie said. She put the phone near her ear.
"I'm here. Why are you calling?"
"It's Dom. He's killed himself."
What did Teresa feel? She felt glad. That's what she felt, although it wasn't a good feeling.
"How?"
"Handgun. Mouth."
"They're illegal."
"Handguns or mouths?" Natalie said. Teresa stifled a laugh.
"Suicide note, admitting everything?"
"No note, Teresa."
"Eva's got rid of it then?"
"There was no note. It was Dom, Natalie, on the boat," Teresa said quietly. "It wasn't Luke. You know that." "I do not know that. I saw Luke. You saw a man, and you didn't know who it was. I know you, Natalie. I know when you're unsure, and I knew you were unsure that day when I asked you. I know you didn't have your contacts in. How do you know? Because, Natalie, I know you." She took a breath. "Have you any idea what it's like to see an entire career, life being flushed down the toilet?" "It was Luke on the boat," Natalie said quietly. Teresa changed the phone to her other ear. "I'm sorry you have to deal with this alone, but I won't be coming anywhere near Raven House." "I have Mrs. A." "Yes, give her my love." "I will. And don't make up anything to say to Eva. Don't say I send my love or anything like that, because I send her no love." "Okay. Belated happy birthday, Teresa." "Thanks. And tell Ollie thanks for the card." "I will." There was an awkward silence, and Teresa thought Natalie had put the phone down. Then, "Teresa, I'm pregnant." "That didn't take long." "I wanted to tell you. I wasn't sure if Mrs. A had—" "No.
She stays neutral. I'm happy for you, Natalie. Ollie's a nice bloke. I hope you treat him well. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? I just hope you don't in some way ruin his life. You seem to make a habit of it, Teresa said, her voice barely audible. I told the truth, just like Jess did. There was a long silence. Are you still on the line, Teresa? Natalie was saying. I am. Does Jessica know about Tom? Yes, I've called her. Right then, Teresa said, I have to go. One thing, though, Natalie. Do not bother calling me when Eva dies. I don't want to know. I won't call you again. Don't worry about that, her sister said. And with that, the line went dead. Teresa sat down as if she'd been winded. But then she felt a hint of a smile forming. Natalie sounded just as she had as a kid, petulant and bolshy. It had always annoyed her, that tone, even back then. She always had so little patience for Natalie. Hope told her she was mean and opinionated. Oh, Hope. She shook herself away from any nostalgia or love for her sister, both sisters. But she did admit to herself that a call telling her that either Natalie or Jess had died would send her into a spiral of grief, despite everything. But just... No. Natalie and Jessica had both lied. She sprang up again, as if flinging off any danger of forgiveness. She stood, motionless for a moment, thinking of Dom. What a way to go. Your brain's blown out. She wondered if a raven had sat and watched him do it. Jessica's telling of the day she found Juno still haunted her, and on so many levels. Although Dom's messy death wouldn't torment her. The bastard. Chapter 31. Jessica. Jess! It was her housemate, Caro, calling up the stairs. Phone for you, it's your sister, Natalie. Jessica sighed, cross she'd been interrupted. She snapped closed the textbook. She was full of anatomy, bones, nerves and joints. Year 1 of medical school was both brilliant and boring. Brilliant because she was learning, boring because she had to interact with people every day, although she did like both of her housemates, as different as they were to her. She got up and made her way down the stairs to the phone. Hi, Jess, Natalie said. You sound upset. Is everything all right? Not really, her sister said. Dom's dead. The news was not a surprise. On her very last evening at her childhood home, she had laid the seed. Not planted it, but cautiously left it on fertile ground. A tiny part of her was sad, the part of her that still existed from before she knew what she knew about her stepfather. The part of her that had loved the Dom who took her to sports days, football practice, netball matches and athletics meetings, taught her to drive the boat when he knew it was pretty much illegal. But there was the other part of her that hated him because of his ultimate betrayal. Of her, her sisters and her family. It had shaped everything about her. Jess, are you still there? Natalie was saying. I am, she replied. How? Suicide. Right. You don't sound surprised. How did he do it? That's something that I'd imagined Teresa asking, Natalie replied. You've spoken to her? No, I thought I'd wait until after her birthday. Jess didn't reply. Are you okay? Natalie asked. I'm fine. So how did he do it? He shot himself. In the mouth? She said. Yes. Jess, how did you know that? Natalie asked. Just a guess. Natalie didn't reply straight away, and Jess knew her sister was thinking hard about her response. Finally, Natalie carried on. Eva says that he'd been acting strange since you left in October. Jess sat down on the floor, the phone held tight in her right hand. Sorry you're having to be there, at Raven House, dealing with it alone. It's fine. How are you? The pregnancy?
"How's Ollie?"
Jessica asked. Her voice was calm, but the inside of her, every muscle, every bit of sinew, every nerve pathway, felt as if it were contracting and releasing, sending rolls of diffuse spasms throughout her entire body. "Everything's good?"
"The job?"
"That's good too. Stop it, Jess."
"What?"
"Changing the subject. What's wrong?"
"You mean what's wrong apart from our stepdad blowing his brains out?"
"You're upset, aren't you?" Jessica didn't answer. "Jess, it was Luke on the boat."
"I think about Juno every day,"
she replied, her voice a whisper.
"I think about our sister every day too."
"I know. I do too," Natalie said. Jessica could hear tears in her sister's voice. She waited for more. She knew there was going to be more. Natalie carried on. "Juno didn't bring any drugs to the party."
"It must have been Dom who gave it to her,"
Jessica said. This was the most they had talked about Juno and Raven Island for years.
"But it was Luke who left her, Natalie. When Juno had the bad reaction to the ecstasy, Luke didn't come back to get help. He didn't tell anyone. He left Juno to die."
She stopped talking. All the talking was exhausting.
"Jess? You still there?"
She finally spoke.
"Maybe Dom topped himself because it was him who gave Juno the tablet. And it was Dom on the boat with Juno."
"Do you actually really think that?" Natalie said. "Think about what you're saying, Jess."
"I don't know what I think anymore."
"If it was Dom," Natalie said, her voice small, "then everything. We made a mistake." Jessica could not do this to Natalie. She did not know when the crossover had been made, but these days it was as if she, Jessica, were the older of the two, despite Natalie being married, having a job, being pregnant. Recently she had felt that it was she who should be looking after Natalie. She felt like that now.
"It's in the past, Natalie," she said. "We can't change the past. And listen, it's best not to even talk about it. Not now. You're having a baby."
"When the body's released, there will be a funeral," Natalie said. She seemed to have gathered herself. Either that or buried it all again, like Jessica did. "Will you be coming?"
"I have too much university work on."
"Okay. I understand," Natalie replied. Jessica knew she didn't understand. How could she? The two sisters hung up simultaneously. Jessica wanted to go make a cup of tea in the kitchen to take back to her room, but she could hear Caro and Kat in there, and so decided against it. She made her way upstairs, to her clean and tidy room. She sat down at her desk. It was the first time since she'd smashed the phrenology head that she wished she'd replaced it. She still hadn't. She wanted to look at the head, imagine inside it. She'd promised herself she would buy a new one when she completed her medical degree. It would be a landmark. Only 4.5 years to go. Not long. And now Dom was dead, she would be able to concentrate even more effectively. Jessica would never know if what she had confronted Dom with on the night before she left for med school, a few months before, had pushed him to suicide. But she guessed it had. Had he left a suicide note? She was certain he would have done. He was that sort of man. Messy, pathetic, and, unfortunately for him, he possessed a conscience. It wasn't within him to just top himself and die with no explanation. No. Dom was the sort of man who'd have to spill his guts about everything. And not just about Juno. Dom would have easily admitted to it if Eva hadn't intervened. Where did that leave her? And Natalie? She tried not to think about it. They had both been children, and Natalie had never been as mature as she thought she was. Natalie had been able to convince herself that it was Luke on the boat with Juno. And Jessica was more than aware that Natalie had lied because she didn't want to hurt Eva again. An insecure Natalie still cannot admit to herself that Eva manipulated her into lying. Manipulated them both. Even as an adult,
Natalie can't admit that it wasn't Luke on the boat, and Jessica knew it was destroying her sister. She couldn't undo things and go back in time, but she could do something. She had done something. And now Dom was dead. She stared at the wall behind her desk, her mind going back to October and the last night she would ever spend under Eva and Dom's roof. She tapped the inside of her desk with the heel of her foot rhythmically. She'd had a long time to construct her speech and knew exactly where and how she was going to deliver it. Dom had lasted for longer than she'd thought. At the time, she'd given him less than a month. She just wished that he hadn't done it so close to Christmas. That night in October, and her last night in Raven House, Mrs. A had prepared a gorgeous dinner. The last ever in Jessica's childhood home. She was sitting at the table with Eva and Dom, and had hoped that night Mrs. A would stay and eat with them. But she'd had a meeting at the local church that she didn't want to miss. "Of course you can miss it. It's only a church meeting," Eva had said to Mrs. A. Mrs. A hadn't raised an eyebrow. She never had, at Eva's insensitive outbursts. Jessica could not understand why Mrs. A still worked for Eva, and could understand even less why the lovely, dependable and church-going Mrs. A genuinely adored Eva. One day she would ask her,
"So, Jessica, everything you've worked for has come to fruition,"
Dom said, shoving a piece of fillet steak and salad into his mouth. One of Dom's less endearing habits, although the least dangerous, was talking with food in his mouth. "Yes, indeed it has," she replied. She turned to Eva. "Food's fabulous. I'll miss Mrs. A's cooking." "I've set up a direct debit for both your accommodation and living expenses, Jessica," Eva said. Jessica scooped a heap of salad onto her fork. "That's good of you." "A thank you is fine, Jessica." Dom coughed.
"Thing is, you're on your way, Jess. Everything you've wanted."
He pushed his chair back from the table, bent down to pick something up from under the table, and then leant forward, holding a large box wrapped in silver paper.
"Eva and I bought you this."
She glanced at Eva, who nodded. Jessica pulled off the wrapping and opened the box. Inside was a phrenology head, the exact same one that she'd smashed in her bedroom all those years before. She wanted to put it back in the box and return it to Dom, but she did not. She would quietly dump it when she had a chance. "Finally, a replacement." She engineered a smile for her mother and stepfather.
"Thought it was time,"
Dom replied, picking up the box and wrapping and putting it on the sideboard. "Yes, it is time." She paused momentarily. "And talking of time, Dom," she said, "I thought we could take a walk by the river. Go and sit on the jetty and chew the cud." She was banking on Eva declining. "Before we lose the light." Dom's eyes lit up. She supposed because he thought they were going to have a nice little chat. She was still in total awe of the ability he possessed to wipe out everything, as if it had never happened. "Good idea," Eva said. "I'll leave you two to it." She poured herself another glass of wine. "You two go. I'll load the dishwasher." "Come on, Dom. Put your coat on. It's quite fresh outside," Jess said, standing, her voice silky, with a camaraderie-like tone. They made their way through the kitchen French doors and onto the terrace. Jess shivered. She had not put her own coat on. She had wanted to feel the slicing October wind that was belting its way across the river. She wanted to feel the slight pain of coldness on the bare skin of her arms. As they walked around the corner of the house, Raven Island came into view. In her mind's eye, she saw Juno's fluorescent green skirt, her beautiful and laughing face. She saw, too, her sister's image. They arrived at the boathouse and jetty, and Jessica sat on the wall, watching the moored boats dipping like huge ducks in the rippling water of the Thames. Dom remained standing, watching her, smiling, as if nothing had ever happened. "You ruined my life, Dom." He opened his mouth to speak. She placed a finger to her lips. "Shush." "You should have come clean, Dom. You should not have asked me to lie."
I'm
Sorry? She said quietly.
For everything, Jess.
Tell me, Dom. Was it you on the boat with Juno? Was it you who left her to die?
He shook his head. Something broke in Jessica.
You're scum, and you'll never know if or when I'll tell Eva.
Her heart beat like a wild thing inside her chest.
How could you do what you did?
He opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. And he cried then. He actually cried.
Think about it all, Dom. Think hard, and if you can still live with yourself after all that thinking, it will be a sad day.
She paused, rubbed at her bare arms.
Juno knew your secret because I told her. But you know that, don't you? Because you heard me telling her. Is that why you let Juno die?
I'm so